God, we are all just a fucking disaster, aren't we? Just like across the board, everybody's having a time. Pathos, I'm sorry for you. Sassy, I'm sorry you're sick. Ashley, I'm sorry you're unalive. I'm having a time. When's this the thing? What happened? Hey, everybody. We got your brand new shiny tiara that signifies you as a member of our cult is very, very beautiful. Thank you for doing that. I laughed so much at that Twitter exchange. I hope you know that made my day. It was too good of an opportunity to pass up when you're like, how do I join? And I was like, it took me so long to respond because I was like, is this like in poor taste to respond with this? And I was like, fuck it, I'll do it. I appreciate it. Kaiju, hello! Yeah, I hope, what are you having for dinner? Tell us all about your food, Kaiju. I want to know. I had some dope asparagus today. Just throwing that out there. Oh, good. Joe's feeling great. And the no chocolate ban ends in like an hour. Not like you've been keeping track. Is your significant other in the room? Can you get her in the room? Get her in the room. Come on. I gotta talk to her real quick. Get her in here. I'll wait. Leftover spaghetti and meatballs. Oh, hell yeah, spaghetti and meatballs. Oof. Ooh. Y'all remember the can opener night. You remember that. And I was like, there's a particular bourbon I'm drinking. And it's the Fuck Me Up bourbon. Yeah. Yeah. Today was a dumpster fire. It was just a dumpster fire? And I have... Guys, I have 3 sticky notes. Usually I have, like, a sticky note that's partially full for things to talk about. This one was full by Wednesday night. 24 hours after we finished the stream, I had an entire sticky notes worth of topics for the evening. And then it just kept happening. No, the can opener sucks. But the important part was the bourbon. She's safely at work, but I'll clip it and send her the message. Perfect. Hey. I don't know if you're cool with me saying real names on stream. So, Joe's Keeper. Because we all know he would die without you. Hey, I know there's no chocolate ban ends in like an hour. I'm entrusting you to not let this... Joe earmuffs. I'm entrusting you to make sure that his dumbass does not kill himself for a fucking Kit Kat. Please. And thank you. Also, I can't wait to meet you when COVID stops being a thing. So, like, in 7 years. Okay, Joe, you can un-earmuff. See? Sassy also knows the can opener sucks. So, you guys were also both wrong about the cucumber water. So, you're just wrong about the can opener. This is great. Warburg was doing good. Burned my finger getting chicken out of the oven, so that's not so good. Yeah, that's not great, but at least it's like one finger and not like a whole hand or whatever. Flash fire ride in the middle was slightly okay. Dope. I like it. Bourbon, yeah. Yeah. Bourbons, whiskeys. This is literally called Fistful of Bourbon. That's what this bourbon is called. I call it the Fistful of Getting Fucked Up. So, that's how I ask for it. When Jeff's like, do you need me to make you a drink while you're setting up? And I was like, yes, please. Took headphones off. Wave your hands for the back. Okay, I think we got it. I think we're good. God. No, not this one. I don't want this one. I don't want this one. This one's too happy. I don't know. Some Four Roses small batch. Yes! That's my... See, when I want, like, a good drink. This is, like, I've had a day. I need to reset. Four Roses small batch bourbon is specifically, there's the drink I had last night. I have a very particular mixer that I love with that. And, like, I like it for Manhattans and stuff, too. But there is a mix that Lo Mom gave me that was like, oh, do this with a good bourbon. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck that means. And we had Four Roses, and I know I like that with my Manhattan. So I was like, I'm going to mix it with that. And I'm sure it's good with other bourbons, but I was like, that was tasty. why would I fuck that up and try something else? There's a hair in my mouth. Anyways, I have so many fucking stories. And James has so many stories. We might not play the game tonight. We might just have the title screen on. We just kick our feet up and just talk for multiple hours. It's hey, Warburg! Thank you! If I had time, what I wanted to do when James and I were making this joke yesterday, before I filled another sticky note, he was like, should we just talk? And I was like, I wanted to get, he's like, you just throw up like a, just like green screen me in or something. I was gonna make a scene of like a coffee shop and then Photoshop out like where their heads are and then be able to put our cameras over it. That was gonna be a lot of work. And I was gonna do it, I just didn't have time, because everything sucks. Hey, wait, hold on. There's, whenever there's a bunch of I's and L's next to each other, I get very good. Fragilities? Fragilities! I probably said it wrong. But I like Fragilities. I'm going with it. Thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. Anyways, we're gonna not actually just talk the whole time. We are gonna try to play the game, and it's gonna be fun and fine. It's gonna be fine. Guys, I got called aggressive today. I can't wait to tell this story. It was great. Someone asked me to do something, and I asked a follow-up question, and they said, I don't know why you're being so aggressive. And I was like, bitch, you want to see aggressive? Let's go. Let's play the game. And the music's over. It's the perfect time. It's great. It's so great. Everything's super great. Oh yeah, it's the end of January. Okay, Nanaka's home. Something's happening, I don't know. But that person would have called a man aggressive. It was weird, because it was also over text, and I was like, is it because I'm not using enough smiley face emojis? I don't know what's happening. We'll get to it, it's fine. I would just say, if it helps, I know it won't help, let me rephrase this. To give it some other context, it was another woman. It wasn't a dude saying it. Everything's great! Load that file! I love it. What was I doing? I think I was just trying to get social links. Women can be saying, oh no! I'm just saying, like, there would be a difference if it was a man being like, I feel like there's a different bar there. And I probably would have been, I probably would have been less mad. Probably because I'm so used to that one, but even that hasn't happened. No one's called me aggressive to my face before. It was a thing. Anyways, hey, what am I doing? So Yukiko, Max, did I finish maxing everybody I needed to out of my party? I think I did. Okay. And did I third evolution everybody? I love those emotes. Oh my god, they're great. I would be so much more scared if I got a message from Jen with a lot of smiley emojis. It means something has gone terribly wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Probably. Let me adjust my headset things. Alright. Fucking Adachi. Okay, I think I was working on I? Is that what happened last time? I feel like that's what happened last time. Let's go downstairs. I haven't had my bangs down in forever. I've had my hair just pulled up in my fuck you bun. Guys, I think I figured out why someone thinks I'm aggressive. I haven't had the loose pieces down in a very long time. Okay, well, I's not here. Oh, I haven't checked my shoe locker in forever. Hey, what's up? Yeah, there's nothing inside. That's fine. Let's go. I also have a fuck you. Yeah. It's it's not a bun, it's a ponytail, which is fun. It's just so fun and loose, but like all the way. It's very non-aggressive. is gonna be my joke forever now. Okay. Oh yeah, big stretch. Didn't want to interrupt that. Let's go into town. Because I think I finished the stupid theater chick. I didn't like her. Nurse, Teddy, Yumi. Yeah, I did finish that one. Okay. Yeah, let's go into town. Talk to Sad Boy. Into town! Imagine if your proctologist messaged you, can you call me back? Everything is fine, I swear, smiley face. Oh, yes. Shopping district. Yeah, 100%. Look at him in his little bicycle in the winter. It's so cute. All right. Have I emptied the vending machines? I haven't. Load up my pockets with an unhealthy amount of soda. Yeah. I love it. I would say, how are you guys doing? We kind of... I'm sorry everybody's having a fucking time. I don't know why this week is so cursed already. It's only Tuesday! It shouldn't be this cursed already. Hello, small child. What's his butt up here? Yeah, he is. I'm gonna run right past you and gamble with a vending machine real quick. I think it's these ones. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I tend to, like, in written formats, I tend to mirror the person I'm exchanging emails with, or text, or whatever. So if there's somebody who's being very formal, I'll be very formal. And if there's somebody who's, I was thinking, it was like, what is on my screen? It's a person on there. If they're using a lot of exclamation points, smiley faces, whatever, am more likely to do that. And if they're being very formal, I'm more likely to be more formal about it. The one thing I will not mirror is if somebody's texting me, like, no capitalization and a lot of typos and God forbid they're doing leet speak kind of things. I won't mirror that stuff. But it also means I'm just like, some people do that and that's their version of exclamation points and smiley faces. And some people it's just like, I'm too lazy to hit the shift button. So I always err on the side of like formal, and then also the way production works. Everything's just super fast. Just super fast. So I'm like, it's like, I'm getting to the point. We're getting, no, I gotta wait for James. I gotta wait for James. Hey, what's up, sad man?
Hi.
He seems to have some free time since he's just hanging out in the middle of the fucking street. Yeah, spend time with him.
Yes.
Do you feel like getting some Chinese food? Fuck yeah, I do! Sent my boss a message once without any capital letters. He had called to ask me if I was okay. Perfect. Oh, is this the same housewife that was talking shit like we weren't there the other day? Can I stab you? I'm not aggressive, you guys. I get it all out here so I can be a professional at work. Are you coming back from school? That's not the direction of school. You shouldn't be wasting time here. Don't you think your parents are worried with you wandering about just like your sister did? Where's Chie when you need her? I need a good galactic pun. I don't know what just happened, but it was almost very dangerous. Hello, Athena! This is tad aggressive. This is where games are where you can be aggressive. It's fine. I would screenshot the conversation I had and post that for people to look at to prove the lack of aggression. If it didn't contain a bunch of NDA information I can't share. Huh. You're not helping out at the store? I hear your father's having a hard time. The bags immediately reappeared under his eyes. Don't me? I know it's tough with what happened to your sister, bitch. But it times like these, families have to unite and help each other out. First of all, it was like 10 months ago. Like, you don't know our family. You don't know shit. I'm just trying to help you and your family out. That attitude isn't very nice. No! This is the thing that fucking happened on Twitter the other day, and I highlighted it. This whole, like, I'm just trying to be nice. They didn't mean it like that, whatever. No, fuck you, lady. This is not your business. This is not your business. And your condescension is unwarranted, unhelpful, and frankly, making this more about you than actually trying to be helpful to these people. They say much like your one big ice cube for your drink. Oh yeah, that's the proper way to like drink like bourbons and stuff like that. You get the slow melt of ice and water. You can't see anymore. Usually I have a round one. This is a D20. I have a D20 ice mold because my husband is wonderful and knows I'm a big fat nerd and managed to get a hold of a goddamn D20 ice cube mold. Hit her! Naoki looks distressed. Yeah, fucking hit her. Flatter her? No, talk back. Fuck you, bitch.
It's okay.
No, it's not okay. It's not okay. Pro tip, guys, if somebody apologizes to you, say, I accept your apology, I appreciate it. Do not say it's okay. It's not okay. The thing that happened wasn't okay. That's why they needed to apologize. This is not okay. Do not, like, apologize on this woman's behalf. She is overstepping her bounds. None of this is okay. Let her live in that. Oh God, James is here. Hey.
Hello. Hello, Internet. Hello, Jen. How's everyone doing?
Apparently I'm not, you and I are not the only ones having a time today. Everybody's having a time.
Well, you know, it is a Tuesday.
It is a Tuesday. People are sick. People burn themselves. It's like, it's been a whole thing.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, you have some tough meetings. You deal with some tough people. You decide to auto-defay yourself. You know, these things happen. I said hello, Internet, Jeff, and, you know, you encompass the Internet. So, but you know what, Jeff? Hello. I hope you're doing well today. You fabulous human being, you.
There you go, Jeff. Are you happy now? James, I know I warned you I was, like, drinking on the stream tonight. You need to know I'm having the can opener stream bourbon.
Oh boy.
Just, you know, like, fair warning.
Yeah, I'm having my my usual dark and stormy, heavy on the dark.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
James, I ended up on a third sticky note.
Jen, how?
How is a great fucking question.
Yeah, I did not make it. So I'm actually glad you made it to a third sticky note because I consolidated all of mine into one, and I didn't want my previous tweet to be a lie. So
Yeah.
we did make it to 4 sticky notes.
Yeah, it is 4 sticky notes.
You know what the really sad thing is, Jen? I have nothing about D&D on my sticky note.
Oh yeah, me neither. None of this is D&D.
Sorry, everyone who came for D&D chat.
I mean, we'll probably devolve into that at some point anyways, just for our own sanity, but like, yeah, just like son of a bitch. Just like son of a bitch. It's time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start, I know I have like clearly more things written out, but I have to start with asking you a question.
Okay.
How did your fucked up back do on the plane? I've been worried about you and your back this whole time.
Well, I'm so glad that you have my back, Jen.
Hey.
No, my back did well. I'm not surprised because I flew with my wife, and when I fly with my wife, I don't have any flight issues because she is the universe will contort to her will and desire, and we will not have any flight issues.
Oh, she's the anti-Connor.
She is the anti-Connor, which is why I spend a lot more time with her than actual Connor. But yeah, well, thank you for asking. No, my back is doing much better. My daughter, just the middle daughter, was very sweet yesterday because one of the things I like to do when it's time for bed is she likes to ride on my back, and we run upstairs and go to her room and read books. And I'm like, just middle daughter, would you like to you ready to go to bed? She's like, yes. I'm like, do you want to ride on my back? She goes, yes. Well, Dad, does your back still hurt?
Aww.
At 4 years old, she was concerned about my back too. So,
Aww.
but yeah, no, it's much better. My
Good.
wife scheduled me a massage, and that helped out a lot. And the masseuse was very grandmotherly, very much like how I would picture my grandmother. Like, just everyone close your eyes and picture your grandmother. That was the masseuse I had. Very gentle voice, like, "Oh, dearie, what happened to your back? Oh, your poor back. Well, let me just make some cookies too." Let me tell you though.
Did you actually get cookies at your massage? Because that would be the greatest.
No, I did not
Dang
get cookies
it.
at my massage, which
That would've
a
been
little sad. But that sweet grandmotherly approach instantly changed the minute she started working on my back. It was like a Black Friday sale when she just had to get that toy for her grandchild. Just like elbows are being thrown, hands are being thrown. Very aggressive work of the back, but it worked.
Awesome.
It fixed my back, so that was very the aggressive grandmother did the trick. So for those at home, if you have back issues, just find an aggressive grandmother masseuse, and that will take care of everything.
Awesome, good to know. Pro tips right there. I guess I'm gonna go work at the bar. I don't know what else to do with my night.
You know what? You're drinking. I'm drinking. The main protagonist should be drinking too.
This is fair.
But yeah, the massage worked out a lot better than like the heating pad that I had, and a lot better than Icy Hot, because I've had a very bad Icy Hot experience in the past, and I will never forget it. So Icy Hot does exactly what it sounds like. It gets icy. It cools your back to numb the pain, and then heat to work the knot out. So several years ago, I used Icy Hot on my shoulder, and I thought, I should probably wash my hand. That's probably a good idea to get that stuff off immediately. So I start walking to the bathroom, and maybe I was tired, maybe I had a long day, but instinctively, when I walk into a bathroom, my body goes, "Oh, you have to go to the bathroom."
I was afraid this is where this was going.
So I go to the bathroom, Jen.
Yep.
And I don't think anything of it. I wash my hands. I'm like, all right, mission accomplished. Go sit down to watch TV. Jen, you know what happened in about 5 minutes after I went to the bathroom?
No, James, please tell me.
Well, things got icy for about 20 minutes. And then they got hot for another 20 minutes. And despite the fact that I realized what had happened, and got like a washcloth and tried to wash myself off, the feeling did not go away. Like, I don't know if it permeated the skin at that point. But you know what? Let me tell you, I've had worse hours in my life, but not by much.
Persona question. We got the third evolutions of everybody I needed to, right? Did we finish that?
You got Chie, you got Yukiko, you got you got all the important people.
Okay. Yeah. Chie, no, this one.
Well, we could, that's a
that's
third level.
Yukiko,
That's a third level,
and
which looks really
then,
cool, by the way. Yeah, that's a third level.
Rise, and then Naoto.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep, you're good.
Cool beans.
Yeah. Well, while we're talking about Persona, I have a very aggressive goal for you tonight. So
you have an aggressive goal.
Yeah, I have an aggressive goal.
This will be funny to you later. Continue.
Okay, I can't wait to watch this tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get to the story later. But continue.
You will have finals, which will take an entire week.
Uh-huh.
Your last day to do social links is February 5th. I think we can make it to the 12th of February in tonight's stream.
Okay.
I think that will be our little mini goal.
That's a very aggressive goal, considering that we have 4 sticky notes of things to talk about.
That is true, but I'm ever the optimist.
All right. Oh boy.
But yeah, so well, Jen, you have 3 post-it notes. I
Yeah.
feel like you're the host. I've already told 2 of the things on my post-it note. We got to pace ourselves. We actually might just get through everything in one go. But what about you? What has made today so special for you, Jen?
Oh God. Today, let's see. Today, let me go towards the end of my list. Hey, so I got a new experience today.
You have a new experience. Well, experience is great from what I hear.
Yeah. So I got to drive a cargo van.
You drive a cargo van, huh?
Yeah. So those are quite large.
How large are we talking so like people at home can mentally picture this?
Like comfortably seats 3 across. And then I think it is 1 step down from a 15-foot box truck. So I think it ends up being like 12 feet long.
Okay.
So it's a decent size. I drive a Honda Civic. And
You
even
do
that,
drive a Honda Civic.
and
yeah.
even that, I'm just like, man, smaller car. I prefer smaller vehicles. I drive smaller things. So, due to a series of shenanigans at work, a cargo van, needed to make it from approximately where I was, not quite where I was, but approximately where I was, all the way out to set, which is like an hour away. And I was like, well, it needs to happen. I guess I will get it there and then also figure out how I'm getting back to the office afterwards. It was a lot. So I go through the whole fucking rigmarole of getting this van, which in itself was a whole adventure. And that adventure didn't even make it onto the sticky notes. But I get there, they give me the van. This van is brand new. Like, I get into it and it has 16 miles on it.
Does it smell like new car?
It does.
New cargo van?
It smells like new. It's got that new carpet, that new leather, all of that kind of smell. So brand new, 16 miles. It's great. I sit down and I go, cool. I don't know how to get to set from where I am because it is far enough away from where the production office is that I was like, I'm gonna have to go a different way. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna take the time. Even though we're already an hour fucking late. Again, it's not even part of the fucking story. It's been a day! I spent the time to set up my Bluetooth so that way my phone will come through the speakers and be able to audibly tell me where I need to make my turns. Because I was like, I don't know where I'm at to get to where I'm going. So I get it all set up. And right as I get it all set up, the production manager tries to call me. Because she was trying to make sure I had time to eat lunch, because she's very sweet and I love her. So she calls, and I was like, great, I'm already connected to the Bluetooth. This is great. So I hit the accept call button, and I go, hello, and then I hear hello, and then it's silence, and I went, hey, Melissa, can you hear me? And then I hear, hey, Melissa, can you hear me? For whatever fucking reason, the way the Bluetooth connected to this vehicle, it's playing through the car audio what I'm saying and none of what she's saying.
Because that's a feature people have been craving for years, right?
Yeah, I was like, okay, something's clearly connected incorrectly. And I was like, listen, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm gonna hang up and we're gonna try this again. So I hang up. She calls back after like 20 seconds. Does it again. I was like, I was like, maybe if I call, maybe it'll work. Nope, that didn't work either. So eventually, I get her on the phone. She's like, can you hear me now? I was like, yes, because I pulled over and I turned off the van and disconnected the Bluetooth. I'm just talking to you on my phone. What's up? I don't know what's wrong with this. I never figured it out. I have no fucking idea. I don't know how that was happening.
Well, it serves you right for trying to be a safe driver.
Right? So then I had to, like, reset up everything to get my map going again after that was done. But I was just like, God damn it. Anyway, so I'm driving this giant, for what is giant cargo van out in the middle of nowhere. And I don't know if you know this about cargo vans, but, like, when you're driving, like, a car and you need to see, like, who's next to you, you check your mirror, but then you also, like, look over your shoulder. And, like,
right.
I'm looking out a window. Yeah.
As you do.
You can't do that in one of these. There's no window there. It's a metal panel. It's the rest of the fucking van. It's like, okay. So like, I took my time. I had my mirrors adjusted. I was just like very, very sure about what I thought I was seeing by mirrors before I did any lane changes, whatever. But because I'm in the middle of nowhere, fun thing about middle of nowhere is roads meet at odd angles. And so I ended up at a part where there's, and you can't see me the way I'm holding up my arms. Hold on, my boss just texted me. Oh, brief interlude. My boss knows I had a day and just texted me, "Hey, so which type of bourbon is your preference?" I love him.
That sounds like a wonderful boss.
I love him so much. He is great. We're going to talk about bad bosses in a bit, but he is a wonderful boss. So even though he recently like tweeted that he's my boss, I guess I don't have to dance around it, but I'm gonna make you all work for it if you don't know. So I get up to visual for everybody. Here we go. With the sad music going on. Okay. So there's a road, and it's like, James, I'm doing it, it's like my arms just straight up and down. Okay, so there's a road. That's like the main road, and I'm coming on a road that doesn't meet it at a perpendicular. It like comes in at like this really weird shallow angle.
Are we talking like a 20-degree angle, kind of like a bad Y kind of?
Yeah. Okay. Like it's kind of like a lambda. You got kind of like a lambda situation going on. Okay. So I'm coming in on the little lambda leg, and there's a stop sign to make sure, like, hey, that you don't like just go into the main road that's just got traffic on it. So I get up at this weird angle, and I realize that I'm supposed to look what is effectively in front of me and then effectively behind me. But, like, I can't look back this way. I can't look behind me because there's a van there. So I'm like, I legitimately cannot see the other direction on this road if anybody's coming. And I was like, okay, well, like, I can control the mirrors, like, those are, like, electronic. So I was like, I'll just try to, like, turn it really far so I can see. Couldn't quite get it far enough. So what I ended up doing, is because we're in the middle of nowhere, so there's not, like, a ton of traffic. So I parked the van, left it running, got out, and stood out front and waited till I could see enough of a clearing, and then ran back into the van and floored it.
Nice. I love the ingenuity there.
I was like, I don't know what else to do here. I can't see anything. Oh, no.
You know what you need? You need, like, a selfie stick with a mirror on it and just stick that, like, out a window.
There
like,
we go.
Aha. That's what you need.
Yeah.
I bet you could find all that stuff at your workplace.
Probably. Oh, I can go back. I'm gonna put it
You know
back
what?
on this view.
You know, I bet if you ask your boss would make that for you.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, if I couldn't find it just in our prop lockup area, I'm sure he would be like, yeah, let me just like give me 10 minutes, it'll be fine. But it was one of those things like I didn't know I was gonna need it because one, I was not supposed to have to do any of this today.
I would like to stop you right here. Naoki is having trouble satisfying his neighbors.
Look, man, it happens to everybody. Oh, he's biting his lip.
You know, you gotta make lunch money somehow. You know.
Ashley, you're taking notes for 50 Shades of Faye. I hate it so much. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. So I eventually got the van out to set. And then I was trying to like park it in a parking lot with just way too like they're already narrow spots for cars. And then I also got this van. I'm like, this isn't working. So I parked it where I definitely shouldn't have, and went in and took the keys to one of like the people who's going to be driving it. And I was like, you know how to drive a 24-foot truck. I think you can handle a cargo van. I am illegally parked right now because I don't know what else to do with it. Please go fix it.
This is now your problem.
Yeah, I was like, I can't. I will damage it. It's back. Yeah.
So would this fall under other duties as assigned by your manager in your job description?
Oh, it's so cute how you think anyone in film has an actual job description, and it's not. This looks like it might be loosely relevant to your interests. Make it happen. Yeah, the official job description for an art department coordinator is coordinate the art department. That's the description.
Nice.
And so that can mean a variety of things. So like today it meant your team needs a van because they're, for reasons, not allowed to drive their own truck anymore. And also we had to fire the 2 assistants we had on the shoot that would normally do this kind of thing. I was like, well, it needs to end up there. We don't have another person, so I guess it's me. I'm going to do it. And of course, while I'm dealing with all of this is when my phone's blowing up with a bunch of other things that need to happen. And it's like, you're gonna have to wait. I'm in the middle of a desert, in a cargo van I can barely drive. It's gonna be a few hours before I'm back at the office. Yeah. Anyways,
Wow.
I never want to
Well,
drive
that-
one of those again. Ever.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I drove a relatively small U-Haul from Memphis to Nashville when I was bringing some of my wife's furniture to our house after we got married. And let me tell you something about Memphis roads, Jen. They are not wide, like lane-wise. Like if this U-Haul had that lane departure system where it beeps if you're driving over the line, it would have been beeping the entire time I was in Memphis. And then this big old U-Haul booking it down 40 toward Nashville. My wife was in our car and I was following her because I sat higher. It's easier for me to spot her.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I
and
feel like
there's
she
a-
could still easily spot a truck if she was going to follow you, but continue.
yeah, that's true. In hindsight, Jen, that would have made a lot of sense. But I was young, I was in love, I wasn't thinking straight. But there's not a lot of hills in Western Tennessee until you notice that there's a very slight hill. Because we hit a very slight hill, my wife continued going at her same speed, and this U-Haul was just like the little engine that could. Like, I think I can. She disappears over the hill. I'm like, I never realized there was a hill here until I was in a big old U-Haul that's
Boy.
struggling at 50. But yeah, we eventually made it, and I was like, I'm never driving a U-Haul truck ever again.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to drive a U-Haul truck on a road. Like, I feel grossly underqualified to do that.
Yeah, the vast majority of people are. Yeah, if they'd been like, at one point when we were trying to get the van and it was turning the whole thing, they're like, we can give you a box truck instead. I was like, first of all, you can't because of reasons. But second of all, I already don't like that I'm driving the cargo van. If you give me a 20-foot truck, I'm going back to the office and being like, y'all are gonna have to hire somebody specifically to come get this thing and drive it to set. I will drive my personal car out to set to collect that person, but I'm not driving this goddamn truck. To clarify, I realize that, yes, Flash, you're pointing out that I left enough things vague that it sounded like they were related. The 2 people that we no longer have, it was a budget thing, and we weren't supposed to have them initially anyways. We made the argument that we needed to have them for a couple of weeks, and we ran out of juice to argue with. So they're just no longer here because we weren't supposed to have them to begin with. And then as for my people cannot drive the truck themselves, it is a union labor issue. Now that there's certain paperwork in place, we are not allowed to drive our own vehicles. There's specific people who are allowed to. So those 2 things happened separately. Nobody did anything bad, but it was just a unfortunate gathering of circumstances. So thank you for pointing out that I made it sound way worse than it was. I want to fix that.
Rhaegar, yeah, that's funny about the little engine. That was fresh in my mind because I was in a meeting with some of my team members, and the little engine that could came up because I think our team theme today was, I think I can, but I don't want to. And that was the message that we told other people in our company because we just had enough stuff going on today. So yeah. I think we might put it on our team t-shirt for this year.
There you go.
I think I can, but I don't want to.
I love that. I feel like I need that on like one of those, a pin with like a cute little train in the background. I think I can on top of it, a little ribbon, but I don't want to underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. I have a whole line of pins ready to go now.
Perfect. Yeah. So if anyone's asking, that is my that was my mantra today. It was a day at work.
It was a day at work. I think I can, but
Rhaegar.
fuck off. I like that.
There you go. See, I would have said that,
see
Pathos,
you
but
again.
just a middle daughter's still awake. So
yeah.
yeah, I'm self-censoring. Everyone can impute language where necessary,
Yeah.
and it probably is correct.
Yeah. Since Ashley brought it up, we need to talk about good bosses. At some point, I'll need to take a break and actually respond to the boss. So I'm sorry that you have that going on with in-person stuff. I just realized we can go two different directions with Ashley's for Segui's, but I'm gonna go with bad bosses. James? Go ahead.
Jen?
Yeah. No.
I was just gonna say, I like the fact that I've said Segui enough times that both of our brains will pause, like, wait, what is the way I want to say it?
Yeah.
And like, we don't know what's true anymore.
Yeah, I mean, like, I knew the right one, but I was like, do I want to just, like, lean into this? Is this, like, our thing? So yeah, Segui's. Also, Gooey's just, like, fun to say, so just
It is.
a little bright spot.
It has a good mouthfeel.
It really does. So, current boss. Great. I love him. Easily best boss I've ever had. I'm also still working with the company that does the live broadcasts of the medical conferences. That boss, not so good.
Not so good. So you have a really good binary view of bosses right now.
Yes, definitely. So there's like a lot of different ways someone can be a good boss and a lot of different ways somebody can be a bad boss. This is like, I've had bad bosses on productions before that they are bad because they are, in film a lot of the times there's an ego in place of like, I'm in this position and have people under me and I worked hard to get here, so like, fuck all of you, I'm better than you because you're under me. That is disgustingly prevalent. Which is super fun when someone tries to pull that shit with me, and I'm just like, nah, man, I don't gotta put up with this. A lot of these, like, and what's unfortunate is a lot of people do have to put up with it. I am very fortunate that I'm in a position where I can be like, I don't have to stand for this, and I have the ability to leave. Partially because I'm so good at what I do that I'm getting regular enough job offers that I can afford to say no to stuff. And part of it is that even if I didn't have those other things, like, we have enough savings at this point, and Jeff's job situation is stable enough that if I needed to be without work for a little bit, because my husband is great, he is all about stand up for yourself, we'll make it work. Like, don't lower yourself to whatever their shit is, because he's wonderful and I appreciate him. So like, I can call people on it, and if they really want to push back, I'll be like, all right, cool, like, then Friday's gonna be my last day, you need to find somebody else. And then usually they panic at that point. They go, wait. And I was like, no, you made your feelings very clear. So you can deal with the consequences of your actions now. Anyways, so that's a lot of, like, the film bosses, and then there's also just, like, straight up just incompetence at it, like failing. A lot of people also fail upwards in this industry, which is wildly frustrating. So then there's people who just, like, have no idea what they're doing, and they only get away with stuff for as long as they do is because the people under them constantly clean up the mess, but there's no one to, like, notice that. So there's that kind of things. And so at this medical conferences job that I have, it was kind of a new version of a bad boss that I had not experienced yet. When I started, they informed me that they were bad at delegating, which I've always, like, I'm bad at delegating because in my brain I'm like, I already know what needs to happen, so I'll just do it. I'm bad at just, like, giving stuff to other people to do. It's like, I'm like, why spend the time explaining to you what needs to happen when I could just do it and we can just be done with it? And realistically, I know, like, I can't just do all the things. That's why I have someone working with me.
Oh, I don't know. I think you can do everything.
Oh, God, don't.
This
is not good for my brain space. Don't say that.
Hey, forget the last 10 seconds of your life.
So that's everybody I've met that's quote-unquote bad at delegating before has been like that, has just been, like, bad at letting stuff go. What they apparently meant was, like, they will give you stuff to do, but will not give you any of the things you need to be able to do it. Oh no, why did you come up here?
Well, I came up here first because I know Ashley's watching.
Oh, okay. Mwah!
Second of all,
Hi-
it
hi-
smells like a
hi,
peanut butter
Jeff.
and jelly sandwich.
You made a drink that smells like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Oh my god, it does! I don't think I like that! What is in this cup?
Here, Jeff, put it closer to the mic so I can smell it.
He asked me to put it closer to the mic so he could smell it. Jeff was
You
looking
know,
at me
you're
like I
right.
was fucking crazy.
You're,
I mean, I know
you're right,
you're
Jeff. It
crazy,
smells like
but-
peanut butter and jelly.
He says you're right.
Mm-hmm.
What is in here, though?
So
I don't think I like this.
it's an ounce of bourbon, an ounce of peanut butter whiskey, 3/4 of an ounce of blackberry liqueur, a splash of dry vermouth, and 2 dashes of chocolate bitters.
I mean, that would do it. I mean, that's like a peanut butter jelly and Nutella.
Anyways, enjoy your
drink
game.
right
Hi,
there.
James. Bye, James.
Hi, Jeff.
There was a lot going on in that smell, and I don't. It's like in my nose. It won't leave.
Speaking of failing up, that drink failed upwards somehow.
It really did. Anyway, so yeah, so my boss will ask you to do something, but not give you any of the information you need in order to do it. And I'm trying to think of a generic example of this. It would be something like, hey, can you fill out my calendar for me? That sounds like a basic enough task. But in order to do so, I need to know what should be on the calendar. What appointments do you have, or what clients do you need to book with, or things like that. Like, you guys really fill out my calendar. I have to know what all those pieces are that need to go in there. And that's like everything she delegates. She's like, hey, I need you to set up this exhibit hall. And it's like, okay. What's the name of the event? When is it? Is it multiple days? Is it for CME credit, or is this patient facing? It's like there's all these things that go into that request. And so what I noticed very quickly is every time she would ask me to do that, I had to ask the same series of questions. She'd be like, hey, build this exhibit hall. I was like, okay, cool. This is the information I need. Oh yeah. And then we would do that every single fucking time. So one of the things that I did when we had a brief down period is like I made a series of like forms and things like that and documents that could be filled out either by her or by the client, like answering a lot of those questions. So it's like, cool, this is everything we need to know in order to like do the thing you asked. So now, whether you need to ask me to do it, whether you need to ask somebody else to do it, you can just be like, hey, build the thing. Here's literally everything you would need to know in order to accomplish that. That was the goal of this form.
You know, that sounds super helpful, and like that would make everything better. I'm sure this is a very successful part of the company, right, Jen?
Yeah, it would be great if she fucking used it. I found out that she hasn't been using it. So, and you're like, how did you find out she hasn't been using it? It's because there's been other people brought on that have been doing some things, and I'm like, cool. This question hasn't come up in my presence, so it must be resolved. No, she's not actually fucking doing it. And I found this out because as part of her being bad at communicating anything is like week before, I think it was week before, I get an email from someone I've never heard of before, but who has an email address that's like, it's at our company. And I need to point out, like, our company, to my knowledge, until this email exchange, was like 4 people. Okay? So it's not like it's a couple thousand, it's like a new person shows up. No. It's 4 people. So someone else showing up with our company name in their email tag is like kind of a big deal. And she's like, hey, your boss, name here, told me that you were my go-to for all of these things. So, here's the stuff I need from you. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't know who she is, but she has this level of information. And she has our company email address, so like I don't like not believe her, but I was like, I don't actually like relevance to me, don't know exactly who this person is. She sends this email and I'm like, all right, fine, yeah, I'll get to it. And like 2 hours go by And she like follows up. She's like, hey, just checking on this stuff. And I was like, that's weird. Like, I'm part-time. I have always been part-time. And the thing I cleared with my boss several weeks ago was, hey, I'm taking this other job. So like, I'm only working on this company stuff in evenings and on weekends. So I try to like email my boss, just be like, hey, like just trying to get some context on who this person is and what it is they need from me. And I got an automatic reply saying, I'm out of office till next Monday. If you need anything, contact the person who's been emailing me. And I was like, okay, this gives me some context for who this person is. But my boss went on vacation for a week and didn't tell me. And apparently, while she was gone, was like, hey, while I'm gone, you need anything, talk to Jen. And did not, as I found out, did not inform this person I am part-time, did not inform them that I'm not a coder and I can't do half the things she's asking for. I did not inform her that not only am I part-time, but I'm also only doing evenings. So she thought I was just like fucking around, ignoring her during a work day.
Well, I mean, you technically were ignoring her during a work day.
I mean, yeah, well, on the one hand, that is accurate, but, yeah. So I also found out, didn't give her any of the forms, didn't give her any of the logins, didn't give her, any of the SOPs that I had written on, like, how to do certain things. And, yeah, and then also didn't establish with her, like, anything about how I operate with the company. Holy shit, Peter Hayes is here! Angry about improper documentation used. Jen is best, Jen. You're not wrong. This is one of those things that gets me so angry so quickly. Yeah, there was no introduction email, Ashley. But we're gonna talk about introduction emails next. So like this happens, I end up on a call with this lovely person. And I was like, hey, it's like, I feel like there's been a miscommunication. I was like, I'm gonna just kind of start from the beginning and kind of go over what my contract is with the company. And I feel like that's going to fill in a lot of questions that I don't know if you know you have. So I kind of went through everything, and she's like, oh yeah, I didn't know any of that. That explains a lot. I'm so sorry. It's like, it's not your fault. I'm gonna also guess you don't have X, Y, or Z documents. She's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I was like, great. I was like, I am on set today. I can't get to those documents right now, but when I get home this evening to do my stuff for this company, I was like, I will do the things in that email you asked about, and I will send you these documents. So there's that. So, cut to last week, I had an email from my boss that's like, hey Jen, this is Steve. Steve, Jen is our data analytics person. Let Jen know what you need. And that's the end of the email. I got introduced to Steve, but Steve did not get introduced to me. I don't know who Steve is. So I was like, well, he'll clearly respond to this email with whatever it is he needs, and that will give you some context. So like a solid week goes by, nothing. And so I finally, I emailed my boss, and I was like, hey, I did my data analytics thing that I do weekly, and I sent it to her, and I was like, hey, I'm unclear if I should also be sending this to Steve. I will be honest, I don't exactly understand who Steve is relative to me. I don't know, like, is he giving me data I'm supposed to do something with, or am I supposed to give my process data when I'm done, like, and I get my summary reports and all that, like, am I supposed to give that to him? I don't know what's going on there. And her response is, yeah, Steve's our new data guy. I'm hoping he'll close that loop with you soon.
That's still not very helpful.
Exactly! I'm like, I don't know. That didn't tell me anything about what Steve does. But like, if he's our data guy, I was like, is he replacing me on that function? Does that mean I'm gonna be getting, like, I have more questions now. I don't understand why we couldn't just answer what I said. So I still don't know, because I also emailed her and I was like, hey, I feel like there's clearly been some new names appearing at the company. I don't really fully understand, like, who is who and what they're doing and how that's relevant to what my functions are. I also feel like we need to talk about the events that are upcoming because I didn't have any upcoming. And then suddenly you loop me into emails telling people that I was their point of contact, and it's while I'm filming, and these are weekday events. So it's like, I don't think I can be the point of contact. So it's like, I want to understand like what's going on. And it kind of reestablished some expectations here to make sure that like clients are getting what they need from us as a company, and that like I'm able to actually deliver what you're expecting. And she didn't answer for a couple of days. I followed up, and then James and I had a bet being like, she's not gonna answer this one either, and she answered in like 3 hours. We're like, well, fuck, we both lost the bet. But she was like, yeah, definitely. She's like, I'm busy for the next couple of days, but like, how about Monday or Tuesday? Like, how about Monday or Tuesday evening? She's like, because I know you're on set, so we can do an evening thing. I was like, awesome. Tuesday's a no-go, because I didn't say, I was like, because I get drunk and yell about things while I play a weird anime game. I was like, Tuesday's a no-go. I was like, Monday would be great. I'm like, cool, how about 7:30? Because I was like, I usually finish at work around 6:30. That gives me time to eat, and then we can hop on a call. Great. 7:30, I'm at my computer. I got Zoom up. I'm ready to go. And, 7:40 rolls around and she's not in the call. So I text her. I was like, hey, are we still good for a chat tonight? I think it was 8:10 when I messaged James to go, hey, remember how I was supposed to talk to my boss tonight? You want to make any guesses as to how that went?
I think I won that guess, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, you did. She eventually texted me like 45 minutes later. Oh my god, I'm stuck in traffic. Can we reschedule? For like Wednesday or whatever the fuck? I was like, first of all, bitch, I know you're not in traffic because you live 8 minutes from me and I drove through traffic to get home at 6:30, and I know you work from home.
You know
no
who's
traffic
never
anymore.
Jen, you know who's never late though when she says she's gonna be here?
Who?
Just a middle daughter.
Yeah!
Can you say hello, internet? Can you say it louder?
Hi!
Can you say how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Say good. Fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Did
What
you
did
have
you-
a
what
good
did you-
day?
Did you have a good day? What did you do at school today? Here, can you say it into the mic?
Go through the house, the hoops, and under the tunnel.
Wow, you went through a
Yeah.
house under a tunnel and through hoops.
Yeah. But
Oh.
you do that.
That's how you do that. Very good.
That sounds like so much fun.
Oh, you want to do it again? Okay, we're gonna do another take, Jen. That was
Okay.
not a good first take.
Okay, gotcha.
Mommy, at the beautiful, I see an iron crown. I is beautiful.
That's right. Mommy is beautiful.
She is.
Can I try? Okay. Mommy is beautiful too, and so is so are my daughters.
Aw, everybody's beautiful.
I was gonna name drop, but I'm a good dad. And I remembered that we're incognito.
Yep. James, you're also beautiful.
Oh well, thank you. All right. Can you say goodnight, internet? Can you say it louder? There you go.
Good night.
Oh, we're gonna get you in show business one of these days. I love you. All right, I'm back.
I'm so glad you have to translate, because I had no idea what happened. I heard I ate crab at some point in there. It's like, I don't think that's what she said.
Yeah, maybe she did. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, boy.
I should, but I don't.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, sure. What's
Yeah.
wrong with I?
Yeah, Ashley, they're in quote unquote school. Just an oldest daughter is in pre-K, and just the youngest daughter is in early preschool.
Okay.
But yeah, just the oldest daughter has to wear a uniform to school now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail your story of horrible bosses.
No, you're good. She sucks and she's terrible. And so that's gonna be whenever we get to actually talk, it's gonna certainly be a part of the conversation. That she's been ignoring the terms of my contract for like 4 months. And she can't anymore. And she needs to recognize she can't anymore instead of continuing to ignore it and then being like, why aren't things happening? Yeah. But my boss on the fucking show is great.
I'm so glad. I feel like you have deserved a good boss. Well, everyone deserves a good boss, but I'm glad that you actually found a good boss.
I've been through several bad ones. So side story, not even fucking on my sticky note.
Oh, we're going off the rails, everyone. Buckle
Yes,
buckle
we're
up.
going off the rails. Not like we've been completely off them. So today was a day. Some things happened, and I was frustrated. But like most of the frustration didn't really like. I'm pretty good at throwing the filter up when I need to, but in the production office, it's like me and 2 other people, and we all just like make frustrated noises at each other constantly. We're like, all right, what's going on now? And vent to each other because we are a safe space for all the things that are happening on set that come back to us, which is like, son of a bitch, and I gotta deal with this. Because you have to let it out somewhere. So like, we're all good. My boss was actually in the production office today for a brief moment instead of being on set. And he popped in while I was on the phone, and I mouthed like, so sorry, and pointed at my earbud being like, and my phone being like, I'm on. He's like, oh, okay. 25 minutes later, he comes back, and I'm still on the phone. And he was like, and he made like a face at me like, ugh, yikes. I finally get off the phone, and I go to like catch him, and it's actually like as he was leaving. He's like, the second time I came, it was just to like let you know I was leaving, but like, are you good? I was like, yeah, I'm fine, everything's fine. He's like, I know everything's fine, cause you handle stuff, but like, is everything fine? I was like, yeah, it's fine, it's completely fine. And he's like, okay, but like, is it our team or is it like someone else? I was like, I am frustrated. Someone on our team is not very good at telling me what they actually need, but I have figured it out. I have resolved it. It is happening. It's fine. And he was like, okay, but like, it's not fine though, because like, you're having a time. And I was like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. I am frustrated. I'm absolutely frustrated. This is by far, like, if you were to ask me to rank my frustrated days on a set, this would not even crack top 50. I'm not worried about it. Like, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna have some bourbon, and tomorrow's gonna be a new day, and it's not even gonna matter anymore.
I'm gonna yell about this into a microphone to semi-random strangers, and
yeah.
But you're not strangers, chat. We all love you. I know every single one of you.
And so it's so funny, but he's like, okay, are you sure? Which I think is why he's asking me about my bourbon preferences right now. But yeah, I was like, it's not great. I was like, but like, I'm moving past it, and I'm also not taking any of it personally. Stuff needs to happen, and I'm making it happen. And now that I know what actually needs to happen, it's gonna happen. So it's fine. And he was like, is it this person? And like named them, and I was like, I don't want to throw anybody under a bus, but if it's gonna worry you, I'm just gonna say yes, but also, like, I'm not surprised, and it's fine. It, like, truly is fine. Nothing needs to be said, and we're good now. And he's like, okay, like, if you're like, sure, because, like, you shouldn't have to deal with any of that. And I was like, you are too sweet for I was like, as far as I'm concerned, dealing with this shit is literally my job, so, like, we're good. So he's like so concerned about the fact that like somebody's like not making my life super easy to do stuff for them. He's like, they're asking you to do stuff. They should at least like treat with you respect and like, and give you what you need for it. And I was like, on the one hand, I agree with you. On the other hand, I know they're having a time. We're working through it. It's okay. Cause he's such a great fucking boss that he was like, no, this is unacceptable. And I was like, on the one hand, I agree with you. On the other hand, I've gotten so much worse from so many people over such a much longer period of time. This is truly, genuinely okay. Anyways.
It's good to have a good boss. I am
Yeah.
sincerely glad that you've landed at a place where you have a good boss to
Yeah.
work for.
Me too. But I am gonna. This is why I was laughing about the aggressive comment you made earlier. I was called aggressive today.
Oh no.
Yeah. Right? So I'm not gonna read this entire text message chain out verbatim, but like pretty much what happened is I'm just purely fucking guessing. Okay, good. Pretty much what happened is someone on my team needs equipment that we have to rent. And so they chatted with me this morning, early this morning, like 7 a.m., was like, hey, who is allowed to sign rental agreements? Like, does it have to be somebody in particular? I was like, that's a good question. Let me find out and make sure that, like, it doesn't have to be, like, anybody with specific clearances to, like, sign for the company. So I go and I get that information, and it's like, all right, cool, yeah, pretty much as long as it's not a PA, anybody can sign it. He goes, great. I will cover it and have... I'm gonna just say Steve again. It's a different Steve. I just need a name that's not a real person's name. So I'll have Steve cover it. I was like, great. So like 3 hours later, no, I take it back. It's not 3 hours later. It was 3 hours later that I gave him this information. So like 30 minutes after he's like, I will take care of it and have Steve do it, the person who works directly under him sends me a novel of a text message, which I already hate. It's like, if it's that long, send me an email. But,
Was it abbreviated with like the way Rise would send a text message, like the word like B, like before is the letter B and the number 4?
Thank God, no. But
okay, well that's good at least.
So, but it's long enough that my phone does the click here to view the rest of the message kind of thing on it. It's super long. There is a lack of capitalization and a lack of grammar, which, like, I'm not just being picky about, like, you didn't use proper grammar, but, like, it's to the point where it's like, I can't tell what the intent of the sentences are. Like, that kind of grammar problem. Sends me this long thing being like, hey, here's all the stuff we need you to do, like, here's everything you need to know, and not even everything you need to know, it's like, this is the equipment we need you to rent for us, and so on and so forth. Okay, thanks. And I was like, hold on. I was like, your boss just said he was taking care of it with Steve. And they're like, taking care of what? I was like, the thing you just asked me about. I was like, I just talked to him like 30 minutes ago, and he said that he was gonna cover it, and he was gonna send Steve to go do it. And I followed that up with like, if that changed, that's fine. I just need to know, and I want to make sure you two are on the same page. Like, do you know that I had this conversation with him? And her response is like, well, I'm confused because like he asked me to have you do this earlier this morning, and I was like, I don't doubt that. I was like, but literally 30 minutes ago, I talked to him about this. I was like, I just want to make sure, like, we're good. And she's like, well, yeah, because for these rental agreements, like, there's like a credit check and all this stuff. And I was like, that's a very different conversation than just who can sign a rental agreement. I was like, that I need to find out, like, who has the authority and who has the information for us to run a credit check against the company. Like, that I don't know. She's like, yeah, that's why I'm coming to you. And I was like, okay, like, you know, I get it now. I was like, but that's not the information I had before. So it's like, it's going to take me some time because I have to have different conversations with production. I can't ask about things that if I don't have the information. And so this went back and forth like a little bit with me just trying to be like, I'm trying to get clear on what's happening. And at some point, her response is, this part I am reading verbatim. I don't know why you're coming at me so aggressively about this. I was starting the conversation with you about it, prepared to get you whatever info you needed, and I feel like I have committed some crime of stupidity.
Well, grammar crime, perhaps.
Yeah. But I was like, so my response was like, I'm not being aggressive. I'm sorry if the tone is coming across that way in text form. I'm just trying to get a handle on what's needed. And I'm gonna text my boss back while I'm looking at it. Okay, there we go. Anyways.
Specialist is such a banger of a song.
So yeah, so I was like, I'm not, look, if you want to see aggressive, bitch, like, let's go. I could be aggressive, but I was like, I cannot believe this is a thing that just got said to me. And my favorite part is at the end of all of this, so this is the part where I was visibly frustrated, and when my boss was like, seriously, you good though? My favorite part of all this, it was just like, yeah, like, there's credit checks and blah, 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 is when I eventually got the information that I needed, because the other thing was, it was like, hey, I already talked to, you know, this store knows exactly what we need, because I already talked to them. So, like, just call, and, like, there's one guy who handles these rentals. I don't know his name, but it's just one guy, so it'll be fine. I called number one. It's not just one guy. There's several people who handle it. And it's, and none of them know what I'm talking about. Also, they don't need a credit check. She confused a credit card authorization form with a credit check. So I don't actually have to be doing any of this. She could have just done it when she was physically there yesterday, but it's fine. It's fucking fine.
Well, it's everything's fine. Everything's fine as the fire consumes the room.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, Ashley, you're 100% right. But when someone says that, especially like over a text message, I 100% become more aggressive and defensive.
Right?
I'm like, so that's 100% true. Flashfire, when Jen becomes aggressive, everyone should hide. So here's a fun fact. I've seen Jen be aggressive a few times at RTX when we were Guardians. Now, everyone who's a Guardian will know that the freight elevator at the Austin Convention Center is known to break down. That's just the thing we all know. Here's what people don't know. Every time the freight elevator has broken, I was on it and I just stop it halfway between floors because I know Jen cannot find me there.
My favorite thing that would happen during RTX, Setsu, thank you very much for that resub. My favorite thing that would happen at RTX is when I would have to send a message to, like, the whole team, that was less than upbeat, cause someone did a bad, and that you would message me privately, just like the eye emoji or something like that, like, oh no, what happened? And then just later, if we happen to cross paths, you just be like, you good? And I'd just go, I'd make my frustrated dinosaur noises, and then you go, uh-huh, and then we would part.
Yeah. One of those happened when, I think that was when Jeff was kind of like a pseudo-guardian, and I ran into him because he was running to, like, get coffee or something, and I was getting coffee for my person. And, that message came across. It came across our phones at the same time. We looked at it. We locked eyes. We looked back at the phone. And then we just stayed in line a little longer. Just like, no, we're fine here. Just, it's none of our business. It's not us. It's not my problem.
I love that so much. Oh, God. Yeah, I get frustrated, and I'll get, like, you guys see it, like, here, you know, this is also for entertainment, you know, I kind of lean into that side of things. It's like, I'll get, like, kind of, I can get frustrated, and then here in game world, I will yell at things. But it's like, I don't tend to get, like, angry in person very often. I think James is one of the few people who has actually witnessed that happen. It's a time.
It is a time.
It is a time.
It is a time. It's like if you actually see it happen, and then, like, you pan to my face, there's, like, this stoic horror in my eye, and then, like, you just see one lone tear coming down, like, oh no. It's both beautiful and terrible to behold.
Chat's popping into the chat. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, man, work, huh?
Yeah, work. On the flip side of me being aggressive, our production manager, who I'm gonna call, Sarah. I've given fake names to everybody if you haven't figured this out yet.
Is this Sarah? Is this Sarah with an H or without an H?
This is gonna be Sarah without an H.
Okay.
So our production manager, Sarah, is like constant. If I were in her position, I would have already ended up under my desk crying at least once. She is dealing with so much that should be beyond her job. But it's just like, because it's a smaller production, we don't have dedicated people to those things like we normally would. And then also she does not have she does not have a great support system, like, because there's just not enough people. There's just not enough people on our crew to do all these things. So there's a lot of things where people are like, oh, well, like, Sarah can just, like, cover that gap, and Sarah can just cover that gap. But there's just so many gaps, she spreads super thin. So she's having a time. And, like, I cannot believe that she is keeping up with it as well as she is. So we had a conversation last week where I made a comment very similar to what the comment I made to my boss today about going home and having bourbon. And she's like, man, she's like, I haven't had, she's like, I, for a while, was, like, doing, like, whiskeys and bourbons and things like that. She goes, and then I switched to wine because I somehow thought that would be better. She goes, but then I didn't want to just leave a bottle of wine open. So I only open it if I intend to finish it. And I realized that was worse. So she's like, but I haven't gone back to, like, she's like, I haven't gotten, like, a good whiskey in a while. So I was like, she deserves a break and maybe a little hug from the inside, as it were. So I was like, I got her a bottle of one of the whiskeys that we enjoy here. And so when I had messaged her being like, are you a straight whiskey, bourbon, or rye kind of person? For science. This is purely for science. She kind of laughed. And she's like, probably straight whiskey. I was like, okay. I was like, this is noted in my very official scientific notebook. So I got her a bottle, and I left it on her desk today, because she started the day at set instead of the production office, and I left it on her desk with a sticky note on it that said, for science. So I ended up at set unexpectedly, and she ended up being my ride back. And so we just talked about all the things that had happened this morning, which was a lot. So we get back to the production office, and we split to go to our individual offices. And so I go to my office, and I close the door, and I sit down, and I have opened my computer when my door flies open. And she's like, why the fuck are you so nice?
I mean, it's a good thing that she didn't catch you with your laptop open and she could see all of your porn. But,
right?
I mean,
yeah. It was so bad. She just yells, why the fuck are you so nice? And I was like, shh, someone might hear you. I have a reputation as an insufferable asshole to uphold, all right? I will beg you to keep that a secret, that I did anything remotely kind. And she came over and gave me a hug, and she was like, you seriously didn't have to do that. I was like, no, someone needed to, and the two of us know if something needs to happen and we don't do it, it doesn't happen. So I did have to do that for you.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, so she was like, we're drinking this together at some point. I was like, oh yeah, I will not argue that in the slightest. I was like, but you deserved something nice, and deserved something that was for you and to have a little break. So I was like, that is one of our favorites at home. I hope you enjoy it too. But it was just so funny.
Well, I'm glad you're able to dig deep to find a little kernel of niceness to share with other humans who are capable of doing their jobs.
Yes. So yeah, I was like, that was my one kernel of nice for the month. So. Yeah.
Well, I expect nothing else then for the remainder of August. But yeah, it's sad when the state of affairs are such that doing your job is the bar. Like,
yeah.
Thank you for doing your job. Here's a bottle of whiskey.
Pretty much. I mean, that's what happened when I was at animation. On my last day, the tech team bought me a bottle of tequila. And I was like, what is this for? And they're like, because you're the only person who ever actually gave us what we needed to do our jobs to support your team. Because, like, when a tech issue would come up for my team in our pipeline, I'd be like, cool, like, I would follow up on the tickets and figure out, like, what other information does tech need to be able to recreate this or, like, track it down or whatever. Because if it just stayed between tech and the artist, like, things just never moved because, like, tech sometimes couldn't figure out how to ask the question of the artist in a way the artist would get it, and the artist would use words that the tech was like, what does this shit mean? Or the artist would just be too into doing whatever they needed to for their shots to like think about responding to a ticket. So like I would go back and forth, like, you're the only person who did that, so like, thank you. And I was like, I thought that was a basic function of my job. Thank you for the alcohol. And then we did shots in the office. So.
Perfect. And then you did it. Then you did a reshoot with more shots.
Yay! It was,
I made a yoke.
You did. Yeah. So yeah. Apparently, just doing your job wins you alcohol. I don't know.
There you go. Well, in other news, we have a female NPC smiling gently in this game.
God damn it! Everybody drink.
I think the next time we play Breach, everyone should just smile gently. That is the adjective for smiles from now on. Everyone
right.
smiles gently.
I'm making a note. I'm gonna see this note on Saturday and be like, why did I write this? It's great. Anyways, I've told a number of stories. James, do you want to hit something on your list?
Yeah, I can hit something semi-work related. Actually, this is 100% work related for me. I don't know why I said semi. So I had a new person start on my team yesterday. So yay, my team is growing. I now have 5 people reporting to me, and theoretically that means I should be able to get more work done. Eventually.
Fuck Ashley, no. God damn it.
So my new hire, very interesting, because my parent company that acquired our company, they have an internship program for actuaries. And after they finish their internship, they do a rotating actuarial program where they move them to a department in the company for 2 years, and then they move them to a different department for 2 years so they get to know other people and network, and then they do it again. And you basically can keep doing this, and while you're in the program, our company will pay for your study supplies for the actuary exams, for the actual actuary exams, and what have you. So it's a very popular program in our company, and I figured, I'll win some brownie points with my director by saying, hey, my open position, I'll take one of your interns. Here's what I didn't know, Jen. They just assigned the intern to my team. I didn't get to interview them. I didn't get I didn't get a feel for them.
No.
I got basically a blind date of a person who is going to be on my team for 2 years, whether I like it or not.
Oh my god.
And you know what? So far, super nice guy. I actually got to talk with him quite a bit today. So like my 10 meetings that I was telling you about, 3 of them were with him, like either to like make sure that you have the applications on your computer to do modeling, or like here's how your email works, and then like actually just talk and get to know you as a person, who just randomly showed up on my team yesterday. But the craziest thing is that since our parent company bought my company, there's still some firewalls up because our company did business with competitors. So our parent company can't see a lot of our data because it has privileged like financial information that would make it anti-competitive if they saw it.
Okay.
So trying to get the paperwork done for this guy that like he's gainfully employed for me, it's difficult because he has basically identical credentials within the parent company, and our IT is like, no, this dude already exists. We can't like create another profile for him. So it has been a nightmare of IT issues of like, no, it's the same person. Can we just bring his profile over to our side? And when I say that, IT just looks at me like I said, why don't we go fishing on Venus? You know, it's a totally normal thing to say. They're like, they're like, James, but the firewall, we can't do anything about the firewall.
Just drop concentration.
You know, I wanted to say something, but it was just too damn good. That was just too damn good of a comeback. So yeah, a lot of my day today was spent working with legal. Like I had to sit down with lawyers to make this guy get a profile with our company that is owned by a parent company, but like his profile can't cross the firewall. for whatever reason. So instead of having like a brand new person out of college who has no work experience, I now have an intern who has some knowledge of the company already, which is nice, but he technically isn't reporting to me yet. But in practice, he is reporting to me. So it's like this weird, like, nebulous gray area of employment, which I'm sure he's just thrilled to death about.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
But
Wonderful.
yeah, so yeah, I had today may have been a new record. I had 10 meetings today.
That's so many meetings.
I started working at 8 a.m. local time. I didn't finish till around 4:30, and I was able to fit 10 meetings in there, and I stuffed my face with a turkey sandwich. And I usually have Chinese on Tuesday. It's my tradition.
Oh,
And I didn't have-
yeah. I
and I
knew
didn't
that
have
because
time.
you always send me a picture of your fortune cookie bullshit. And
I know.
Now that you mentioned it, I didn't get that today.
I know, and I was very disappointed. So I'm a little punchy right now, and yeah. So it's been a fun day. It's been a very fun day.
What
Alright.
is this? It's del-
Oh, you amazed eye.
It doesn't take much. She's just
No,
happy to
right.
have attention that's not about her tits.
Yeah, this is true. Very true.
Hey, related to me talking like that, Jeff, my drink's almost empty.
No, Jeff. No, I wasn't being aggressive. I was just being very visibly frustrated. I think.
There we go.
Which for people who know me, it takes a lot for me to visibly show frustration because I'm usually just like I'll just smile and nod and cry on the inside where tears belong. And no, like after meeting 9, I was about to like leap through a laptop and strangle someone.
Ashley, what are you talking about? Ashley, what's happening? Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned and worried as well. Hey Ashley, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on over there? I'm simultaneously so excited and so terrified.
Yes, as am I.
There's gotta be a word for that. I don't know what it is, but 50
But
hues.
you-
Oh, we decided it's gonna be hues. 50 hues of Faye instead of 50 shades. I like it.
There we go. We'll avoid that copyright issue.
I hate it and love it at the same time.
You know, why don't we just go all in? Why don't we do like HUGHS? You know,
No.
that kind of hue.
No.
50 hue.
No, because that implies that's the name of the elf, and that's a dumbass name. I hate that name.
It's that is a dumb name. Sorry, all the hues out there.
I'm like partially sorry. Have you ever met anyone named Hugh? I think
I'm thinking-
I just know there's the one actor.
Who's a dick? Who is a known
Yeah.
dick? No, I guess I don't know any hues.
Well, there's blue. There's no. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but I am sorry. I hate myself. Anyways.
But you know what? I'm so upset. I'm gonna go into the bathroom and scream and go to the bathroom. So I will be back in 2
Okay.
minutes.
Okay, you do that. You guys, James is gone. And it's great because I know you can't hear it. Guys, James is wonderful. I appreciate him. He has not been my boss. There was a brief moment in time where his company lets people be remote, and there was a brief moment in time where like maybe like he had an opening on his team. It's like, oh my god, maybe I could work there. And I was like, might be weird to work for my friend, but I was like, also it's James. I was like, everything that James tells me about his team tells me that he's a great boss. He would absolutely be on the list of great bosses. So I can't say it definitively. I've not actually had him as a boss, but the way he talks about his team and how he tries to take care of them and stuff is wonderful. And I have no doubt that he is an incredible boss. So he's great. Pathos, no. Which Hugh is the asshole actor? There's Hugh Grant. Is there a different Hugh? Oh, there's Hugh Jackman. I know there are 2. Hugh Grant's an ass. Anyways, James is wonderful. And I appreciate him. And I want him to come back. I want him to come back here. 100%. Oh, Hugh Laurie. Oh, there's 3! There's more Hughs! I want to talk nice things about James, but my mind is being blown about actors named Hugh. Do we know any non-actors named Hugh? Is this like how there's no young people named, like, like oh god, like Eustace. Like that's an old person name. You ever meet a young person named that?
What about Ulysses?
And Ulysses, yeah. Oh no, but that's no. Yeah, but no. My brain hurts. Hey, what's up?
Hey, with all of the meetings I had today, I realized the way my day started, what I didn't realize was like a warning of what was about to come. So this wasn't on my post-it note. I had to write it this morning. On my way back from dropping my daughters off at school, a deer was running across the street. And
a doe? A deer?
A deer, yes, a female deer. And the ray of sun was in my eyes, which made it very difficult. And I yelled "fuck" really loud.
No.
But, so it was that kind of close call where, in my head, time started to slow down, and I started drawing triangles and vectors of like how this was going to go down. And I'm not going to lie, the confidence intervals of where that deer was going to be and where my car was going to be, it overlapped just a little bit, and that got me a little worried.
Oh, no.
But the part of the story that I have never seen before, this deer was booking it across the street. It almost made it to the median, and it slipped on a dry pavement. I have never seen a deer slip and fall. Its legs go straight up, and it is flailing because this deer is completely confused where it is now. And I'm thinking, you know what? This deer made it. It's confused, and it's going to jump back into the street because it has no idea where it is right now. But fortunately, it just stayed in the median once it gained its composure, and I zipped on past it, and I'm thinking, I'm sure that's not a metaphor of things to come today. La, 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 la.
Sometimes you're the deer.
Yes.
Sometimes you're, I guess, the pavement.
Yeah, sometimes you're the pavement. That's right.
I don't know who Hugh Dillon is. We're discovering that there's actually multiple Hughs.
But we haven't met these. I hope we haven't met these Hughs.
Yeah, but they're all famous people. Like no one seems to know a Hugh that's just like a dude. But yeah,
is there a Hugh? Is there a Hugh under the age of 20?
I don't know who Hugh Dillon is. So I can't speak to that one. The rest of them definitely not. But it's like
that sounds like a fake name, Jen.
It does. I'm waiting for there to be a punchline, but I was like,
yeah.
the Hugh that I was like, yeah, there's Hugh Grant, and then somebody's like, well, I only know of 2 Hughs. I was like, who else is there? It's like, fuck, Hugh Jackman. And I was like, oh, somebody else was like, oh, Hugh Laurie. It's like, shit, I forgot about that one too. And then Hugh Hefner, and then whoever Hugh Dillon is, Carl, I'm not reading that out loud, or Ashley. God damn it, both of you. This is why we can't have nice things. Bailiff, that was a good one. You almost got me with that one. I don't like that it looks suspiciously close to Gwen.
Well, you can't spell Gwen, or you can't spell...
Nope, stop. Whatever you're about to say, stop right there.
Okay. Sorry. Man, you think Rise is cool with you talking with I on the roof?
I don't think she's cool with me talking to literally anybody that's not her. Man
That's
or
fair.
woman, yeah.
I mean, her persona is a giant telescope. If that doesn't tell you what her, internal personality is...
Right. I imagine, actually, that she's probably, staring at me from underneath the solar panel that's closest to the screen right now.
Yeah, if you look really closely, you can actually see her in frame.
Yeah.
If you look hard enough.
She's there. Why do you think there's so much space between me and I right now? Yay! My Thank you. That was beautiful. Wait. You can take my empty one.
Now you're gonna make me take care of your...
Come here. Mwah! All right, now you can take it. Thank you. I love you. Bye. That's it. Nothing.
Well, I can't wait to see that in 20 seconds.
What's great is you won't even see it. I got a little dance, but it was off camera.
Oh, boo. Yeah, but you know what? Jeff actually gave me a wonderful Segui. Speaking of dances, Jen, guess what I did this weekend?
For a second I was like, what did you... No, I know the answer to this question. I mean, James, what did you do this weekend?
So, in our action-packed July/early August, while my wife was still off from work, we planned a lot of trips. We went to Pittsburgh to visit my family for the first time in like 17 months because when we booked the trip, COVID numbers were going down and vaccines were going up. What could possibly go wrong? And then, I came to Austin and visited you and Jeff and so many of our friends. And then the top it all off, we went to Annapolis for a wedding. One of my wife's very good longtime friends from Memphis is a Navy officer, and he got married at the Naval Academy at Annapolis. And we thought, well, how fun is that? Like, they usually just don't let anyone on the Naval Academy grounds, and to be able to go there for a wedding with some friends and have a reception, like, how wonderful. So here's what happened, and this is in no particular order. This is just how I recall the events of that weekend. The Wednesday before the wedding, the bride gets a phone call from the reception venue, and they said that the building, the Old Vin Manor that is going to have the entire reception, and it's also like a bed and breakfast, so the wedding party can stay there.
Oh, that sounds very nice.
Yeah, lovely, Maryland, on the coast, beautiful. You could smell the salt water, beautiful.
Oh,
they had significant fire damage, and they can't host the event. They can't host the wedding in the building. And here's that's what's horrible. Fires happen. Yeah. Here's the thing. The fire happened long ago, and they thought, hey, you know what? I bet we can fix this before their wedding, so we can still, still get our money.
Oh no!
They weren't able to fix it in time, and the building inspector would not grant them a certificate of occupancy. You can't it's like when you see the sign you can fit 110 people in this building.
Yeah, they're like, you can fit 0. Don't let them in.
Yeah, 0, less than 0. You actually have to keep people away from the building.
God.
So this is the week of the wedding, Jen. Jen, you've planned a wedding, right?
Yeah, I'm getting secondhand anxiety from this.
So, what the venue did was they had to hastily erect a giant tent.
Erect.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Many poles in that tent.
Bourbon is hit. It is hit.
Yep. So, move all of the, they had to get furniture, tables, chairs in there, centerpieces. The DJ had to, get everything wired. They had to bring in one of those porta potties that actually have running, quote unquote, running water.
Nice. Was it the foot pedal thing?
Yeah, the foot pedal thing.
Hell yeah.
All of that.
Welcome back.
And they still had it on the grounds of this manor. Now, this is what we heard heading toward the wedding. And then the best part of it is that because the bridal party was going to stay there, they have to find lodging for the whole bridal party now because that's where they were going to stay.
Oh, God.
And Annapolis is a historic city that doesn't have a lot of hotels. There's no Best Westerns in downtown Annapolis. Actually, there's just historic inns that are filled with the other wedding guests. So it was a scramble. And we know all of this before we fly out there. And we're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. I don't know what to expect. What is this reception gonna be like? So we go. We meet up with some friends the night before. It's lovely. The day of the wedding, it rains. It rains the whole day, Jen.
Oh no.
And you know what the fun thing about the Naval Academy? They don't let civilian vehicles on their campus for security reasons. You know where the chapel is on the Naval campus? It's far away from every entrance as you can imagine. So I had to scramble to a souvenir shop to buy umbrellas for us as we're walking around the Naval Academy in the rain. We have this, the ceremony goes off relatively without a hitch. The person who was doing one of the readings forgot she was doing a reading. So there was just awkward silence for 2.5 minutes.
Wait. How do you forget you're doing a reading? Did they, because there's always there's a wedding rehearsal the day before, which is just that run through of hey, you're gonna do this and you do this and you do and now this is the part where you come up and you do your thing. That happens before a wedding. How do you?
I do not know, and I had enough grace not to ask because I realized the venue burned down, and I just don't need to rub salt in the wound. I'm just like, no, this is
Fair.
happening. This
Fair.
is happening. So, but the nice thing, they're all Navy officers, all of the groomsmen. They're in their, their finery, all of their
Yes.
decorations and the medals for heroism, and I'm guessing landing a plane on an aircraft carrier because that shit's hard.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
They're decorated to the nines, and it's for for everything that happened, it was a wonderful ceremony. Then we drive out to the reception, and you know what? The tent is actually nice. It is an actually nice tent. They made it look really nice, and like we even went up to the bride and like, if you didn't tell us that the house burned down, we would have thought this was an excellent venue. This looks like, we just thought it would be like a nice outdoor wedding, but it has been raining, and it's a tent outside, so they had to like lay all these platforms down so we could walk to the bathroom without stepping in piles of mud because wet ground and heels, and those are just my shoes, but we're having fun at the reception. They did the thing with the table, and
Sorry.
for those who haven't gotten
Yes.
married yet and you're planning on getting married and you're planning a wedding, it's so cute
Good
when
night.
you give the tables names. Like, she's very big into flowers, so like every table was named after like a flower, like violet and lavender and roses, different colored, different, not different color, but different types of flowers. You know how hard it is to find your table? Like, if I'm at table 13, I know to look for a 12 or a 14.
Yeah.
And if I'm at table 1, I missed the mark.
Exactly.
Lavender. Where's lavender? I'm
Yeah.
looking, and then I realize, oh, the different centerpieces are the flowers that you're supposed to be
Well,
at.
that partially helps, but yeah.
Yeah, that part, Jen beat me to the joke.
Yeah.
Hey, chat, guess who doesn't know what flowers look like?
I was gonna say,
I
I was
know
like, it doesn't help because you don't know what else is gonna be around it. But I was like, lavender's a thing. I know what lavender looks like.
Yeah, I know lavender is like a purple, so I'm looking for purple flowers. Guess what I found? I found violets. I found lilacs. I've been like, the last table is like, oh, lavender. Here we go. This is my table.
Was there hyacinth as well?
You know what? I hope there wasn't. I didn't find the hyacinth table, but thank God I didn't.
Hyacinth is actually one of my favorite plants. Like, Alstroemeria is my favorite flower, which is very convenient for Jeff because it's technically a filler flower, so he can get me a shit ton in a bouquet for not very much because they're like one of the cheapest flowers. But hyacinth is one of my favorite planted flowers. They're very aromatic and very pretty, and they're purple.
Very nice. Yeah, purple's a lovely color. It's a very Gwen color.
Yeah, it is a very Gwen color. But also, just since you knew you were looking for purple plants, that's why I brought it up.
Yeah, exactly. It was a nice segue into D&D. But so we're at the reception. Things are a lot better than we expected, and then the speeches come. The speeches came, and there were just so many of them. And here's some pro advice, chat. If you ever have to give a speech at a wedding, if you're gonna tell a story, the thing you should always have in the back of your mind is, where do I want to take the audience with this story? Like, if you're just trying to tell funny stories about the groom or the bride without like a point, don't do it. Like, you should be, everything you say should be trying to to pull into a central thesis of why they're a wonderful couple or why this is a wonderful person and they deserve the best. We got speeches of, from the maid of honor, let me tell you about the 4 past dates that the bride had and why they were all terrible. And then at the end of it, I'm thinking, is this supposed to make my wife's friend look great by comparison? These are really shitty stories to tell, even by wedding standards, of how terrible other dates have been. Or if you're the groom, the groom's been telling stories of how the groom hit you in the back of the head with a golf club and it dislodged your eye.
What? What?
Everyone was horrified.
I'm horrified.
Yeah. And here's the thing, it didn't go anywhere. He didn't use that to tie it into how, nothing. There was just a funny story about this is the guy who got married just a couple hours ago. and it was just like kept going and going, and it was like, okay, what else could possibly go wrong after all of this? Jen,
Why did you say that? Why did you put that energy into the universe?
Jen, do you know sailors, they party hard.
Oh yeah, they do.
They partied really hard to the point where, all of that finery that they were wearing, the pomp and circumstance of a naval wedding with like a saber ceremony and like walking under the sword. Yeah, there were jackets that had all of these medals and awards and distinctions of honor were just thrown haphazardly away. Yeah, like it was like spring break. Like everyone had, like people were taking their shirts off, and that was just the women. And it was. No, I was making that part up. I was making that part up. But like it was just wild. All of the music was club music. Like there were no there was no like I wouldn't even say like traditional wedding songs,
God.
but it's just like it was club music. It was just club music. It was thumping. They were going crazy. And at the end of the night, we're saying goodnight. We're getting to our car and we're trying to escape. The groom comes up, who is not wearing a shirt, very sweaty, gives my wife a big old sweaty hug, and looks at me, and not like a, hey, thanks for coming from Nashville. It's, hey, you have too many clothes on still.
Oh
Like,
my God.
oh, okay, cool.
Oh.
We have an eclectic group of friends, and so does my wife. The guy who ate shrimp when he was allergic to shrimp, and
Yeah.
his fiance said, "You'll learn." Those kind of people.
Yeah.
Even my wife looked at me and goes, "This was pretty sloppy. Like, let's get out of here." And when my wife says that, she means it.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
like, she's seen shit. I've seen shit. And when we were both like, no, this is pretty down there in terms of just decorum.
God.
We're like, okay, we're done.
Jesus. Yeah, when you sent me, you sent me the before and after pictures, which were pretty great. When you sent me like, hey, did you know sailors could drink? So I partied with Marines exactly once.
Which are like the elite sailors.
Yeah. So let me paint this picture for you, and then we're gonna get into what I think is a Marie cutscene. I stopped here because I was like, this is what's happening. So my uncle was the XO of the Pensacola Flight School for a while.
Gotcha.
And when he retired from that post to pass it off to somebody else, because he's like, this has been great, I don't want to do it anymore. But like being like the XO of anything is a big deal, and then being of the Pensacola Flight School was like, that was huge. And so there was this big ceremony, and then there was a party afterwards that was literally at his house in his backyard. So, his house, beautiful, wonderful backyard with like a saltwater pool in it, and then also like there's a saltwater pool, but also you can see the ocean from there, and you can get there pretty quick. It's a beautiful setup, and so the party was gonna just be at his place, and it was one of those things that a lot of family was like, my grandparents came down, and my aunt and her son came down. And a bunch of people were busy, like a lot of people wanted to go and couldn't, but my dad and I were able to go. My mom and my sister couldn't make it. And so we went, and we went to this fantastic ceremony, and then there was the party at the house. And like we were staying at the house. And this was also the first time I had seen a bunch of family. It was literally like 6 days after Jeff had proposed to me.
Aww.
So most of the family didn't know yet. So like me being there and having the ring was the first time I was telling family that I was getting married. And I'm the oldest of all of the nieces, grandkids, all of those designations. I'm the oldest of that. So like I'm the first one to get married from that generation of things. So like that was a big, huge deal, whatever. So I am freshly engaged. And I'm here with my uncle, who is he is just retired as the XO of the Pensacola Flight School. He was a Cobra helicopter, squad leader, in several combat rounds in the Middle East. And like, he's done a bunch of tours in Okinawa and like all kinds of stuff. Like he was on the president's detail, under Bush. So he's been like, And like he's the youngest to have done all that. Like he retired as the XO like when he was like 35. Like he did a lot in a very short period of time. He's a lieutenant, or was he lieutenant colonel? Yeah, he was lieutenant.
It sounds about right for an XO.
Yeah, like it was fucking. I can't remember what levels everybody was at because my grandfather was also in the military. I think my grandfather was lieutenant colonel. Anyways, doesn't matter. Very high up there, very big deal. But also very young and like also kind of like short. Like we were like almost the same height.
Wait, Jen, are you saying people in your family are short like you?
Only some of us. Some people are very, very tall. But he just happened to also be on the short side. So yeah. So we're down there. We do this beautiful ceremony. We're at this house party, and there's multiple kegs and then all kinds of liquor or whatever. And it gets sloppy real fucking fast. So I'm partying with all these Marines, and it's great. But none of these Marines, like, all they just see is, like, young girl in her, like, early 20s, early to mid-20s. I don't know exactly what my relationship is to their now retired XO. They don't know they don't know who I'm there with or whatever. So they're starting to flirt hardcore because I was still at that point very paranoid about my ring because it was very, very pretty. And I was like, God, this is so much money to have on my hand. I can't have this on my hand right now. So I didn't have it on me while this party's going on. So they're like hitting on me super hard. And watching my uncle super drunk immediately switch into XO mode and be like, excuse me, gentlemen, are you hitting on my niece? And watching all of them shrink like a foot and go, no, sir, I'm very sorry, sir. Wow, it's like moments after everyone had just done a bunch of keg stands together. I watched my dad do a keg stand. It was a very weird evening, but it was fucking wild. And these men know how to party. But watching him immediately, even drunk, be like, are you hitting on my niece? And watching all of them, even though, like, he's retired, he is not their XO anymore, all of them going, I'm so sorry, sir, it won't happen again, sir. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed. I almost peed myself laughing. It was incredible.
You know, we could have used an XO at that reception. It needed just a little bit. Like I'm all for having cutting loose and having a good party. It just needed a little, just a hint more order, just a little more order.
Just a wee bit.
But like hearing your dad do a cake stand and seeing that. And I don't mean this in any disrespect towards you, Jen, but I think you and I suffer from the same thing, that both of our dads are a lot cooler than we are.
It was one of those things that, like, I was like, yes, he clearly did a bunch of keg stands in college, but I was like, I love my dad. And it's not to say he hasn't enjoyed a beverage at home, but watching him turn into, like, cause the XO, was the youngest of all those siblings. My dad is one of four. I have to go through everybody. But yeah, so my dad is the oldest of four, and the XO was the youngest of them. And watching him immediately get on his level and be like, yeah, everybody's doing keg stands, let's go. And I'm just like, especially because my mom wasn't there, I'm like, do I tell, if she asks me how it went, do I mention this? Do I specifically not mention it? I don't know. What is the protocol here? I've never seen my dad party. This is very, and I was like, am I allowed to party in front of my dad? This is very, I'm 25 and about to be married. I can party, but it's my dad. It was funny because I was also like, I have no problems partying in front of my uncle because he was so young compared to the rest of the siblings that not we were close in age, but he was I think there was only 9 or 10 years between us because how it worked out. Because I want to say he was 35 and I was 25. So it's on the one hand, he's my uncle, but on the other hand, there's not a huge gap there. So I was this is fine. But then there's my dad. I'm I don't know what to do about this. And then there was my grandfather, but he was also in the military. And I was I feel this, he wasn't doing keg stands. He was decently aged, but he was having a good time. And I was yeah, I could drink in front of grandpa. This is okay. My grandmother, who was almost a nun, that was weird. And then there's my dad. I was like, there's a lot happening in this.
Jen, I don't like that you're insinuating that you don't think a nun can do a keg stand.
Look, I love my grandmother, but she, like, the only reason she didn't become a nun is because she met my grandfather and was like, oh, I would like to get married. She's super, super religious. Like could give Vasile a run for his money.
Oh.
Yeah, but not with the manacles. There are no manacles. I hope not. Never mind. I'm gonna go to this cutscene now before I think too much about this. And then I will ponder Blazer Yang's question. I will ponder this while we go through the Marie cutscene. I'm thinking about my grandma now. Oh no.
Yeah. It's like the idea that, like, my dad, when he was between 16 and 25, he toured around, multiple states playing in a band. I'm like, I know what bands do, and then there's the image of my dad, and I'm trying to reconcile those two things. And oh man, my dad's a lot cooler than me. Even to this day, you know what my dad did while I was in Annapolis having a Navy wedding?
I would love to know as soon as I acknowledge what Ashley said. Holy shit. It's incredible. Continue with your dad.
My dad was able to book time at a Nashville recording studio, and he recorded several of his original songs. And now my dad he has recorded songs in Nashville. My dad is technically and literally a recording artist now in Nashville. And I'm just like, yeah, I play video games.
That's incredible.
I know. How dare he be so much cooler than me?
Marta, do you actually know anything today? Considering it's February 3rd and James told me February 4th was like the big no-no time. Probably. Oh, shit! Here we go! Alright, not in the realm of man. Yeah. Are we sure she's not just at the beef skewer place? Because she seemed to really like that one.
Okay, so we know she's not on the Isle of Man. Okay,
hey,
very good.
Jokes.
That's a geography joke, kids.
When I'm done, I should... When she's done, she'll come for us, you guys.
Wow.
Please never make that sound again. Oh my god. It's in my brain now. Oh, I hate it. Fucking. Oh no. Jesus Christmas.
Oh, you just need to wait. You know what? I'll just leave that on the screen. Just leave it on the screen.
What? Oh no! Oh, I finally just saw what was happening on the screen. If I need to wait, I'm not doing it right. Anyways. I'm so derailed right now. And we're just going to the jazz music at lunchtime at school.
Oh, here, let's talk to this ball of joy. He'll make us feel better.
Oh no. Sure, yeah, we could talk later. It's fine.
I'm gonna be around the liquor store.
I was about to say, it sounds so bad. James, I've immediately gone back to looking at the microphone when I talk to you.
Well, that's where I am. I live in the microphone. That's how I was able to smell peanut butter and jelly bourbon.
Oh my god. I wish I could convey that smell to anyone else. Because it was so weird, because it did smell like a peanut butter and jelly, but it was like the smells were too distinct. It was like, here is the peanut butter, and here is the jelly. They did not marry together, and so like like the way, if you put on like headphones or earbuds or whatever, and you hear two distinct sounds, like this is happening in the left, and this is happening in the right, and you're like, that's crazy, but interesting. That shouldn't happen with your nose. But it felt like that's what was happening. And it was very uncomfortable.
So what you're saying is you got stereo smell.
Yeah, and I didn't like it. Anyways, Pazeless, thank you. I was wearing, this is actually the stunt group shirt. James, I don't know if you've got the stream up, but I'm wearing my Panic Season 1 shirt. It's from the actual stunt group. It says 6 shooter stunts on the back, or 6 gun stunts. Excuse me. And yeah, so I did so much work with the stunt team that when they did their wrap gifts for the team and got them all shirts, they're like, hey, do you want one? I was like, I don't feel like I've earned it. They're like, you got us all for like 8 months. You organized all of our travel. You absolutely are a part of this team. So I was like, oh my God. So I got a stunt shirt. I was very excited. So I wore this to work today. Fun fact, we also had masks that said Panic Season 1 on them because we had to finish filming during the pandemic. They're like, cool, we'll like make masks for everybody that have the little pocket for the KN95 filter. And then they went, oh, never mind, we have to wear actual full N95s. You can't wear that. But like, we already printed them, so here you go. So like, I'll wear that as like a mask. And so I wore that when I went to a store last night. I needed to buy something. The cashier thought it was just like a statement on the pandemic, like Panic Season 1. She's like, we're definitely in Season 2 now. And I was like, I don't understand. Oh, she doesn't know this is a show. Got it.
Yeah. Well, actually, he says as he pushes his glasses up the rim of his nose, it would actually be Season 4 because we're in Delta right now. Epsilon's right around the corner, kids.
I heard something about the Lambda variant the other day, actually. And
that's right. Lambda comes after Delta because the Greek alphabet sucks.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So I was like, well, fuck. But yeah, it was one of those things. I was like, it took me too long to process what she said and figure out what mask I was wearing, what she meant, and why I was wrong. I was like, by the time I got to that conclusion, I was like, it's too late. I can't fix it. We were going with it. Anyways.
So, before we get too buried in chat, you did have a question, Jen. You did have a rupee question.
Oh, yes! Favorite Persona character! Legally, I'm obligated to say it's Rise. Because Laura Bailey will find me if I say anything else. Also, it's my girlfriend / fiance, whatever that state that's in. But genuinely, if I had to pick a favorite character, I would probably still say Rise, only because I feel like other than the method in which she texts, I think that's the only thing I've been like, oh my God, please know about. Everybody else, I'm just like, y'all need to you need therapy. You gotta talk to somebody. I am not equipped to deal with any of your shit. Like, no. Everybody else has made me mad. Like, Nanako thinking wheat is a vegetable? Nope, done. Dojima, shit father. Nope, absolutely the fuck not. Adachi, do I even need to elaborate on that? We got Chie, who...
Devil Nurse.
Devil Nurse, no, inappropriate, super inappropriate. The tutor kid is just, he just sucks. He just sucks.
Oh.
She's getting better, but like just too superficial and bitchy and reminds me too much of my middle school bullies. It's like, no, don't want any of that shit. Daisuke, I haven't talked to in months.
Which I think says everything that needs to be said about Daisuke.
Exactly. Yosuke, we actually nicknamed a Grossuke, so like, no on that.
Kanji
was fine. Okay, you know what? This is a good point. I do really like Kanji. And I'm just, like, it sucks that it was decided that he was not, like, one of my main party people, so I don't have, like, a ton of interaction with him. But when he does speak up, especially in cutscenes, I'm usually like, yes, voice of reason, I love you, yes. So, okay. Kanji, pretty good. Kanji's pretty good. So still legally obligated to say Rise, but Kanji's a very close second, I think is where I'm at.
I think those are fantastic answers and fantastic reasons for why or why not. I think we're all forgetting the most important character in Persona 4, and that's Funky Student with riddles. Best character in the game.
Oh, the Funky Student. I did forget about him.
Oh, you know who we also forgot, Jen? Sensei!
We forgot it so much, I don't know what it is.
Sensei! He's gonna score with Chie! Teddy?
Oh,
No?
fucking Teddy! Oh, that was a Teddy. Got it. No, fuck Teddy. Fuck Sam Riegel.
That's a shame.
but like not in a fun way.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just for clarity's sake.
I think he would still have fun, regardless.
Yeah.
He's a weird dude.
Fox is the best character. Okay, related. I have pet so many good dogs this week. It's only Tuesday. On set, there are 2 dogs that are on set because they belong to one of our higher up people. And so they just like hang out in the production office. So as much as it sucked that I had to go to set today, I got to pet them both. It was so good. One of them so fluffy and so calm and so chill. I just laid on the floor and spooned her, and it made me so fucking happy.
yes.
It was great. No, Pathos, I have not ever pet a fox. It is on my to-do list. There is apparently, I want to pet a fox, I want to pet a raccoon, I want to pet an otter. And there are different places that we have identified. We have identified places like sanctuary zoos, things like that, where there's like a special thing where you can go do those things. Jeff has a list, because Jeff, again, best husband. I was like, oh my god, that animal's so cute. I want to play with one. He has gone and figured out where I can do that. Some of them
And
are...
a bat.
Yeah, and a bat. And a bat. Yes, like, because bats are just sky puppies.
With rabies.
Well, like, wild ones are rabies. But yeah, there's places you can do it. And so Jeff has a fucking running list of where these things are. And he's like, at some point, these things will happen. I have gotten to pet a penguin. I've been able to do that. My family did that for me when we lived outside of Chicago. There's a thing you can do at the Shed Aquarium. Where it's a special experience where you get to like go back behind the penguin enclosure. And one of the handlers comes out with a penguin and like does a whole spiel, and you get to like fucking chill with this penguin and like pet him and like and just do a whole thing. And it's fucking great. And they did that for my birthday for me one year. And it was one of the greatest things I've ever done. So it's like, I would love to do that I was like, I want to fucking chill with a bat and a fox and a raccoon and an otter. Like, please do this. And Jeff has actually figured out where all these things can happen. He's like, at some point, these will happen. And on the one hand, I would love to plan for that. And on the other hand, if we're just like, he's like, we should like, we're gonna go do like a weekend trip. And we're just gonna go to a place, there's like wineries and stuff. I'll be like, fuck yeah. We just show up somewhere. He's like, here's a fox. You get to play for an hour. I will cry. It'll be great. And he's such a wonderful husband. That will happen. That is a thing that will happen. And the funny thing is, I never know when. I will have no idea. I'll be like, yeah, fuck yeah, wineries. I love wine. And I'll be like, here's wine. Also, here's a cute critter.
Aww. Jeff is pretty swell.
He really is great. I lucked out real hard. I got a good one. Oh no, the sad music, but it's ramen. You can't be sad while you're having ramen. This is not allowed. You were gonna say something, but then I yelled more.
Now I was just gonna say that maybe the ramen wasn't salty enough, so you needed to add a few tears into it.
That's fair. Fun other tangent. One of the things that's on my fucking sticky note. I get to actually get rid of one of the sticky notes now. Someone made a comment to me the other day. There's a group thread of some of us. And they were like, here's this thing that made me real mad. I'm pretty sure I'm gen levels of salty right now. And I laughed so hard that I am a level of salt. And everyone goes, that's a lot.
Yep.
It's like, that's incredible. And I'm actually very excited about this.
Yeah. Well, it actually is a standard measurement in cooking. Like, you can have a pinch of salt. You can have a, seasoned to taste levels of salt. You can have a generous portion of salt, and then you have gen levels of salt.
You can have a gen of salt. Perfect. I love this.
You have a gen of salt. Yeah.
This is great. This is super great.
A perfect gen of salt.
I love it. I love it so much.
Is a gen of salt measured in teaspoons or tablespoons?
I imagine no, it's not measured. That's a unit that you measure with your heart. You just take the container, you just start pouring it, and then you go, yeah, that's it. You know. You just know. I'm sure it's not a
Ashley, boo. Ashley, boo. Boo.
No. This is Big Boo. Big Boo.
Oh, I like Big Boo.
Carl, I hope that you find yourself a man like Jeff. Everyone should have a man like Jeff. And if you're into ladies, I hope you get yourself a lady like Jeff. And if you're indifferent, I hope you have a significant other that's Jeff. Everybody should have a Jeff.
You know how hard it is to find a lady with a beard like Jeff outside of the circus?
I mean, look, man, dwarves.
You're right. Female dwarves canonically are bearded.
There you go. Nailed it.
There it is.
This
right
would be
there.
the perfect D&D segue, also, because it's almost 10, but we have so many non-D&D things left.
I know. There's so many.
So fucking many.
But it's not 10 o'clock yet. We still have
Yep.
9 minutes of...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know about you, but I still have 10 things across my...
Well, I only
my
have
list.
2. I only have 2 left. So
Okay.
Jen, why don't you take it away?
All right. Let's talk about... Let's see, what do I got? This one's nice and short. Hey, so, James, you were at our house. You know what our coffee machine looks like.
I do know what your coffee machine looks like, Jen.
For everybody else who doesn't know, it's one of those pod kind of ones. So you put a little pod in, and it's got a little stand. You put a little coffee cup on it, and once you put the pod in, you lock it, and you push the go button, and it goes, ooh, I'm gonna make hot water, and then it makes the coffee. So Jeff, hey, everyone should get themselves a Jeff. He made a boo-boo last night. Night before, I don't know, time stopped having meetings. He knows exactly what story is coming. Yeah, I wrote it down, bitch. So... The coffee machine is very smart, but not smart enough to know if you remembered to put a mug under it.
Oh no, Jeff! Jeff!
To be fair, so it's got the little stand that it's on, and the stand has like a little drip tray in it. He hit the go button on his decaf last night. And he hears it start making the noise of like, cool, I'm actually brewing now. Because like you hear there's a heat up noise, and then you're like, okay, I know that's the noise that it's actually dripping coffee. And he's like doing something else, and after a second he goes, Did I put a mug under it? And he turns in time to see it the coffee just rising in the drip tray just above the grate. And he managed to grab a mug and throw it under there before it it overflowed.
Jeff. Oh no.
And
That
like
precious coffee.
It was incredible. And like, to be fair, like we've had that coffee machine for probably a solid year now. It was one of our pandemic purchases. We're like, because I had never, so we have an espresso, not a Keurig. We didn't really like super do coffee at home. We did, but we had like cold brew things we would get, and then we would dilute and do that and stuff. But I had been spoiled while I was working on Panic. The production office had an espresso, and I was like, oh my god, like these things are fucking wild. I was like, I had tried Keurigs before, and I was like, like it's like if I want coffee, it's coffee. But the Keurig, or excuse me, the espresso, there's something. It was just like it's much smoother, and I like that it gets like a nice foam head on it, and it's like, this is great. And I also appreciate that all of the capsules they're aluminum and fully recyclable, and they have their own program for it. Like when you buy capsules, they give you a little recycling bag, and so as they're spent, you just throw them in this bag, and then they're prepaid. You just chuck it into a UPS bin or drop it off, or you can even drop it off at one of their stores, and they will recycle that aluminum and the coffee grounds and like separate all this stuff out and like do that. I was like, this is fucking great. And the coffee is incredible. And they also, like, they're all very smart that around their rims, they actually have barcodes, and the machine will read that barcode and know, it's this coffee, so I will brew it for this long at this temperature in this, like, volume. And so we have, like, some iced coffee ones. It's like, cool, I know this is gonna be over ice, so it does it with, like, less water, so that knowing that, like, you'll dilute it by, like, filling your cup with ice and things like that. And so yeah, so this thing is great. And I super love it. And so we had one in the production office for Panic, and I was like, shit, I love this, and I was using it daily. And then the pandemic happened, and I was at home, and after 3 months, I was like, I miss this coffee. And like the Keurig we weren't using it very often, but we did have it, and we're just like, this thing is dying, because it was like the cheapest Keurig you could get. And we had it for several years. It had well worn out its life cycle. And Jeff's like, should we get another one? I was like, I think we need to look into an espresso. We need to look into this because I love this shit at work. And I think Jeff was kind of skeptical at first, and then we had it for like 4 days, and he was like, this shit's amazing. Oh my God. And I very much love it.
And confirm that is an amazing machine. Even if I accidentally put in an espresso cup or put in an espresso pod with a giant mug, I'm like, oh, that was a espresso. Well, you know what? I'm committed now.
Yeah,
I'm just
you're
gonna have it. I'm very confidently gonna drink an espresso-sized coffee out of an entire mug.
Yeah, they can be very deceptive. Like some of them, you can tell if you hold the pods next to each other. Like, this is definitely a thinner pod. Okay, this is just espresso versus like a full-on coffee. But otherwise, like some of them on the top side of them say like, hey, this is the volume of it, and some of them don't. And I was like, this feels rude to not
Very
have
rude.
them all clearly labeled.
I'm going to agree with Pathos, though. I have a French press at home. I love my French press, and I like it for the same reason that Jen, I think you like, making dice. Like, you have your book of different form.
I thought you were going to
different-
say you like it for the same reason you like Jen. I was like, where is this going?
No, like you have your little book for your dice recipes. Like, oh, I tried this, I experimented. French press, you have so much freedom to how you make your coffee. So like not even just in the type of beans that you buy, like is it a medium roast, is it a dark roast, what type of bean it is. Because you want to grind them to a different coarseness depending on their roast and where they're from and how long you let it steep. And I love that kind of experimentation. So I have like different, like for different types of beans, I have like through trial and error, like a really good way to make a perfect cup of coffee for my taste. Now, my wife may not like it that particular way. You may not like it that particular way, but for me, like I figured out, like, oh, if this is a medium roast from high altitude Mexico, this is how coarse I'm going to grind the beans. This is how long I'm going to let it steep, and it is a perfect cup of coffee.
All right.
And I love that level of experimentation, especially during the pandemic when I have a tremendous amount of time. It's like, all right, this is going to be my pandemic project.
That's awesome. I love
see
the
you again.
idea of French press. I watched someone do it once and the press exploded, so I'm like, nope, I'm never touching that.
That happens. That happens sometimes. Sometimes,
What do you
like
mean
you're
sometimes that happens? The glass just explodes.
well, just make sure the glass isn't super cold before you pour in piping hot water into it.
I don't know if it was that. Oh, I guess maybe it was. Like, because like the whole idea of a French press, correct me if I'm wrong, is like there's a lot of pressure that builds up in there with the compression that happens.
That is true.
I thought it was a pressure thing, and I was like, I don't know.
No. I mean, it's never enough pressure for it to cause the glass to shatter unless it was already cracked. What I'm guessing is the glass was particularly cold and the water was still boiling hot. When you because what I usually do is I pour my water in at like a herbal tea temperature water. So like just as it's the teapot just barely starts to steam is when I pour it in, when it's not like at a full rolling boil. I combined words again. I'm a lyric wordsmith. And I've never had an issue. The only time the glass was shattered on me when I was trying to knock the grounds out into the garbage, and I must have hit it with my ring, and it just shattered in my hand, which was not pleasant.
Yeah. So you're just it didn't explode while you were using it. That's great.
No.
But also just part of it is probably because of how much glassware I used in a chemistry setting. I have a healthy fear of glass just shattering in my hand. Maybe it's unhealthy, I don't know. But this is a thing I consider when I'm handling glassware. And so the idea of like, hey, you're gonna pour hot liquid into this and then pressurize it effectively. Hope it doesn't break. My brain's just like, nah, man, just use your Nespresso.
Yeah. So I've been using a French press pretty much every day for 3 years now.
Okay.
3, 4 years. I've only had glass shatter once. So if you think about how many days there are in a year over the course of 4 years, and then one incident of glass breaking, statistically, that's no different from 0. I never had glass shatter and cut my hand, statistically speaking.
Meanwhile,
I have an ANOVA table and everything.
Oh my god. It's one of those things that's very interesting. I hadn't realized this. So one of the first things they drill into you, if you're like gonna actually go into chemistry stuff, is like there's the basic sentence of never attempt to catch falling glassware. And the original idea is like, cool, a lot of people, like, the way you try to catch something might be to try to like, hey, there's a cat out there, I'm just gonna try to like catch it between my body, my extremity, and that thing. And of course you don't want to do it with the glass. Because that'll just shatter it, and then it buries itself in your arm. But one of the things they try to drill into you is like the idea of like, hey, if it's falling, it's probably already broken. And then like, you don't want to try to catch a shard of glass. So it's as soon as something starts to fall, you train yourself to completely disengage from it. So it's a back up, hands up, just let it go ahead and hit the ground. It is less dangerous that way. So that's a reaction I have to anything that falls. Because that was such a big part of learning to be in a chem lab, is like, do not attempt to catch, stop, interact with a thing that is falling.
Well, that makes so much more sense. I thought you were just being an asshole when I tripped on 6th Street and you just threw your hands up. I'm like, why are you catching me?
I know you're just making a joke, but honestly, if you had actually tripped, my first instinct would have been to back away. Because that is a reaction I have at this point. But what'll happen is something will fall that is clearly non-breakable, but my brain is so... gravity is having an effect, get away, that I will do that with everything, and Jeff will be like, what, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine, because I removed myself from the situation. But it's like, it's not even a thing I think about anymore. So like, and it's funny when I'm like doing dishes, if I like pick up a fork and it's just my hand soapy and I drop the fork, I drop it in the sink, but my hand's like, something left your hand before you were ready, you dropped it, move away. So I will like hop back from the fucking sink while I'm doing dishes if I drop a fucking fork or something.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah?
You are a wonderful friend, and I am so glad that I know people like you in my life. Please don't ever hold my children.
Yeah, for real though, that's probably why like the idea of holding a baby or anything terrifies me. It's because if they wiggle too much where I think they're gonna fall, my brain will probably go back away. I'd like to think the part of my brain that's like, that's a fucking human would like override that, but I don't know, and I don't want to find out.
Do you need to practice before you go visit your sister? Like,
maybe. I mean, for that, like, I will probably insist on I cannot touch this baby if I'm not sitting down. Because sitting down, that doesn't happen in my brain. Because you're never sitting at a chemistry bench. So I've noticed, like, if I'm, like, sewing or something, if I'm doing, like, embroidery, and I, like, drop the needle, I don't have nearly the same result. So it's like, I would love to hold my nephew. I must be sitting down. Do not try to pass me this child while we're standing. I will sit on the ground. Like, cannot do it.
Hey, those toddlers don't equal glass. Toddlers bounce.
See, there we go. So actually, this isn't a problem if I do this.
There is I mean, they'll probably be fine, but there is a definite disconcerting sound that I can only describe as skull on hard surface.
Oh, no.
That is it's just a universal sound that every parent knows. Like, that is the sound of a skull hitting something hard.
Okay, I don't mean to laugh, but you did just give me a great segue into a thing on my sticky notes.
It's like I saw your sticky note in advance, Jen. It's amazing.
I don't even think this is one that I sent you. So, when we take the dogs for a walk, one of the houses we go by has some number of dogs that live in it. I can't tell. It's anywhere between 2 and 6. I really don't know. It's hard to tell from all the noise. It's, But when we go past the house, these dogs are clearly watching out the window and lose their minds at the sight of another dog. Our dogs, luckily, I love them to death, they're dumb and they don't know where the barking is coming from. And so they'll run straight past the house. It's like perfect. But they do like start running. So like, oh my God, there's another dog. They just have no idea what direction it's coming from. So this house is up a very slight incline from the sidewalk. So the window, while it's on it's a one-story house, it's on that one story, but it is like just above our head level. So it's up a little bit because of the grade of this hill. We were walking the dogs the other day, and we're getting close to the house, and we hear one of their dogs bark, and then we hear a bunch of barking, and then we hear this super loud thud of skull against glass.
Oh no.
One of the dogs full on misjudged whatever that fucking distance is and ran full force into that window to bark at our dogs. And I laughed so hard I stopped walking, I could not move, and I doubled over. It was incredible because I was concerned at the sound, but then like there was barking, the sound happened, and there was just a half a second of silence before the barking started again.
Oh, God.
It was so good. I laughed so hard like there was no air happening. Like I was making no sound. Oh, it was so good.
Oh.
Anyways, it was great. What else do I have?
Two and a half more post-it notes.
Pretty much. All right, we're gonna actually. I'm working backwards on some of these things. We're gonna. Oh, I did actually mark a couple things off of that sticky note. We might be down to. We killed one entire sticky note. So we're down to like one.
All hail the sticky note.
I think we're down to 1.5 now at this point. Yo, Demona, what's up? We're talking about Isabel. You met Isabel when you came to visit.
I did meet Isabel. Isabel's an interesting roommate you have.
Yeah. So Isabel is a spider. So I'm saying that if you can all evaluate your squeamish levels talking about a spider at this point. So if you need to mute for the next minute, I get it. Isabel's a spider. She lives just off of our porch. She started with a ground floor apartment and now is in like the high rise. And what I mean is she had originally built a web between the base of our back porch and like a little like metal sculpture thing we have. And now she has a web that stretches from there all the way up to the overhang of our porch. And it still hasn't crossed onto the porch, but it is all the way up there. So it is now like an 8-foot tall web. It's very impressive. It goes all the way to the top, and she lives pretty much at the top of it. If you are not freaked out by spiders, she is a yellow garden spider, if you want to Google that. Very large! And normally I'm very anti-spider. I do not like spiders, but the only thing I hate more than spiders is wasps. And this spider is large enough that it eats wasps. And I was like, all right, as soon as we learned that, hey, Rhaegar, thank you so much. Have a good night. As soon as we learned that, I was like, I gave me a longevity pill, you guys. Oh, boy.
Subtle hint.
Thank you for that pill. Let me go home to my girlfriend. Thank you. So yeah. So yellow garden spider lives up in this giant web. And I was like, all right, the only thing I hate more than you is wasps, so you can stay. And so I named her because as soon as she has a name, it feels bad to kill her. So I named her Isabel. So Isabel has gotten much larger over the span of time over which we have known each other. But she respectfully stayed, like, she built her web on the outside of this post. She has never crossed over onto the concrete portion of things. She's never actually come onto the porch. And I was like, all right, this is fine. And we've had a wasp problem. So I'm like, okay, cool. So you can stay. So we also quarterly have Terminex come out and spray around the house for spiders, for ants, for scorpions, things like that, that are both kill and preventative measures, and they come out quarterly. And when Jeff was like, hey, our Terminex guy is gonna come out today, like, I got this message first thing in the morning, he's like, our Terminex guy is gonna come out today, just so you know. And I was like, cool. I can't believe I'm saying this. Did you make sure he knows not to kill Isabel? Can you make sure he does not harm Isabel? I'm protecting this fucking giant spider from our pest control guy.
Chat, she's not exaggerating. I've seen Isabel. I don't like spiders. Full stop.
Yeah.
That is a giant spider that it would probably encompass all of Jen's hand, maybe just slightly smaller than my hand.
It's a very large spider.
It's a very large spider.
Oh, guys, I bought this longevity pill especially for me. She wants to make sure I use it well.
Well, I'm actually right by Rise's grandmother's shop, so I'm just gonna swing on by, see how the tofu is coming.
Oh, God. Yeah, so Isabel's gigantic, and I was like, please make sure he knows not to kill Isabel, and also to, like, not, like, leave that entire corner alone. She will take care of anything that would come in that way. It'll be fine. Jeff sent me a picture the other day, and I was like, first of all, you need to warn me before you send me a picture of Isabel. Like, I'm cool with her living here, but I can't just open Slack and see a giant picture of a spider. But she fucking marked the biggest cricket I've ever seen. And we're like, how did she get a cricket all the way up there? This bitch can haul ass. I watched her, like, I was outside at one point, just kind of, like, looking from a healthy distance, being like, hey, Isabel, how's it going? Like talking to a mafia boss. That's what it felt like. Like, we have an arrangement, just checking in, making sure you're good. Something connected with her web, and I watched her run across it. Something that large should not be that fast, James. I was like, this is nightmare fuel. I cannot do this.
Well, thank you for sharing that with all of us.
You're welcome, but none of y'all saw it. You just get to imagine it. Whatever you're imagining, I promise not as bad as witnessing it was. But apparently Jeff was out the other day and watched her drop on a strand of web, watched her drop from the top to the very bottom to, like, get something. And I'm like, I'm glad I haven't seen that, because I would never sleep again. I would never sleep again. And I was like, maybe she just straight up murked this cricket, like, saw it hopping along. It's like, you're under my web, bitch. And just fucking dropped on it and pulled it up with her. That's the only thing I can imagine.
Maybe it was an anti-vaccine cricket, so
Maybe.
she's just doing God's work.
Did you intentionally do that, knowing that anti-vax bullshit was on my list? Did you do that on purpose?
No, why would I ever do that to set you up for another Segui? I mean, that was too natural for me to do it deliberately.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Okay, so, y'all know I'm a pretty scientific person.
Yeah, and so scientific that you will throw your hands up into the air and let glass break.
Yeah. So Burke could have dropped the cricket into that. No, it couldn't have, because it's under an overhang. Jeff has also seen it, but James has seen it. There's not a direct path to that.
Well, Miss Scientist, if a bird has velocity and lets go of something, that momentum will carry in that velocity, and then, the resistance of air
it was at the very top, the angle, and that would be very difficult still.
Okay.
Sir. I'm giving my microphone an evil eye right now. Anyways. Yeah. So, I'm all about educating people. But somebody has to want to be educated. And there's a lot of the people that are in the anti-vax conspiracy crowd that, like, they've made up their mind. There is no having a conversation with them. They've accepted the misinformation they have been given. That is fact. And anything counter to that is a lie. There is no amount of evidence explaining whatever that will convince them that the thing that they have latched onto as fact is not. There's no dealing with that. So there are some things I just straight up do not engage with. I don't engage with flat earthers. I don't engage with anti-vaccine conspiracists. And that was something that existed before COVID. And now it's worse during COVID. So I'm just straight up like, I will just remove myself from that. I'm just like, nope, I can't. And if I open my mouth, bad things are gonna happen. Because I won't back down, because I know, and this is gonna get taken out of context at some point, I know that I am right, because I have science and data and evidence on my side of things, but they're like, no, that's all fake. And I'm just like, there's not a middle ground with these people. So, the show that I'm working on, I had to go to set. I'm not usually supposed to be going to set, but I had to. I like for not having to go to set, I've now gone 4 days in a row. But anyways, I had to go to set, and I was there over lunch. And I was like, awesome, set lunch. If you've never worked a film production, set lunch is dope. So one of the rules is that a production, like, essentially, like, has to feed people. It's more complicated than that, but, like, the short version is they have to feed you at the 6-hour mark. And so there's usually, like, a good caterer who, like, will have what amounts to like a really nice food truck. They've got a full kitchen, and they will prepare food for everybody on site and have that ready to go when it is lunchtime. And it is always very, very good. It's not like, here's a sandwich. It's like the way the rules are written, you have to be served a hot meal at 6 hours. So
Here's
like
a hot sandwich.
Yeah. So like on good productions, the food is good. I guess that's true. I don't know if I've ever been on I shouldn't say these words. I've been on low budget indie productions, and even then the food is very good. And maybe being in Austin is part of it. Maybe Austin just consistently has good food. I have never had bad food on a production. And I've worked all kinds of sizes of things. I've worked on things where it's like, here's a budget of $1 million, which on the one hand still sounds like a lot of money, but when you're talking about a full-on production, Big Mac, thank you for the resub. $1 million is still a lot of money, but when you're talking about like a film production, that is low budget. So I've been on those, and I've been on shows that are like, here's $80 million. So like, I've been over the whole thing. And the $80 million ones, that is some good lunch. But even the small ones have had very, very good food. And so this one's relatively small, very, very good food. So like, for example, Friday when I was there, I had, what was a fried chicken. Oh, hey, Dop, what's up? I had a fried chicken with a peach habanero glaze on it. One of the best mac and cheeses I have ever had, with a nice salad, a fresh baked apple pie, and an Arnold Palmer to drink, and there was also like this seasoned vegetable medley with it that you could pick. I was like, no, bitch, give me the mac and cheese, just the mac and cheese. But yeah, so there was a whole lot of stuff. It was great. And like today I had that's where I had my really good dope asparagus, and this really great grilled chicken and just all kinds of stuff. Food has been incredible, so can't top one. Hey, Shags, what's up? So I got derailed. Oh, so I'm at set for lunch on Friday, and like I was there to talk to my department, but I know other people on the crew, and so I was like, shoot, there's people that are on this crew that I haven't really seen in a very long time. Like I haven't seen since the last. They tend to work on smaller shows because they just prefer that atmosphere. So it's like I haven't seen them in over 2 years since the last time I worked on one of those shows. It's like I want to go sit with these people and like catch up with them and like see what's up. So as I'm sitting down, another member of the crew who I did not know who they were at the time, I was just like, clearly they're on the crew because they're here. And oh, you and me both, Big Mac. I thought it was the last boss. We were wrong. So nobody's over here. This is fine. I am sitting down, and as I'm sitting down at the table, I hear this individual that I don't know go, yeah, I hear we're heading for like a nationwide lockdown, probably around mid-August, but I'm hearing that from alternative sources. And in my brain, I'm like, I don't think I want to be at this table, but I've already made the motion to sit down. It's going to be real obvious if I don't. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe that was the end of that conversation.
Was it the end? Was it the end of the conversation?
It
Jen?
wasn't. It super wasn't. It was like super not the end of that conversation. So then they go on to be like, yeah, even the creator of the PCR test says it doesn't detect the virus, and the CEO of Pfizer won't get vaccinated because he doesn't trust it, and is just spouting all of the conspiracy nonsense. And in my head, I'm like, if I open my mouth, bad things are going to happen. I was like, I can't say anything. What do I do right now?
Is Reese around? Why don't you just hang out with your girlfriend if no one is around to get leveled?
Where does she normally hang out?
She stares at the fire alarm button on the first floor.
Yeah. Oh, there she is. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go hang out with her. Good call. She's like, fuck, nobody else is around.
Oh, senpai.
Yeah. So he just starts spouting all this. It's like, if I open my mouth, bad things are gonna happen. And after a while, I just look at the person I sat down to see, and I was like, hey, it's like, I'm actually gonna go try to find my department. It's like, I think I still have a couple questions for them, and I really need to head back to the office as soon as possible, so I'm gonna try to get that taken care of. I'll catch up with you later. She's like, okay, great, bye. And I just picked up my shit and I left. So I was like, I have answers for all of these things. All the things he's saying when he's talking about the PCR test is like, no, actually, that's a misattributed quote, and that's only half the quote. And so, like, that's not what that means. And then, like, also, like, oh, the Pfizer guy, like, nope, that's also not correct, and here's why. I was like, I can't say any of these things because he doesn't care. He's already decided what the truth is and that everybody else is bullshit. So, I'm not doing it. Dop, I'm so sorry. So I was like, I left. And so I found my people who were all hiding in set. And I sat down, they're like, hey, what's up? And I was like, there's a full anti-vax conspiracy person on the crew. And they're like, who was it? And I was like, I don't know. And then I described him. Turns out he's kind of a big deal on the crew. And I was like, that's upsetting for a number of reasons. They're like, what was he saying? I was like, here was all this. And they're all like, ugh. So we're talking, and like 15 minutes goes by. And then the person I had abandoned comes up to me. And I was like, I'm so sorry I left you, but I just knew I couldn't. And she knows what my background is. She's like, that's okay. I don't blame you. She's like, I faked a phone call so I could leave about a few minutes later.
Nice. You should have called her. You should have called her.
I should have. I really should have. She's like, yeah, I faked a phone call so I could leave. She's like, and as I was getting up, I told him, I was like, well, that was very educational. And then I got up and answered my phone call. I was like, oh no, this is so bad. And I was like, I can't. It was crazy. Cause like, I know that these people exist. I didn't realize like how easily verifiable the lies are. Like the fact that he was like, yeah, there's this. The inventor of the PCR test says that it can't actually detect the virus. Like that's a quote from them. And I was like, well, if it's a quote, that's really easy to find. It's like, sure enough, you could very easily be like, cool, this is what the quote is. Here's actually the rest of it. Oh God, like it's not even like for these people who are like, I'll do my own research. There's like
they don't.
Yeah, it's like it's not even that they've done research and just ended up on sites with lies. There's literally, if you just Google PCR test doesn't detect virus. If you just Google that phrase, immediately you get every result that's like, hey, that quote actually came from this other researcher. It's commonly misattributed to the person who invented the test. It's actually from this person, and what it was one about the fact that you can't detect quantities of the virus, that it is a qualitative test, not a quantitative test, and it will detect if there's a virus present, but can't tell you like to what degree. And also that article was specifically about using PCR to detect like HIV. And that's like all of the results. That's all of them. That's like, I don't know how you hear that and go, yep, that's it. And like literally, it's like you didn't do your own research. You read one Facebook post and went, that's it. That's it.
It's also probably the same type of person if they were watching the opening ceremonies at the Olympics when they saw Finland proceed in, they just like their minds just melted. Like, what is this? What is this flag? Who are these people? This place does not exist.
Yeah. So it was wild to me to have actually met one of those people in real life. And then, so that's one thing off my list. I thought that was gonna be the end of the story. This is kind of like the flooring thing where I thought the story was over, that it just kept going. It was like the last Lord of the Rings where you're like, it's the end. Oh wait, no, it's not.
It's like Return of the King or Persona 4. Like,
yeah.
You think, it's over. Oh, why are you giving me money and more Persona? We won.
Yeah. So I recently found out, and I actually debated talking about this, because I know sometimes there are some parts of this family who will tune into the stream. And I thought about not saying any of this. And then I realized that, like, after this information I've learned, I don't intend to associate with them anymore. So if they hear this, that's fine. So I found out recently that there is a not small portion of an extended part of my family that is also on this anti-vaccine train, and also believes these things that the person who invented the PCR test said it didn't work, and that the Pfizer CEO or president or whatever the fuck refused the vaccine because he doesn't trust it, and all that. And that January 6th, all those trials are a witch hunt and all of that. I have family that actually believes this. And that broke my brain. That broke my brain. It's like, I can't believe that I am related by not enough steps to people that actually legitimately believe this. And like, my heart just breaks for my mom who experienced this firsthand.
Ugh. I
was like, I don't know what to do. Like, I already didn't know what to do with this guy who was on the crew. Then I'm just like, cool, I'm just gonna avoid you like the literal plague that you are right now. For the next 6 weeks, I'm gonna not be around you. But then to find out that there was a not small number of family members who were also fully on this train. And there are some of them, I'm gonna be real, some of them I was not surprised by. Some of them I was like, yeah, that tracks. But then some, like, I'm not gonna, like, name any names of, like, who I was surprised by and who I wasn't surprised by. What I will name is that one of them is a legit doctor. Like, for decades. For decades.
Of, like, what, dermatology?
No! Was the head, like, the chief of medicine at a hospital kind of thing.
Oh, no.
Like, was the guy in charge of the ER at a hospital for a very long time kind of thing. I was like, there's several members of this group of my family that are very intelligent and have just gone so far down this rabbit hole that there's no light anymore. There's nothing left. And they're like, yes, like 100%. Like, and they just keep talking about, like, the lies of January 6th, and, that, like, the vaccine, like, it's experimental and I'm not gonna put something synthetic in my body like that. I'm like, bitch, you're drinking a Diet Coke, but continue. And I'm just like, I don't know how to reconcile these two things that I know about this person. And it's fucking driving me nuts, and, like, my heart just breaks for my mom.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Ah.
It's interesting because my father-in-law is a pretty conservative person. I wouldn't say he's like mega uber extreme. Like he's not gonna show up on January 6th at a place that rhymes with Washington EC, but he's also he's a doctor as well, and he is very like, get vaccinated, wear masks, socially distant, like, what is wrong with you people? Like, why are you coming to church without your masks on? And it's like, okay, I can see where he draws the line of politics, and it's like, no, like, people are being stupid. Please, for the love of God, wear a mask, get vaccinated. So I'm like, okay, I know, like, okay, we disagree politically, but at the very least, like, human interest is on the positive side, so good for you. But yeah, I'm sorry, Jen, that there's members of your family that are like that.
It was very upsetting. It was one of those things I was like, cool. Hey, Mom, what would you do if I just, like, showed up there right now? Because, like, some of them are together right now, and it's something that, like, I would love to go to. It is kind of a yearly thing, but I haven't been able to go for a while because Texas and the pandemic. I was like, what would you do if I just, like, showed up tomorrow and just, like, truth bombed everybody and then took you to a winery? Just, like, hypothetically, if this happened. And she was like, I love this, but also please don't. I was like, I can't, but, like, God, do I want to right now.
Man, the wineries are like the Jen family go-to place. Like, I would be worried. It's like, hey, let's go to a winery. I'm like, oh God, what happened?
I mean, on the one hand, yes, but on the other hand, like, so, like, we spend a lot of time, like, in the Midwest, and, like, there's not a lot of stuff up there, but there are a ton of wineries. So, like, the area they're in right now, there is, like, that's what we would do when we would go visit, is because it was, like, cool, there's literally nothing up here. It's a town, like, it's normally a town of, like, 10,000 people. So it's like, so Lake Michigan is right there. So you either go to Lake Michigan, you go into the little tiny, like, calling it downtown is like, it's like 12 shops. And most of them are artsy, and then there's one, like, general store. So it's like, it's the kind of town that, like, and because it's in Michigan, it shuts down entire, like, the end of September, the town shuts down until April. It is a very small area, but there's a bunch of wineries in the area. So it's like, cool, at some point in the week, the ladies, we would all be like, cool, we're gonna go hit all these wineries and then go to the beach. Like, that was our thing. So on the one hand, it sounds like we have a drinking problem. On the other hand, you're probably not wrong. And on the third hand, like, that was part of, like, the thing of that area. It's like, cool, there's a beach and also there's wineries. Like, that's it. So there you go.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I'm scrolling up and catching up on the chat. Anyways, so yeah.
Yeah. Chat's getting very punchy right now.
Yeah,
with Rise on the screen.
Yeah, also with her saying I'd like to go to your room, so I stopped at that as well, and I was like, holy shit. Joe! I know someone who personally was done hard drugs but won't do the vaccine because he doesn't know what's in it. Holy shit!
Yep.
Ah.
My favorite is the people who think that there's a like, computer shortage because all the chips went into the vaccine so the government can track you, and then they immediately need to tell everyone on Twitter that from their GPS-enabled phone.
Yeah, I was like, bitch, if the government wanted to track you, that's like, you got a smartphone. Like, they're already tracking you. That's it. Like, fuck off. It's not a big deal. Carl, holy shit. I went on a date with a guy, and he said my depression was because I don't go out in the sun. Dude works for NASA as an engineer. Ha! Just so you can be a little rocket scientist and be dumb as dirt. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, sir, for giving rocket scientist a bad name. I did like that when my boss tweeted, hey, all of our shit was so complicated, I hired a literal rocket scientist to help us keep organized. I was like, hell yeah, boss, thank you very much. God. Oh, so much. I've missed so much in the chat. I'm still scrolling. Hey, Rise, let's... Ah! Wait,
Whoa.
cut it. Whoa! 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 Cut it. Whoa! What happened before? I know, but I need to make sure you know. Can you describe it to me in excruciating detail? If it's just black screens and then nothing else. Okay, Jesus Christ.
No, Big Mac, I think she has a tremendous amount of self-respect and self-confidence. That's why she's here.
Yeah, there
that's
we
why
go.
That's why Laura Bailey is here right now.
Yeah, like, we're in a relationship. We're in a committed relationship. Demano saying, hard truth, nobody who's afraid the government is tracking them is smart enough for the government to care about tracking them. I love this so much. I love it. Oh, man. Also, yeah, my favorite one, Dop saying my favorite one is the one that thinks the government, think the vaccine is government control and then say they won't get the vaccine until it's FDA approved. So they want the government to control it first. Yeah. I actually got to try to explain to somebody later. There's somebody else on the crew who, like, I feel like was maybe, like, teetering on the edge of things. Like, they're vaccinated, but they're also on the team, like, you shouldn't have to get vaccinated if you don't want to, like, your choice kind of thing. What's the big deal? And, like, I understand not wanting to get vaccinated because if it's safe, why don't they just approve it? And she was just kind of, like, going off. And I went, do you actually, like, I'm happy to let you vent. Do you actually want the legitimate answer as to why it's not fully approved? And she was like, yeah. So I got to explain the difference between the emergency authorization and what full authorization and full approval means and why that hasn't happened yet. And the immediate response was, like, kind of defensive about it. But then she was one of the people who, after I was like, oh my god, there's an anti-vaccine, like, conspiracist who's, like, spouting this stuff out there, she was the first one to be like, oh my god, that's crazy. It was like, he needs to, he needs to get vaccinated. He needs to do it. I can't believe he would, and he certainly shouldn't be saying any of that here on set. And I was like, all right, cool. I think maybe she sat with the things that I said for a little bit, and we're okay. But yeah, the people who are like, well, if it's fine, then it should just be approved. I was like, that's not how it works. That's just literally not how it works. It's just not.
Please get vaccinated, chat,
Yeah,
if you're not
please.
already vaccinated.
And, like, to be fair, I will say, like, I recognize there are people who have conditions where they can't. Or if you're allergic to ingredients that are in it. Like, I know, like, people... I can't remember if this vaccine ended up needing it. But, like, I know for, like, regular vaccines, if you have an allergy to eggs, you can't normally get, like, any other vaccine. And I get that. So it's like, if you can't get it, that's fine. This is not aimed at you. I totally understand that. I am fortunate that my immune system is fucked enough where I super needed it, but not so fucked that I couldn't get it. I am in that sweet spot, and I appreciate that my body is just functional enough to do that. So if you can't do it, I understand. If you can and you're just choosing not to, no, you need to get vaccinated. You need to do it. It is safe. The only reason it's not quote-unquote fully approved yet is literally just a paperwork problem. It just takes time. It's fine. Just please do it. Yeah. So like D'Amato saying he's got a history with a long history of bad reactions to shots. That makes sense. 100%. I get it. I have to do the nasal spray for flu vaccines. I cannot get the flu shot for reasons. Because my body's fucked. But I can still do that one, but I have to specifically do it that way. So I get that there's reasons why somebody can't. But, like, It's fine, and it's safe. mRNA vaccines are not new. They've been around since the 60s. They're just used for diseases and issues that are not widespread. Like, they're in use for Zika. They're in use for certain kinds of cancers. Most of you will not experience any of those things, and that's why you haven't seen an mRNA vaccine before.
Well, that sounds like a challenge now, Jen.
No, don't go get exposed to Zika, please! But, like, they've been around for a while. And when people are like, well, if they're so good, why don't flu vaccines use them? And ironically, it's because flu went so uncontrolled that there's so many mutations of it that it can't be effective for those. And every flu vaccine you get every year, it's not because you need a booster, like, because it's like, oh, it's just worn out. It's because there's just new mutations. That's what... They literally decide every February what the flu vaccine makeup needs to be based on what the 4 most common current type strains are at that point. It doesn't cover nearly all of them. So you're like, I got the flu vaccine and I still got the flu. Yeah, it's because they can only cover 4 of, like, so many mutations. But, like, these are the most common ones right now, so this is the best protection we can offer. Because it was so uncontrolled for so long. And we're heading that direction for COVID. Anyways, it's fine.
Well, you want to hear, while you have Rise in your room, here's a fun fact from someone in the medical industry. You know what did contain a lot of the flu strands last year?
What?
Social distancing, wearing masks, and people washing their hands.
Hell yeah! Also why a lot of Asian countries, just in general, if you're feeling sick, you wear a mask to protect everybody, because they're not selfish assholes.
You know how many times I had to rerun my analysis of 2020 flu because I didn't believe the numbers were that low?
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Several times, because I'm like, there's no way this is right. And then it's like, oh yeah, people are socially distancing, things are closed, people are wearing masks and washing their hands.
Yeah.
We've kind of beaten flu accidentally.
Yeah.
Wild, huh?
It is absolutely wild. Yeah. So yeah, trying to explain to people, it's like they're not new. And if you're worried about it being new, literally the flu vaccine, they decide what it needs to be in February and get it formulated and produced in 6 months. So it's like, y'all, is quote unquote quick vaccines happen all the time. But it's not really quick. And you trust it because it's like an established thing. And mRNA vaccines are an established thing. There were already mRNA vaccines for coronaviruses as a family. They just were like, cool, this one's for COVID-19 specifically. Coronaviruses are not new. A lot of the common cold, a lot of that is rhinovirus. I can't remember the word for it. It starts with an E.
Ectoplasm.
No, it's not ectoplasm, but it's kind of like E virus and coronaviruses.
Ebola.
It's not Ebola. Don't say that. These are all things that cause the common cold. mRNA vaccines have been around since like the 60s. Fuck off. Endovirus. Yes, that was it. Thank you, Dop. Yeah. So yeah. It kills me. It kills me. And what sucks is it literally kills other people. Fucking get the vaccine. Especially because it's free. It's free. The vaccine is free. Which is like so weird in our fucked up USA medical system that you can get something that actually is a public health good and you don't have to pay for it. I heard there's investigations into tablet and inhaler versions of the COVID vaccine. I have not seen that. I'm not saying it's not real. I haven't seen that. That would be fucking dope if it was. That would be great, because that would also remove a lot of the allergy issues that a lot of people have.
Well, it's certainly better than the suppository version.
Maybe some people are into that. Maybe there are some people who are like, I'll get that vaccine.
I think that is a way around for the anti-vaxxers. If they're so worried about a needle going in their arm, I have another way of administering the vaccine.
Oh, God.
Well, that was a trip we took.
Yeah. I knew that was gonna be a hell of a rabbit hole to go down. So I was like, I'm gonna wait a little bit on that one. Anyways, let's see. I think everything else I have on my list of conversational topics. God, please stop blushing, Risei. Suppository version would be the shit. God damn it, Mono. I want to be so mad, but I'm also just really happy that you're here. How are
Ow.
you? Like, for real, though.
What a pain in the ass.
Oh, God. I finally just processed the words that you said. Now I'm mad again. Excuse me?
Huh. Now I'm blushing
And now
like
it goes to
Risei.
black! Ah! My little not sister is home! Oh my god.
Big bro, can I watch?
Why would you say that? Ah! Yep, everything's great. We're studying now. Everything's fine. It's fine. Everything's great. Ah! Oh, Mono, I'm so sorry. That sucks. Woof. Oh, she's studying her life class.
Well, you got a lot of experience with that.
Life environment study? Ah! Oh, Big Mac, thank you for gifting that subject to Mono! To Mono, now you have a tiara! Got a little tiara now. Welcome to the Tiara Club, dude. Yeah, that thing. Once it's done with this, but you said I don't need to study on weekends anymore. Great! Super great! What can I help out with? You run this house! You're 4 and you do all the laundry and cooking! You don't need to do anything else!
Cleaning. And your couch smelled funny, and there were stains, and I didn't know what to make of it. You wanna talk about it there, champ?
James, no. Okay, quick Sagui. My dogs like to lick their paws. And they will...
I'm very worried about this segue, but go on.
Yeah, no. No, it's relevant, and that's the worst part.
Oh, God.
The dogs like to lick their paws. And they will do so on the couch and on the upstairs couches and things like that. So fun fact about saliva for people and for dogs is there's salt content to that, right?
Correct.
So when they're licking their paw on the couch, they also end up licking the couch. So then the couch ends up wet. And then that dries. And then the salt is left behind. So the couch, and specifically the couch upstairs, constantly look like things have happened because the dogs won't stop licking their fucking paws. And I'm like, you guys, this looks so bad. Can you not? Can you not? Good night, Dop.
I miss you. I want to see you soon.
Yes.
Safely, of course.
Oh. Yeah, it looks like a party couch, Joe. It fucking kills me. Anyway, speaking of my dogs, one of the things on my list. The dogs got to go to the groomers last week.
Oh, how did that go?
It went fine. So here's the thing about our groomers, is the last time we took them there, I came home and I told Jeff I wanted to find new groomers. Because, like, our dogs looked fine, but while I was waiting for them to bring our dogs out, like, the door that looks into the back was left open. And I watched some woman who was trying to groom a German Shepherd. And, like, this German Shepherd was really nervous. And I was like, I don't know if he just is, like, being groomed or if it's this woman or whatever. But he got so nervous that he backed himself off of the table. And I don't know if you've ever, like, seen a groomer, but, like, these tables are, like, up off the ground. So he fell. And one of the things they use to help keep a dog, like, in place on these tables is, like, a little leash that's like one of the slip collars, like around their neck. So he
Yeah.
fell off the table while wearing a noose.
So there was a hanging, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. So she like, he was able to get his like back feet on the ground, and she picked him back up and like put him on there, but was like, left him for a little longer than I was comfortable with, and was like annoyed by it. And I was like, holy shit! Absolutely the fuck not! There's not really other groomers in our area. And when we tried to get recommendations from like our vet, they're like, oh, these people are great. And we're like, oh, but they're like not though. But they like super needed a haircut. Like real bad. We couldn't find anywhere else. And like Jeff spent like a couple of weeks trying to like call these people, even be like, we'll just get them in for like a trim while we're still keep looking for like a new place to go. To keep them, like, to go permanently. But, like, they wouldn't even answer the phone when we called. And so we eventually ended up just, like, driving over there to, like, set up an appointment. And, like, they were just like, we're just too busy, so we just, like, don't answer the phone. I was like, this is also a bad flag. So we set something up because they just needed what we call, like, a sanitary trim. So it's like, clean up their feet, their face, and their special areas, so that way they can go to the bathroom. And like, Griff kind of needed a little bit more than that, because his hair had really like grown out, so he was going full Einstein hair. And we're like, that would be great, but at a minimum, we need these things done. And they need a nail trim, because they fight us so bad on nail trims. We're like, please just do that. It's like, if we're already bringing them in here, just do it.
So do my children.
Yeah.
So do my children.
So we got it scheduled. They got to go last week. And so he was like, I can pick them up. Can you take them in the morning? I have meetings. And I was like, yeah, I can drop them. And so every time we go in there, like, every time we've gone in, they've been like, oh, are we just doing what we did last time? And I was like, first of all, when you call, you're like, here's what I want to have done. But they're like, do you want us to have what you did last time? I'm like, I don't know what you did last time. So I can't answer that. So this time, I was like, we're going to be smart. Whatever it was we said on the phone, we wrote down on a piece of paper. So I take them, and this woman comes out, and she's like, all right, this is Griffin Tucker. I was like, yeah. She's like, okay. She's like, what, are we doing what we did last time? I was like, I actually made sure, like, we wrote it down. And I, like, pull out the piece of paper from my back pocket. I was like, so that way there was no confusion. Because it sounds like a couple of times maybe there's been some. And she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never been confused. And it's like, okay, well, I don't know who groomed who when. So it's like, we wrote it down just to make sure everything's super clear on, like, who needs what. Because, especially because, like, part of a groom is, like, if you don't own dogs, one of the things that typically ends up being part of the groom is the anal gland expression, because that's a thing that needs to happen every once in a while.
That was the name of my band in high school.
There you go. I knew there was a joke coming. I didn't know where it was going to go. Didn't expect that one. I should have. But we had specific instructions to not do that to Tucker, because his are weird and actually prone to infection, and the way you normally do that process actually causes an infection. So we're like, don't do that. So we wrote this thing, be like, we wrote Griff, and we wrote black, and then we wrote Tucker, tan. So we're like, cool, if you don't know which one is who, we've written the colors of them down, so it's fine. Like, do this on this one, do this on this one. And I was like, I actually wrote it down. And she's like, or you could just tell me. I was like, okay, well, and so I, like, pull out the note just to make sure I know exactly what Jeff told them when he called, or when he came in to do it. And I was like, Griff, and I point at Griff, I was like, gets these things. And Tucker, point at him, gets these things. I also need to request that you do not do the gland expression on him. But yeah, she's like, she goes, well, that's what we did last time. I was like, great, then I guess the answer to your question is yes, do what you did last time. But, like, specifically these things. And if that happens to match, great. And so I was like, for Griff, we want to do what's called a puppy cut. And it's where they mostly kind of, like, shave down to, like, maybe, like, an inch long hair along, like, pretty much most of the body. And I was like, we want to do the puppy cut again on Griff. And she's like, well, we only did that because he was matted. And I was like, well, we had requested it, and it just worked out very nicely because he was matted. We would like to keep that. And she goes, but he's not matted. And I was like, I know, but it's hot out, and we would like to keep his hair levels down. So if we could also do the puppy cut. And she's like, but he doesn't need it. And it's like, if we could just do that anyways, it would be great. And she's like, and she rolls her eyes, visibly rolls her eyes, and then takes my dogs. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. So when I get back into the car, I immediately text Jeff, and I'm like, I hate these groomers. Here's this interaction. You might need to check on it later. And they came back, and everything seems fine, and they're happy, and they're very cute, and like, whatever. But I'm just like, I hate these fucking groomers. And he was like, yeah. He's like, when I went to go pick them up, everybody was all like rainbows and sunshine, except for the one woman. And she's never great. And I was like, does she have blonde hair and like super thick eyeliner? He's like, yeah. I was like, that is the woman who took them this morning. This makes sense. Okay.
Lovely.
Yeah.
You.
So I'm just like, God, this one woman is ruining, I guess, these groomers for me. Because, like, on further reflection, I think she was the one grooming that German Shepherd when I witnessed the incident. So it's like, can we just get rid of her? Can we just do that? Anyways, my dogs are super fucking cute right now. Especially Griff with his fresh haircut.
Aww.
But I was like, this, and here's the best part, is that was what led into the next thing on the list that you got very concerned about when I sent you the picture of my sticky note, and you asked me to elaborate immediately. Because the next thing on my sticky note was a near-death experience, so I left the groomer and went to work.
Uh-huh.
And as I'm on my way to work, there was a series of intersections where the lights were out. And so they were doing that blinking red thing. And so blinking red means...
so-
Go ahead.
Yeah, so like the lights weren't like fully out. They were at least had enough wherewithal to blink red in each direction.
Yes, they were at least blinking red in each direction. They were not
So-
fully off.
I must have misread that because I thought like the lights were off, and there is a specific thing you're supposed to do at an intersection when the lights are completely out.
Yeah.
You treat it as a stop sign. You don't just gun it through like, oh look, the light's out. That must mean it's green.
Yeah.
No.
No, they were actually blinking red, which is what makes this worse.
Oh no.
So there's a series of intersections, like all in like the same area where they're out, but they're doing the blinking red thing. So like traffic sucks. But it's like, all right, fine. So I finally get up to the light where it's my turn, and I need to make a left turn. So like my side goes, I move up to the line, people to our left go, the people in front of us go, the people to our right go. It is our turn now. So we start going, and I start making the left turn. And the people, the traffic that is across from me that would come straight through, one of the lanes is empty. And a van, a cargo van, as we're bringing it full circle, is coming up that empty lane. And for whatever reason, it's like, empty lane, this is fine, and does not seem to notice the light is blinking red. And comes flying into the intersection as I am making a left turn across his path.
Ugh.
And this is a moment where I legitimately saw not my life flash before my eyes, but the last couple of weeks all happened in a short period. And I try, like, I'm not fully into his path yet, so I try to slam on the brakes to be like, maybe I can stop short of it. And I hear the tires squeal, and I watch him start sliding. He's already flying faster than he should be for that road. I know he's already speeding. He is flying into this intersection, and at some point realizes his mistake, and slams on his brake, and he slides, and he stopped so close to me, he hit my side mirror. He hit it, and it folded, and he hit and it folded into my car. And that was it. And I'm just like, what just happened? At that exact moment, I'm looking at him through the window, like doing like the, what the fuck? You know, like mad. And then I finished pulling my way through the intersection, And then I had to stop and pull over because I'm like shaking. I was like, I almost died. I almost died. Like if he, like another second of him not realizing that he fucked up, there would be an ambulance involved, airbags off, car folded in half, like is what would have happened. And I'm just like, first of all, very glad my dogs are no longer with me in the car. But I was like, oh my God. I was like, I cannot process what just happened. And I was like, I had just bought myself a coffee and I was like, I don't need this anymore. Who needs caffeine? It was, my phone's going pee-pee. It was fucking wild. I'm fine. You look at my rear, you look at that mirror and there was like some paint transfer. That was it. Like it could not have been any closer while still connecting than it was.
That's insane. That is
It was
wildly insane.
It was a lot. It was a lot. That was a very busy morning. And that was Wednesday morning. So when I was like, I've already filled my sticky note change, you're like, what happened? It was so much. It was a very busy Wednesday morning. Yosuke, fuck off. All right, anyways, what?
Was that before you had to drive a cargo truck yourself?
Yes, because the cargo van was today, and that was last week.
What a week we've had.
It really is. It was one of those things when I was looking at my sticky notes for tonight. I was like, fuck, did I almost die not even a full week ago? What has happened? Yeah. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. Oh, Yosuke got us a room, everybody. It's fine. No, stop texting like this! What does that even mean? Later? Is that laters? Laters shouldn't have an S on it.
He does.
He didn't even, it's not, I'm adding the R to make it better for him. It's lates. He wrote lates.
He did, he wrote lates.
Fuck this. Anyways.
Yay, finals.
Yay! I haven't paid attention to any of these fucking questions.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
You can logic your way through them.
Yep.
So I only have one thing left on my post-it note.
Okay.
You ready?
I actually am almost ready. I have to pee.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna go do that, and then you can tell me the story. But you get to vamp
Okay.
for 2 minutes. Go!
Well, you know what? I wanted to say nice things about Dot, but he left. That makes me...
nice things anyways, but clip it for him!
Okay. Hey, everyone, let's say nice things about Dop. So, here's the fun thing about Dop. He comes off as a very cynical, sarcastic, vindictive asshole, but in reality, super nice dude. Super nice dude. He is a wonderful husband to his wife. He is a wonderful father to his 2 daughters. And he is a very wonderful person. I'm very glad I got to meet him through the RT community. Very old school, and just like many of the old school people, we have grown away from that company, but we have still stayed in touch. And in fact, he lives about 2 hours away from me, which is wonderful. I occasionally got to see him pre-pandemic, and now it's hard to see him during the pandemic. But Dop is a wonderful person, and if you don't know him, you should get to know him better because he is good people. Oh, yes, he does have a very nice beard as well, and I think he still does. He should still have his beard. Everyone should have a pandemic beard by now. No excuses. But, yeah. You know, also, since Jen's not back yet, chat, thank you for being patient with us and hanging out with us throughout Persona 4. I think we're getting pretty close to the end here. March 20th is the final day of Persona 4, and we're going to be on the rails as soon as finals are over. And Jen's back, so we can do our finals and get on the endgame rails.
James, I tried really hard to grow my pandemic beard. It just wouldn't come in.
Well, you just didn't believe hard enough. Maybe that cricket shouldn't have been eaten by Isabelle. That cricket could have granted you a wish.
You know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. Dop is pretty great. I'm just gonna say that Dop is great. I'm not positive I know Dop's actual name.
I used to know it.
Yeah.
In the before times.
It's a rumor on the wind. Like, it's... Dop is Dop. That's it.
Yeah, Dop is Dop.
Yep.
But yeah, I drive by Dop's house every time I go visit my in-laws, and I think like, oh, yeah, Dop's here. I wish there wasn't a pandemic going on.
Blue paprika? Is that like a real thing?
Well, it's cold out, so it turns
No,
blue.
but like, for real though, I'm Googling this. Is blue paprika real? It can't be.
Does it take you to the Persona 4 wiki? It's like, this is an item you can get.
Okay, so there's a musical group called Blue Paprika.
Oh, they beat me to my joke.
I had a band called that in high school. I got results for Walmart and Target.
I guess it's a thing.
Oh, I think it's just for their music, though. Huh.
Oh.
All right. Well, there we go. Oh, Carl, no. Someone roll up a newspaper and smack Carl on the nose, please.
Here, I'll time him out.
All right.
There we go.
Sounds good. Ah.
Oh, this is your last free day, Jen. How are you gonna use it?
Is it really my last free day?
It's your last free day, then we're on the rails for the rest of the game.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I have to, like, think about this very carefully.
You have to think about what stuff you want to do, and Rise can't be stuff.
I mean, she could be, though.
Yeah, well, you already did. That was what yesterday was for.
Yeah, it doesn't make... Why limit myself to just yesterday?
Well, you know, there's a certain period of time that you just need to read. You know what? Never. You know, we'll save that for after the game.
Real quick. I could get to rank 9 with the old lady.
Oh, you were so close. Oh, that's a shame.
So close.
So close. Oh.
Do I really have no more Sundays left?
You don't have any days left. This is the last day you actually can make a choice about what you do.
I don't believe you.
Okay, that's your choice. You're also gonna tell me Finland doesn't exist either, despite my protests.
Oh man. Fuck. I guess I'll go hang out with Death because it's a guaranteed, social link increase. I don't know. Like, I don't think anybody else matters.
No, you're right. Sassy, welcome.
Hey!
How are you, and how is Sassy Baby?
Yeah, I don't think anybody else is gonna go up. So
Go visit Adachi in jail, maybe get that rank.
can you do that?
No, you can't.
Oh God! I was gonna be so mad if you were just now telling me I could go visit Adachi in jail.
Yeah,
Oh.
I saved the best for last.
God, that would have been fucking incredible.
I'm sorry, Sassy. I hope you feel better soon.
Let's see, what else do I have in my fucking list?
Oh no, wait, are you sick or Sassy Baby?
No,
sick?
she is sick.
Okay. I almost said good, but I don't mean like I meant that like it's like I hope a Sassy Baby is healthy.
Yeah.
So,
It is
that's even
easier.
worse.
Is it even easier if an adult is sick than if
Yes.
if the tiny
Yes,
infant is sick?
Thank you for translating for
Yeah,
me, Jack.
I got you. I got you.
Now I just sound like a psychopath. I'm like, I'm sick. Good.
Oh, she said both. Wait, is baby also sick? I thought it was just you. Now I don't know. Did she say both to you? Fuck, I don't know. Maybe I'm behind. Well, I'm gonna go talk to Death now.
Well, everything are just. Oh.
Oh no, Sassy, I'm sorry. Oh, she smiled gently too. God damn it.
We really need to send a thesaurus to the writers at Atlas. Do you think one of the writers at Atlas was actually a fan of Blue Paprika, the band? That's like, nah, you know what? I'm gonna program this in. I'm gonna get this band off the ground.
Like,
back
I'm
in 2008.
I'm wondering if it's that or if it was just like a bad translation where somebody's like, yeah, this is close enough.
Now I'm starting to wonder because this game came out in 2008. Maybe Blue Paprika, the band, played this game. They're like, dude, I was playing the game and I could buy Blue Paprika. That's the name of our
I'm
band,
not
Keith.
There we go.
Death.
All right. I think we're mostly not VA'd right now, so this is fine. Looking at my sticky notes. Let's see.
Oh yeah, so I was gonna lead into something, and then you left, and I had to say nice things about Doc.
Oh, that's right.
So Jen, we played Clock Tower last week,
Yeah, we did.
and you know what? The villains won again,
Yeah, they did.
and I think the villains will forever be known as Team Mr. Magoo.
Yeah, you
because
will.
I didn't say I was a part of that.
I'm
but,
saying it.
Yeah, we Mr. Magoo'd our way to a victory, despite our best attempts to mess it up at every
That
stage.
was the most infuriating game of Clock Tower. Because also, like, there were the three of us who were like, this is what's going on. This is it. Vote here. And then it didn't happen. That was probably the closest it's been. You guys stumbled. You failed upwards into victory.
Yes, we did. We failed upward, and I felt dirty the entire time. Like legit, my heart was pounding so badly. My wife had to check in on me, like, "Hey, you doing all right there, champ?" Like, I have to lie to people, and I hate lying.
I was so mad. Most of it, my favorite part of it was that, like, what did you win? So you specifically were bluffing as the investigator.
I was.
And like the info you had, I was like, this isn't lining up, but like somebody has to be lying. So like maybe this other person's lying. It's like, okay. What did you win was that you bluffed to something that it turns out you didn't understand how it worked.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right.
And so when you're like, yeah, a first night, Aaron told me that, like, after, like, Christian was like, you never said which of these things you know. So for anybody who's not familiar with the game, because we've talked about it a couple times, the short version, Chaos, thank you for that resub. So there's various roles that learn different things or have different powers at different points in the game. And so James was evil, and a role that I was like, there has to be a spy. There has to be a spy. And James was the spy. I forgot about a very key aspect of the spy, which is how you guys lived as long as you did and ultimately won. Fucked. Anyways, but James chose to bluff as the investigator, which is one of the roles that learns something only on night one. And what's supposed to happen is the storyteller comes into the room and is like, hey, between person X and person Y, one of them is this specific type of minion. So like, let's say the poisoner. You're like, cool. Either this person or this person is the poisoner. And that's what you learn as the investigator. James is bluffing as the investigator. And he was like, I learned that either Jen or Christian were evil. And we're like, oh shit. Well, I'm like, I know it's not me. So like, Christian's now suspicious. That's not good. And Christian's like, I know it's not me. So Jen's suspicious. And so we got to a point where it was like, things were like getting pretty intense. And Christian was like, James, you've repeatedly claimed to be the investigator, but you've never said which minion it is. Like, which minion is in play. And your response was like, well, Aaron came into my room and I asked, okay, Jen or Christian? And he went, yes. And I was, and he's like, so I knew it was one of them. And I was, there's dead silence. I go, James, that's not how the investigator works. At all. It's James, everybody. That's not what the investigator does. And you tried to play it off as Aaron fucking up, which was also not a good move. What other option did I have in that moment? I mean, on the one hand, you're right. You were already sunk at that point. But on the other hand, you don't want to make the storyteller mad. Don't imply the storyteller was bad at their job.
So I actually talked to Aaron about that prior to that round. I'm like, Aaron, I'm 100% gonna do this. I'm just giving you a heads up now.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, so it wasn't like I did it on the spot. Like, I realized the mistake I made. And I'm like, I need to start making a contingency plan now. Hey, Aaron, this is my contingency plan. Sorry.
As a girl, hey, Mace, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Get wrecked, Zelda. Trust me, my second cup of bourbon is empty. I am thoroughly wrecked. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. Oh my god, I forgot this is where Invaluable Vagrant comes from. Hell yeah. Fucking Christine, thank you so much for the raid. You guys are clearly playing together. I appreciate it. Double raid. We're having we're yelling about Blood on the Clock Tower while this woman's having a very intimate moment with me while I'm finishing. I shouldn't have phrased it like that.
An emotionally intimate moment.
There we go. That. While I'm finishing my second glass of bourbon. It's great! Red Dead. There we go. Well, welcome all of the raiders. We're at the Jen is firmly beyond tipsy, but not quite in a drunk territory yelling portion of the stream. We've been telling many stories.
Many stories.
Many stories. Invaluable Vagrant has Dungeons and Dragons stories to tell. And puzzle rooms. Yes! I want to hear about these things. Please tell us. There's a 20-second delay, so we'll finish our stories real quick before that happens.
Yeah. So, yeah, Flashfire, before we got raided, yeah, it does sound like I messed up a lot and we still won. Here's the thing. I messed up so bad, it distracted everyone from the true culprit for enough rounds that the true culprit was able to do their job.
Yeah, it was fucking wild. And I'm so mad that we got to the end where it was me, Christian, and somebody else were like, vote for Matt. Matt's the thing. Once we figured out that my power had technically worked correctly and that yours had a weird facet to it that I'd forgotten about.
The truth is,
Oh.
I don't have any special powers like that.
Oh, we got VA.
I am not death. Just another boring human being.
Bitch, don't. This is like social. This is like level 9. You can't be having this moment here.
Would you rather? It's like you're already in a relationship with the girl. Like, no. I do not want to date that.
That would be hilarious. God, that would be so much worse though. God, I'm glad that's not fucking happening.
Waiting for a miracle that never came.
Okay.
Before I knew it,
we're like firmly in this
I was
now.
wishing death on the one person I loved most in the world. I was lonely, forgotten.
Hey, Thos, I'm not death. I'm just near death. I'm death adjacent.
Being loved. All that is what goes into making us human.
Human.
Oh, good, we're done now.
Vasile gets it.
Yeah, totally human Vasile. Yeah, so anyways, Blood on the Clock Tower is a fucking thing. I can't believe you guys stumbled your way into victory and that some of us actually were like, yes, this is what's going on. But Matt just stumbled his way through his bullshit. Where I was like, I even said like repeatedly, I was like, the things you're saying don't make sense. This physically cannot be possible. And people were like, I don't know.
It worked. And you know, that just convinced me that no matter what, the minions are always going to win. It's impossible. Like if we didn't lose that game, we had no right to win that game.
I agree.
There is nothing the villagers can do to win the game.
It's one of those things like I'm trying to. He's not watching. This is fine. I'm trying to figure out how to have this discussion with Aaron because so watching No Rolls Bard play it. I think right now they're 8 games in, and I think the win ratio is like 5-3 or something like that. Like 5 for like the good team is 1 and 3 where evil is 1. And some of them have been very close. The fact that evil is 1 every time we have played, I'm like, look, I understand evil's starting off at a disadvantage, and so the storyteller has to err on the side of kind of giving them more. It's like, maybe scale that back a smidge.
Yeah. Well, I think, and I know it's not going to be a popular idea, the rolls aren't random.
We had to smile gently. Everybody drink.
The rolls aren't random. That is the biggest equalizer in all of that, because Aaron wants to tell a compelling story. He's setting things up to give the minions the best opportunity, and they will win. They will win every single time.
Yep. I like, to a certain degree, I appreciate that it's not fully random, because there are some things that I do think should have some consideration. Like, there is someone in the group, I'm not going to say who, but there's someone in the group who's made it very clear that they are wildly uncomfortable with the idea of ever playing an evil character. It's like they're not going to have a fun time playing this game if they get one of those roles. And so I understand, not just from the storytelling perspective, but also from the I want everyone to have fun perspective of, like, if I know this person's going to be miserable for 3 hours, I'm not going to have them do this. Mace, you're evil by default. Like, well, I don't do anything evil or chaos ever. Mace, I love you so much. I love you so much. That sounds like bullshit. Also, I want to play Clock Tower with you now. Do you know Aaron Porter? I feel like I need to be like, Aaron, you need to get Mace up in this bitch. Anyways, I can appreciate that to a certain degree, Aaron wants everybody to have a good time. And not making it random for that. And I can appreciate if he's like, okay, cool. This person, like, all right, this person got pegged as being evil by the random generator. Let's let them be that. It's like, okay, but I also recognize that, like the way Matt was, it's like, cool, Matt's gonna need someone who can like logic their way through a lot of things to be his support. Like, to a certain degree, I appreciate that it's not entirely random in the vein of trying to make sure everybody has fun. But also, yes, there is a meta to it at that point of, like, okay, cool. Who would Aaron not let be evil? Or if someone was evil, like, what are the pairings that he would allow? Or what are the pairings he would disallow? Like, I don't know if it still applies, but when we first started playing, he straight up said he would not allow me and Christian to be an evil pair. Straight up said that. He was like, you will destroy everyone. And same thing with Christian and Mally. He was like, that would be devastating. I don't know if that still applies.
But that happened, didn't it?
No. They've not been evil together yet. Maybe when there was, like, the grouping that had, like, where I think we had 3 evil people, he might have been one of the 3? I don't think that was it either, though. I'd have to go back and look. I have many notes. But it was just, like, that pairing, like, there are certain pairings, just like, that would be too much. So yeah, for the people who know, Blood on the Clock Tower is, it's a game that's like Werewolves. But better, I would dare say, because you're not out of the game once you die. I think it's the shortest way to describe that. And so we've been playing it. We've been trying to do it weekly. We've kind of ended up by accident doing it bi-weekly. Is what I think we've pretty much landed on. So there's a server of some of us that we've had up, like, I think you can play with as few as 7. I think the lowest we've actually had is 8. And I think the highest one we had was 11 or 12.
I think 11, yeah.
So, it's like I said, it's like Werewolves. At this point, because of safety reasons, we've been doing it purely online. And it's a ton of fun. And I appreciate, like, one of the things I haven't liked about Werewolf is that, like, once you die, like, that's it.
Is gone.
I
can't
but
ignore that
she's talking
fact
again.
any longer. I need to face the truth head on.
We're trying to have a conversation here. Oh, she's done. All right, perfect.
I want to see you again.
So yeah, and the other thing I appreciate about Clock Tower is that there are some roles that you learn things through death, whether it's like you learn things about other people who have died, or like there's one of the roles, at least in the grouping of roles that we're playing right now, there's one of them that like if they die, they learn things in their own death. So like there's a lot of really cool mechanics. And then, yeah, you still get to vote when you're dead. You still get to be a part of the game when you're dead. It's awesome. So I super appreciate it. And the idea of playing with Mace is terrifying and incredible. Noticing that Christian tends to be a devastating evil person. 100%! I don't know what it says that we're such good friends. I feel like there should be some, self-reflection happening here. But
yeah, what could possibly go wrong with being friends with a devastatingly evil person, and you have been noted to be an extremely salty person that is now a unit of measurement.
Welcome back.
Yeah, anyways, we got ice cream 2 weeks ago together, so that was fun. You can't be evil if you have ice cream.
Oh, okay.
But anyways,
that sounds like something an evil person would say.
I mean, that's fine. Yeah, so Clock Tower's great. James was on the evil team the last time, and they won, even though he fully fucked up his bluff.
Totally. It bought time. It bought time for the...
Which is the infuriating part. We're like, that's clearly what's going on. And as soon as we figured out that my power, technically, I was like, Aaron would absolutely tell me is 0 if you guys are sitting next to each other. Fuck. All right, yeah, I forgot the spy register is good. Hey, they're next to each other. It's this guy. It's absolutely Matt. And then people are like, I don't know. And then we executed the Saint. We lost immediately. Anyways, I love that game. It's a lot of fun. I am hoping we get to play this week, or that I get to even play this week. Even if the game happens, which it doesn't look like it's going to because there's not enough people, I don't think I can because it's going to be late. And I have 6 a.m. call times, and midnight to 6 a.m. is a very short window, it turns out. I learned that last week.
That is a short window.
It was not pretty. It was not pretty. Which I know you appreciate because you have children that wake you up at 5 a.m. So
Yeah, I do. It's wonderful. You know what the fun thing is when they peel your eyes open? I know they haven't washed their hands recently, and I'm always afraid to get pink eye. I've somehow avoided it. I've only gotten pink eye once from my children, so I've lucked out.
I'm happy for you. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I will accept that hesitant happiness.
Oh, it's a full bar. Let's go.
It's like they know that you have no choices and your free days are fleeting.
What is this sentence? No, thank you. I feel like I need to leave now. No! What? No! You can't joke about that. I'm in high school, ma'am.
Do you know my sister? She works at the hospital.
Oh, Jesus. All right, good night, Mace. You said, oh, wait. Oh, no. Why are we waiting? What happened?
I think Mace wanted to see if anything happened with the bartender.
This took a turn. What's sad is it didn't. Welcome to this game. Anyways, Mace, I appreciate you. You're wonderful. Yeah. Let's see. What other fucking stories do I have? Yeah, fucking Clock Tower, man.
Yep.
So mad.
My post-it note is done.
All right.
We did it, and we somehow did it without talking about D&D.
Yep. Let's see.
Hey, we played D&D this Saturday.
We do. Oh my fuck. I don't. Do we want to forego the rest of my post-it note and talk about D&D for the remaining like 10 to 30 minutes we have left?
That's your call. This is your ship, Jen, and I'm just a bosun.
Part of me wants to talk about D&D. The other part of me is like, you don't even know what you want to say. So this is just going to be you going, I don't know, man, for the next 30 minutes if we try to talk about D&D.
I think you underestimate my improv ability.
No, the problem is me. I'm the problem.
Well, I know that. I can work with that.
Okay, Invaluable Vagrant wants to talk about D&D. Let's talk about... I need to scroll back because they were talking about puzzle stuff. So we're gonna... Yeah, we'll go to D&D. I will keep the rest of this. And if we end up with a lull, I'll go back to some of it. But we'll go into D&D. So I want to go back to Invaluable Vagrant saying, I ran 2 puzzle rooms recently. Both Tomb Raiding adventures and my players did so well. They were both Lord of the Rings themed and they got little hints I tossed in there. And then I rolled loot for the second game and they got a deck of many cards. Oh!
Oh no!
No!
Oh no! I hate that deck. I hate it
Yeah?
so much.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is this just in theory or for the voice of experience?
From the voice of experience.
Oh, we're gonna have to touch on this in a second. Alright, so deck of many things, and then they summon an Avatar of Death. Great! I get to bring my Sorcerer/Fighter/Warlock back this Saturday for my game. Awesome! She got raised deaded, and I had to take a break from the game for a couple weeks, so I just have to catch up now. That's fucking awesome. Hopefully we have no Raise Dead or Revivify happening in our game on Saturday, but I'm not counting on it. Yeah, can you share about my puzzle games? Yeah, share about your puzzle games. Hey, James, tell us about your Deck of Many Things experience.
So, this happened in the Devil campaign,
Oh,
which tells you
no.
everything you need to know.
Oh, no.
There are a few people I play with who get a little pouty when things don't go their way. And it kind of irritating. Like, on the one hand, I understand, like, everyone wants to live their great fantasy, but sometimes, the dice don't go your way, and you just gotta suck it up and go with it. So we found the Deck of Many Things, and everyone wanted to pull from it, and I'm thinking, oh, we're gonna get some really pouty people when they lose all of their gold, if not worse things happen.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. The DM would call for, roll a number between something and something, and then he would tell you what that card was. Everyone got a good card.
Oh, bullshit!
I 100% believe that he was fudging the things just to, not get the whiny boo-hooing from certain players. And then it was my turn. And they're like, James, does your character pull from the deck? And this is my other cleric who is playing. And I go, no, I am not going to pull from the Deck of Many Things. And they're like, why not? Because in my head, I'm playing the metagame that if this is random, statistically speaking,
a lot of the good cards just left.
a lot of the good cards left, and a lot of the bad stuff would be back. And then the other hand is that, okay, well, if he's metagaming, I'm going to get something that's disingenuous to the spirit of the game, and I don't want that kind of fudgery in my game, especially because people are getting pouty that I didn't get something good, or I got something so bad and it ruined my character. I was so annoyed in that campaign, and I'm like, no. And then the other characters tried to RP, like, come on, just pull a card. I'm like, I'm a cleric. My goddess provides everything that I need to me. And they're like, well, maybe this is an act of faith. And I'm like, act of faith? I talk to my God. What faith is needed? I see and communicate with my God. There's no faith required. That's evidence, sir. So, no, I forewent the Deck of Many Things, and I just hate it on principle with that particular group because they get very pouty when things don't go their way, and it's just like, it left a bad taste in my mouth, along with so many other things in that campaign.
Yeah, that campaign was a lot.
It was a lot, but you know what? We start our new campaign on Friday.
Oh,
So we'll
shit!
see.
Yeah, I was wondering when the new one started.
Yeah, so the new one starts on Friday. So I will be a chaotic neutral artificer, and I've never played a chaotic neutral character before, so this would be interesting for me.
Yeah, okay, this is actually a good segue, because I'm also trying to avoid specifically talking about the Breach, because fuck! What are your you straight up just said, like, you're playing, like, this particular alignment. It's your first time playing that kind of alignment. So, like, you're somebody who, like, plays alignment, it sounds like.
I do play alignment, yeah.
I'm in that weird camp where it's like, there are some people who are, like, super against alignment. Like, I'm not, like, firmly into that realm of things. I kind of find myself in the camp of, like, there are people who are like, I am this alignment, and therefore my behaviors are dictated this direction. And I'm in the category of, this is my behavior, and that ends up landing me in this particular alignment. I don't necessarily start out with a goal alignment.
I guess it's just a matter of how you look at it. So the way I play alignment, I'm coming into a new campaign. We're all level 1. The way I've built my character, he seems best to fall into chaotic neutral. So for me as a player, I see that as more often than not, his actions would land there, and then like 60% of the time, his actions will land there. 30% of the time, they will land in an adjacent square, and then the other 10% is just a crapshoot. But I like having alignment because if there's a lot of improv in D&D, and if I find myself in a situation, it's a very quick and easy way not to like get in my own head. It's like, okay, this is a completely random encounter we're in. I need to act quickly. Okay, what is a chaotic neutral response? Okay, there it is, move on. But if it's something like more long-term that like is a deliberate plan, then I may color outside of the lines of chaotic neutral, but chaotic neutral is kind of like my anchor that I will go back to if I need to like have a quick snap reaction to something, because that's what I've built my character around.
That's fair. That makes sense. Yeah, I think part of it is also just like how I end up kind of building my characters. Where it's like, I'm sure like if I wanted to make that kind of choice, maybe I'd have have less analysis paralysis when I end up in a situation of like, cool, how do I think, this character would respond to this situation? But I also feel like I'm afraid I would fall into the trap of, I've decided I am this alignment, so I can only make these choices.
Well, as long as you're not a 3.5 edition paladin, you would be fine.
What does that mean?
So in 3.5, to be a paladin, you had to be lawful good, and if you stopped being lawful good, you lost all of your paladin powers.
Oh, that's gross.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
What if you were a paladin to an evil god?
Then you would be a blackguard.
What's that?
It's a completely different class. A blackguard is like a fallen paladin.
That's dumb.
You're dumb.
I mean, all right, fair, but look rude still. Anyways, Invaluable Vagrant. I need to just point out how much I fucking love that name again. Both of my games, we were going into a tomb of an ancient elf hero. Was he hot? That joke's only funny to like half the people here right now.
Was his name Hugh?
Shut up! No, his name is not Hugh. That's a dumb fucking name. God, I so badly... All right, put a pin in that. I'm going to finish reading Invaluable Vagrant's thing about the puzzle rooms, and then I need to read for you the message exchange I had with Aaron.
Can't wait.
Took a lot of puzzles to get through. One had a maze, study, crypt, chessboard, and tunnels of smoke and light. Second one had a word puzzle, a lot of red herring rooms, and a few put the right thing in the right spot rooms. I put the keys to the last 2 doors by the front door of the puzzle room. I had a lot of fun with my Mask of Perfection, my sorcerer lock with sword, and she got her Eldritch Invocation. Super excited to use them. Hell yeah! Let's see some comments about alignment. I think alignments are dependent on the person. I tend to be chaotic in games, but I go with the selfish to selfless for the good to evil scale. All right. That's fair. That's fair. Both the ladies were hot. Yeah! All right, so...
Elbereth and Glithinol are from Lord of the Rings. They are very big to the elves of Middle-earth.
All right. So for anybody who doesn't watch The Breach, which first of all, shame on you. It's a grand old
Which
time.
you should, every other Saturday at
Yes.
8:30 p.m.?
Yes, at 8:30 Central. Our next session is this Saturday. It's over on Aaron Porter's channel. Hey, let me just do a thing real quick. It's like, hey, there's that. Come watch that. Oh, I beat Pathos to it. Thank you, Pathos, but I got it. So we have a grand old time. There is a character that we have named Exposition Elf. My character, Gwen, was not present for this meeting, but he was described in a way that Jen, the player, went, sounds hot, that's my boyfriend now. And that's been the running joke. Ashley is writing fan fiction, which is fucking wild to me. But we keep joking about Gwen's relationship with Exposition Elf. because he sounded very attractive. And so there's like the Gravity Falls reference, if you're familiar with Gravity Falls, when Dipper's trying to get Mabel to play Dungeons and Dragons. And her response is, I do like unicorns, and that hot elf looks promising. Like, so that's been a fucking thing. So I love Expedition Elf. We're gonna get married, it's fine. But, so I sent the Gravity Falls picture to Aaron. And his response was, you don't even know his name, Jen. And I went, only need to know his name if he's gonna stick around for more than a night. Anyways, I'm gonna regret having said that to Aaron at some point, I'm sure.
You know, again, I keep telling you, the Mardi Gras equivalent in Breach is coming up very shortly.
It's gonna be so bad. He's gonna make me regret so many things I've said out of character over the last several sessions.
Hey,
And-
you know what? Let's add some chaos to this. Vasile will even wed you two. How about that?
Oh God! It's so uncomfy.
He'll officiate it and use the ceremonial handcuffs for marriage and
Ceremonial handcuffs. Oh God. Okay, the game's making me go to bed. I guess I'm going to bed. All right, good night, Sassy.
Good night, Sassy. Feel better.
Oh, it's ski trip time. Is this long?
Yeah.
Fuck! Did I save, guys? Did I just save, or did I not?
I don't know.
Ashley, I hate that name so much. Oh no, guys, did I save?
I don't know.
I'm not asking you! Fuck! Faith, this is he doesn't think I did. Oh no.
Anime cutscene.
Oh no.
It's actually a still. It's not anime.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
Rust
no.
House food.
Yosuke, you're pretty good!
Dude, you too! Is this really your first time snowboarding?
Just gotta keep your balance, right?
That's no. There's so
That-
much more than that.
Yeah.
You're too fast.
What did Rise just tell you?
This is a long-term comment, or?
You gotta open up your stance. Do you get it? Come on.
It's easier said than, huh?
Oh Jesus Christmas.
Oops! I've fallen. Oops.
Oh, so sorry.
Oh my God. Oh my God. These two. Oh my God. I hate all of this.
They're so cute together.
I hate it. Are we actually like having a moment? Is this always the way it is, or does it change based on who you picked?
I guess we'll never know, Jen.
James, sir, please.
Yeah, it's always like that.
Okay.
They did a good job in the cutscenes that no matter who you are romancing in the game, there are always like these little moments where you think, oh, like they put that in just for my character. No, like if you go back and like replay it and you date Chie, it's like, no, that scene's still there, but then you realize the scenes where Chie is kind of like a little closer to you in a cutscene, so
Okay.
they cleverly balanced it.
Interesting.
Jeez, you two.
And then if you're dating everyone like a degenerate, then it's just weird. Happy music.
We've been down this
Yay.
slope a bunch of times now.
Yep, great time to end the cutscene and just save.
Yep.
What do you think of my snowboarding skills? I bet you're head over heels with them.
I mean, you
'Cause
were
you fell-
head
'cause you-
over heels. Anyways.
Because you
Yeah,
fell
but
over.
Only
Yeah.
because we were falling down all the time. Teddy kept
Again,
pushing.
the voice of reason.
Although, but like head over heels is the way you should be.
That's
like,
true.
They're all head over heels right now. This is another one of those phrases I don't get.
It's not fair that Kanji gets to keep skiing with Naochan. I'm completely against one-on-one personal lessons.
Shut up, Teddy.
You were doing it on purpose, you bastard!
You guys are completely ignoring my lines, huh?
Yep.
So this was your first time skiing, Naoto-kun? How was it? I can barely even stand upright. Kanji-kun is teaching me, but
Yeah, oh yeah?
Uh-huh.
It's not going as I'd hoped. I keep going in the wrong direction or falling over.
How do you go in the wrong direction? You can't go up on accident.
Maybe she means like going backwards down the hill.
Oh, maybe. Okay, that would make sense. I was like, and you can't.
I hope I do a little better.
She's
tomorrow.
defying gravity.
You don't look it, but you really don't like losing, do you? Should we go up one more time?
D'Amato, I'm gonna stop this cutscene and agree and jump in here to be like, yes, expired acetaminophen. Wow. Hey, bourbon has happened, but I promise the things I'm saying are real. Expired acetaminophen is actually dangerous. Expired ibuprofen, less so. Expired Benadryl is just more useless. Expired acetaminophen is actually dangerous. Worse in liquid form. In liquid form, it starts super deteriorating around like even just like 6 months, and causes and degrades into something that causes blood disorders. Solid form, I want to say, starts hitting that point at like in like the 18-month range. The study I did was more about the liquid form, where 6 months is bad. Expired acetaminophen, bad. Throw that shit out immediately. Get rid of it. But I am the one who said that.
Pathos, she pizzaed when she should have French fried. You're gonna have a bad time. You get a pizza, and you're gonna have a good time.
What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, you know that's between Pathos and I.
Oh,
We can have our inside things too, you know.
You absolutely can. Now, what I just learned from that is I want French
My
fries.
legs are giving out on me.
Oh, her legs are giving out on her.
Well, you know the 4th. You know, I guess that was a week ago. Well, no excuses.
My fur's all frozen too. I feel like Frosty the Snow Bear.
That's not a thing.
We've got tomorrow too, so let's call it a day. Aren't you hungry, Chie?
Why did you specifically single her out?
She loves
Didn't
meat.
even notice it till now. I'm super hungry. What are we having for dinner at the lodge?
Whatever they're fucking serving.
I think soul cooked in non-regional style.
What is that's so vague.
Non-regional part caught my attention.
Mine too.
So it's a non-style style?
What's happening?
What is that supposed to taste like?
Did I have too much bourbon, or is this actually not making sense?
I don't think it's supposed to make sense.
Okay, good.
I think you would only call it something like that if you weren't all that confident about your food.
Oh, so Yukiko, this is how you label your things.
I doubt
Yes.
the chefs would appreciate hearing that from you guys.
That's so mean. I remember you yelling about how delicious that cake we made was.
I wasn't yelling. And that cake was only good because Naoto helped you.
That's not true. It was thanks to the cookbook.
I don't care which it was. And you guys should have been using a cookbook in the first place.
There's something more important at hand right now. Soul is a fish, right? What about some real meat? Meat!
Oh boy.
How much of a carnivore are you?
I don't think I saw any real meat dishes on the menu. No beef? Or pork? Or even chicken?
She's got a point. And considering how much we've been skiing, I could use something with a lot of protein.
Again, Kanji, the voice of reason.
Has the day finally come that you all want a little taste of Teddy?
Please don't ever say that ever again.
No, we'd never do that. Bear meat is pretty gamey after all.
You're so cruel, Yuki-chan.
Yep, finished skiing. Everything's great.
And of course, we get to save. Never.
Yeah.
This is gonna keep going. So, okay, what else did you want to talk about D&D wise?
Oh, D&D wise, I don't know. I don't know, man. I think we kind of have a list of questions for the bodies.
Yes, we do. We'll have that.
Yeah. I'm hoping Aaron doesn't fuck us over on those. I'm hoping we're finally on our way to the summit after that. Okay, but even before that, I want us to be on our way to the summit, but also, like, the idea that we have that little time is horrifying to me. Do we So like we're gonna go sleepies. We're gonna go sleepies. We need to talk to this body.
Well, we've already done sleepies because we've had a bunch of dreams already.
Oh, that's right. That's true. Okay, so we're gonna wake up. We're gonna wake up and have already finished sleepies.
Totally normal human dreams.
So we're gonna do that. We're gonna talk to this body. Do you still want to go talk to the king and possibly go and get Tori?
I mean, why not? Why not?
I mean, there's several reasons why not, really. If this assassin is straight up named all of us, should we split up?
Well, I guess it depends what we learn from the body.
It's true. And I think that's what I hate was like we were talking about, like, let's talk about D&D. It's like, what is there to talk about? Because everything hinges on what this body tells us.
It really does.
I hate that.
But it's good that we have plans for what we hear from the body. Like, do we split up? Do we go get Tori? I mean, we definitely need to talk to the king regardless.
Yeah. And I still think that a conversation with the king, when it happens, Gwen needs to not be there.
I agree.
Which sucks. Because me as a player is like, do all the things! But I'm like, nah. I logically gotta let it go. And I hate it.
You gotta let it go. I mean, if nothing else, Clock Tower proved that even if I'm incompetent, I can still win. So...
That's the worst.
I just inhaled my own spit.
See, that's bad. You pizzaed instead of French fried, and then you had a.
What does that mean? Jesus.
Wouldn't you rather spend time with us? I mean, me rather than people like that, Senpai?
Dude, how awesome is it that we all get to stay overnight like this? And it's co-ed!
Oh.
So why don't we...
Gross-K!
No.
Thank you, Yukiko.
But I didn't suggest anything yet.
Yeah, whatever you were going to say was going to be fucking terrible. Keep your mouth shut.
Sorry, were you going to say play cards? Why don't we go night skiing? I've always been impressed by people who can do that.
That sounds like an awful idea.
That's how you die.
Yeah!
Or both.
Take another bath afterwards. Honestly, I'm already exhausted from snowboarding all day.
Then why don't we do what people usually do when they get together at night?
What's that?
Kanji being the voice of reason.
What's that, Kanji?
Tell ghost stories.
Yes.
I don't know.
That TV behind us is ominous.
Oh, no. Don't worry about the TV or its size. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'll have to disagree too.
Normally, I'd be more concerned about how pointy the spikes in front of the fireplace are. Instead, I'm worried about the size of the TV.
Huh?
The fireplace isn't even going.
Scared of ghost
Yeah,
stories?
I'm worried about the spike parts.
Yeah, that's fine.
Stuff like in those stories actually happens in the mountains. That one time during shooting was enough for me.
What?
Stop it! Oh, our inn has a lot of spooky stuff, too. Once, we asked a customer how he liked his room, and he said the restroom was too dark. But his room didn't have one.
Yeah, no, he just pissed in the closet.
And sometimes when you take pictures in that room during Obon, they don't come out right. Whoa, that's pretty creepy.
I hate when I try to take pictures during Obon, too.
Occasionally found in the mountains around here. They say this entire area could have been a gravesite long ago.
Folklore has little valid scientific evidence, but is a result of cultural significance and strong story elements.
Nato, it feels like you're trying to convince yourself.
Nato has her Gwen showing.
Any ancient burial ground.
100%! When we get to the game and, like, Artemisia and Rika are also like, hey, we just had these dreams. I'm going to be like, y'all, she's absolutely gonna get into this kind of mode. 100%. Like, all of you having weird, freaky dreams is gonna be like, nah, man, no, we're not fucking with that.
No, you just had a weird dream, a bit of undigested cheese.
Yeah. It's like, Artemisia, you had fish again today because this was the day she tried to eat that fish porridge.
That's right.
So she's be like, no, you had fish. Rika just is smoking too much of her shit. Like, no, none of this.
You're scared too?
God, what do we think Aaron's gonna do to me when it's time for Gwen to have a dream?
You know what? It's just gonna be a nice dream with Exposition Elf. It's just gonna be. And
there
you know
we
what?
go.
No. Here's the thing, though. Aaron is gonna do that. Now, Jen, I want you to imagine a scenario where Aaron. You've seen all of our other dreams.
Yeah.
You get a dream with Exposition Elf, and it seems to be going too smoothly, and you're not gonna trust
Yes.
it. You're gonna be waiting for the twist, and then the twist never comes, and that's even worse than the twist itself.
No, the twist never comes is also bad.
Oh, I'm just. Good night, everyone.
This is starting to get pretty good.
I'm adding that to my seal list of things to say.
How are you in scary stories? Yeah,
I
you
was
say
too
that,
good.
but I bet you got
That was a
some
good one. That was
crazy
good.
story of your own up your sleeve. You and ghost stories, huh? That might be seriously scary.
I can't believe you guys! I'm having no part of this! I'm plugging my ear!
Okay, you don't need to yell it. You could just also leave the room.
Would it be scarier to only hear bits and pieces of stories like that?
Shut up, Morangi! Why are you
Where
pushing
did this
so hard for
nickname
us to
come
ghost
from?
Stories?
It like suddenly appeared like they've been calling him that forever.
That came after he said subuttal.
Yeah, but I feel like it like happened like once and then didn't get mentioned for months. And then it suddenly was back again. Like, wow, we've been doing it this whole time.
Well, I mean, we have been playing for
Well, I'll
months.
start off then. Yukiko can go last. Her stories are off the charts creepy. Let's see.
Oh no.
It was over 3 years ago. A friend of mine in middle school told me this.
Hey, I've had a crazy ghost story. A man throws people into a TV and they die.
The end.
It seems his sister went to a pretty prestigious private school, but she ended up running with the wrong crowd. Supposedly, she and a bunch of other girls were bullying another girl in their class. He said that she'd come home every night and laugh over the phone with her friends about the kid they were harassing.
Wow, what a bitch.
One day, she suddenly came home with a pale face. Ever since then, she started locking herself up in her room. No matter how much he asked what was going on, she'd completely ignore him. But he could hear her mumbling. She'd keep saying to herself, "It's my turn next." My friend got worried, so he went to ask his sister's friends what was going on. But it turns out, all her friends had passed out for mysterious reasons and had been taken to the hospital. He was so scared that he didn't know what to do. That night, at around 11:30,
I'm just looking at the fucked up rigging that has happened on Chie's character model with how her leg connects to her foot.
Shh, shh. It's okay, Jen. Shh, it's okay.
suddenly his sister started screaming in her room. He ran into her room, and she was covering her ears and repeating, "She's calling me! I can hear her!" But my friend couldn't hear anything. And soon, his sister rushed out of the house. The next morning, she was found unconscious outside the school gates, just like her friends had been. In the end, she was taken to the hospital and recovered. But when he asked the people at school what happened, it seems the girl they were bullying was dead. They said that the girl must have become a spirit that haunted them one by one.
That was a very delayed reaction. Okay.
That's impossible. Your story is full of inconsistencies.
Uh-huh.
Wait, but I think I've actually read a police report like that.
Yeah,
Again,
well, based on...
Naoto's Gwen is showing.
I was like, on the one hand, yes. On the other hand, we saw how thorough the police reports have been, so...
Yeah.
That's not denying it. You're supporting it.
Wait, did she die? I think she turned up okay.
Yosuke, please.
Well, that doesn't matter. That wasn't bad for a leadoff, right?
I read Meatloaf. When he said lead off, my brain was like, that's not bad for a meatloaf.
Yeah. Now your Chie is
next.
showing.
What do
Yeah.
you have in mind?
Oh, a save point. A save point is what I have in mind.
That's adorable that you think you're gonna get a save point in this game.
Yeah.
I kept telling you, after December, after finals,
Yeah.
you're on the rails.
You're gonna do this to us too?
Yeah, sure.
It sounds realistic when you tell it.
Yeah, I'm so good at the story.
So, and then?
Those ellipses.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with this first one. Yeah.
Ooh, one time at the inn there was.
Yes, please take over. Dang it. Excuse me. It's Teddy. It's Teddy.
I heard something. I heard something just now.
All the lights are on. Y'all need to chill.
That was unusual.
It's just our imaginations. Anyway, keep going. You can't just end it here. That'd be even scarier.
No, it sounds like a great reason for me to not continue.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
No, don't stop now.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you know, you are missing one rank with Adachi.
Shut up.
Oh shit! Something just went past me.
It's fucking Teddy.
I told you I didn't want to do this. Why didn't you listen to me? Someone get the lights on. I can't take this anymore. Hurry.
Hang on. Where's the switch?
Fucking Teddy.
Yeah, it's always Teddy.
How dare you?
How did Kanji end up? Oh, he was on that, at least on that couch, and just went behind it. I was like, wait, wasn't he on the couch with us?
You think you're eating all the snacks while I'm gone? I'm gonna curse you.
Does Teddy realize the lights are on?
I don't think so.
Get him.
Push him in the fireplace.
There you go.
Let's finish him off.
Gross.
I'm sorry, Teddy. Only people have human rights.
Fucking Naoto!
Babes, what's come over you?
Babes?
Why are you so mad at me?
Babes didn't help your case.
Nope.
So it was Teddy. Damn it, he freaked us all out.
And what happened after that?
Oh, Yukiko.
The next day, oh, you're not gonna have a save point.
Oh, come on.
You're close-ish.
Okay, all right.
Like maybe like 10 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Fortunately, it's all
Someone's
voice
full of energy.
acted, so
You guys were up talking all last night too.
How do you know about that? Don't tell me.
It's no surprise that they heard you, considering how loud you were. I told you over and over the walls were thin.
you know, I never really realized it,
so
but
that's how-
Naoto has a lot of Gwen
I
energy,
might
at least now.
She really does.
We were talking about some pretty risque stuff in there. Sorry, Kanji. Did you get a nosebleed all over your pillow?
Excuse
Shut up.
me.
Who'd want to listen to you hens clucking all night anyway?
Oh, God.
Again, Kanji
I
being the
think
voice
I
of
would.
reason.
Just a little.
Yosuke, stop.
I may have done a little listening.
But
Hey,
like,
folks,
what are
Gwen,
y'all
Gwen
talking
does
about?
carry guns. It's called a magic wand of elemental death.
I mean, maybe Gwen has an actual gun. You don't know.
I heard things
They
about
do exist
Nao-chan's
in the
size
campaign.
and
They do.
Yuki-chan's shape.
This is a magic gun, and unlock it magically creates your death.
Yeah.
It makes all the blood leave your body.
Have I changed somehow?
You're letting him get to you. You're being manipulated.
Geez, forget about it. Let's just enjoy our day skiing. Let's go, Senpai. Hold it right there.
James, if you need to leave and go to bed, you don't need to be stuck in cutscene hell with me.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I enjoy these
What do you say,
cutscenes.
son?
I've waited
Don't
all
you
game
think
for
you're
these
being
cutscenes.
A little too, you know, you've been hogging the same ski partner way too much.
No, she's been hogging me just the right amount.
This is perfect
But
amount.
It works out so nicely. You and Yosuke Senpai are both on snowboards. Teddy and Yukiko Senpai keep taking the steep slopes and won't slow down for me. And Kanji seems to want to be with Naoto-kun.
Hey, what are you getting at?
So it's only natural that I'd pair up with Senpai yesterday. He and I will take it slow. You don't have to worry about me.
I don't think there's anything slow about this.
Come on, Senpai. Let's go. Our magic is 100% ironclad. Showbiz people have amazing ways of persuading people.
Why are you impressed?
The reason we're on this trip is for all of us to make some good memories of spending time with Senpai.
Oh, is that why we're doing this?
In other words, we should all be trying to have some skiing time with him.
Like, this would be one of those moments, like, if you were dating Naoto, you'd be like, oh yeah, Naoto's trying to logically butt her way in, or
Yeah.
Chie is trying to logically, or not,
Fair.
like, angrily get her
I wanna
way
make memories with
or
Senpai
into
too.
the, yeah.
Oh, kanji.
I'm wording good.
Yeah,
kanji,
it's technically tomorrow. Words don't mean anything anymore.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you say things, I wonder if you have some hidden agenda behind them.
I don't think it's that hidden, but continue.
Oh, sorry, let me
Man, I'm
zip
not
my fly up.
snowboarding today.
Sorry.
I'm switching to skis.
Hey, that's no fair. I want to leave my ski tracks of love with Sensei.
No, no.
Hey!
Yeah, that's the only thing to say.
Why don't we let Senpai decide for
Uh-oh.
himself? Be honest and
Oh,
just
this is
make
gonna
a
be
call.
such a difficult decision, Jen. What are you ever gonna do?
Oh no.
Whoa, wait a
Oh,
sec,
thank
everyone.
you. Okay.
I don't like where this is headed. Some of you sound like you're out for blood. Let's all enjoy the slopes together.
I don't
Okay?
like where you put the emphasis on it. That felt suspicious and weird.
That would be best. I concur.
Thanks for not answering before I could get that under control.
Thanks.
Aw.
Just go with thanks.
No problem. You've got a partner who understands your needs.
Yeah, that's why I want to keep skiing with Rise.
Yes, Pathos,
Well,
ski
let's go
time.
enjoy
Yeah.
the slopes.
Oh boy. It says everyone is enjoying the slopes, but Naoto looks fucking terrified.
Yep.
I'm kind of surprised. I didn't think there was anything you weren't good at, Naoto-kun. How's it going? Do you think you're ready to start going for real?
No, not at all.
Quit freaking out about it.
I-
Open up your legs and
We-
point your toes in, or else you're gonna speed up.
What? Kanji? What? You want to rethink part of your sentence? I know we were saying Naoto, like, and Gwen are sharing some energy here. I think Naoto's sharing some Jen energy here. I've never been skiing, and I feel like this is exactly what it would be like.
Well, you know, it's just Jen, Gwen, and Naoto are just all starting to bleed together now into
Yeah.
one amorphous blob of
Come on,
character.
keep your balance with your knees.
Ashley,
But
you
if
want to
I
write that
stand
for
with
the
my feet further
fanfic?
apart-
Grab that line.
No!
Fall down for sure.
Like I keep saying, you'll be fine. Even if you do slide down, I'll catch you.
Oh, God.
You're so nice, Kanji. You never said anything like that to me.
I already know how to ski. I don't have to teach you.
Well, if I ever do need someone to teach me, I definitely want someone nice like Senpai to do it.
This feels weirdly competitive, and I don't like it.
Right, Senpai?
Right.
Yes.
Whoa, hello.
They're doing that today too? It's more like falling than skiing.
I mean, it works.
Maybe they just don't know how to stop?
That would be me.
Yep.
Oh, they ain't
Got a
dead yet,
pizza
so I guess
instead
they
of
can
french
stop
fry.
somehow.
Oh, God.
It's Chie Senpai and Yosuke Senpai. Yoo-hoo!
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye.
And bye-bye.
Those two are looking good.
I'm so jealous that they can snowboard. People who are good at it can look so cool.
I can snowboard.
But
Look
I'm
at me
definitely
snowboard.
more into skiing with you right now, Senpai. I feel bad that we're in other people's way, so shall we get going?
Please, wait. Can you stay with me until I reach the bottom? I have no idea which way I'll end up going.
Probably down.
Again. Yes, down.
Okay,
You're gonna
last
go
one
back
there's
up the hill.
nothing. See you at the bottom.
Wait, weren't you listening? I can't turn or stop.
Don't worry. Someone's going to be there to catch you. Right, Kanji?
Huh? That's what. Right.
Oh, God.
Oh, Kanji.
I hate all of these options.
Oh, you can so fired up about?
I don't know. I
I
panicked.
see why you're so intense about
I
this.
panicked, said something.
Yeah.
If you're gonna catch me, then I'm gonna jump right into your arms.
Please don't. I think you might kick me in the face with a ski.
Or the ski pole,
I
or...
can trust
Yeah.
you then. Well, I'll be counting on you.
Yep, Naoto,
Jeez,
please.
You're too nervous,
Boy.
Naoto-kun. You just need to ski straight.
How did he get back up there?
He skied uphill, too. Just like uphill.
He's not even wearing skis. Oh.
Please keep going. I do need to stop and use the restroom, but we were so close.
Okay.
Keep going.
God. Ashley, that's okay. I'm not even gonna fix it. Don't worry about it. Nothing needs to be in the story. Sun is gonna be setting soon. I'm all alone. I don't like this. Oh. I mean, I gotta hang out with my girlfriend. Yeah. Rise, come down the slope with me. No, Ashley, you don't need to do that. It's fine. We enjoyed our time together on the mountain.
I think I've used up all my energy.
Oh, really? You used all of it? You didn't save any?
But I think I'm looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Were you watching?
Always. The Rise looks tired. She seems to be having fun.
Going skiing with my friends. When I think back about how things were last year, I can barely believe this. I was in horrible condition last January.
And I'm
I
back.
spent my New Year's days
Oh,
off
good.
like a lifeless shell.
Ooh, you're
My parents and
skiing
friends were so
alone
worried
with
about me that they
Rise.
didn't even
I mean,
mention
it wasn't really a choice.
Stuck in
No,
that
it really
horrible
wasn't.
mood.
Choice is an illusion Laura Bailey lets you think you have.
But I have to thank fate. If I hadn't met you all this year, I might not even be here now. Sorry. I didn't mean to bring up my past.
The old you is dead, kid. Just you and me forever.
Oh, fucking God. Yeah, it's everyone. Big old party. It's all the people.
Yeah, definitely.
Friends.
I
Friends.
mean, with this group of friends, there's a ton of places I want to go with you guys.
Huh. Go on.
Looks like the snow's really starting to fall. I think we should start heading back. Which way is the lodge again?
Probably down the hill. Just venturing
Sorry,
a
I just
guess.
thought that you knew where we were going, so I wasn't paying attention.
Well, there is still clearly a fence and markers. You can't be that far off.
Yeah. I don't like that's making me choose.
You don't sound so sure.
Well, yeah, I'm not.
Well, it's not like we can get lost, right? We're not leaving the ski area after all. We still should hurry before it gets dark.
Fuck.
Yeah. Ruh-roh.
You decide to somehow make your way to the lodge. Jesus. We are not on the ski part anymore. How did we do
No.
this?
You know, you just kept walking through fences because you're not going to let anything stop you.
What the fuck?
Senpai, you're walking too fast.
We're not moving.
I can barely see what's ahead. Could it possibly be that we're lost? Oh man, just standing around like this is freezing cold.
Which is it? Are we standing around or am I going too fast?
It's so cold.
Guess we gotta keep warm together.
This isn't good. I'm feeling kinda sleepy.
Okay, you're getting all in your own head right now. Oh, God, I hate all these options for vastly different reasons than anything I've ever hated before. Don't fall asleep. Don't do it.
I know. I mean, the snow and wind keep slapping me in the face. I don't think I could fall asleep anyway. Make sure you keep talking too, Senpai.
Ah, yes. Keep
The silent
talking.
Yes, silent protagonist, keep talking.
Is that a house?
Oh, I don't like this.
Senpai, look. It's a cottage. Yes, we're saved.
No, we're not. There's a serial killer who lives there.
Let's go ask who's ever there to let us
It's we open the door and it's fucking Adachi.
It's Adachi and Dojima playing cards.
Oh.
Like, oh, so that's where you've been all this time, Dojima.
Excuse me. Please help us.
There's no answer.
Huh?
Oh. Don't wait, huh, this.
Oh, this is a lovely room.
What is that doll?
Don't worry about it, Jen. It's fine.
Dark in here. Is this place abandoned?
At this point, I hope it is.
But in any case, I'm glad we were lucky enough to find this place.
You say looks anxious. Are you scared?
I feel like this is a place where something might jump out at us. But I'll be fine. There's so much more for us to be worried about right now.
Like that doll.
Yeah.
Do you have your phone, Senpai? I forgot to bring my charger on this trip, so my battery ran out this morning.
Of course. Of course. You do have your cell phone. There's a signal. You may be able to call for help. Screen reads no service. Of course.
Womp womp.
I thought I was going to open it and I was going to have a text from Margaret.
What should we do?
Could you also find me, Margaret? Thanks.
The blizzard's gonna calm down. If we end up stuck here all night, we're definitely gonna fall asleep, no matter how hard we try to stay
Well, that's
awake.
okay. We can bundle together and use our body heat to
There you go.
stay alive. It'll be fine.
Yeah. You know, friction creates
we
heat,
could
right?
Try something.
Oh, no.
You know, like what they do on TV.
She's
when
going to say out loud the thing I just said, and I don't like that.
use each other's
No!
phones to I mean, this is an emergency. I'm being serious.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
total yeah, this is life or death.
What in the world am I saying?
I got
Sorry,
bit
I'm
by a
going
venomous
to calm
snake
down.
right here. You gotta get the venom out.
Like, we've been practicing in my room, apparently, so we're ready for this situation.
But still, we need to think of a way to get warm.
No, we already thought of a way. Like, we're good.
Hey, what's this thing? Isn't it one of those? What do you call them? A stove? A
yeah, what's
Really?
it thing called a
Somebody's
stove?
put a fire in. Senpai, do you have a lighter? No, of course you wouldn't. But maybe we'll find something to light if we look around in here.
Find old newspapers and some match. Oh, very convenient.
It's so
Look at that.
warm.
Look at those log-like newspapers.
Can we burn the doll, please? I said this. Ashley said it too.
At least we'll be okay for the time being. Oh, I know.
Yeah? Yeah, that's very log-like newspaper. Oh,
How's
now you want to use body
It'll be
heat.
warmer if we do this. I wonder where we are. We did a lot of walking, but now that we're safe, this is actually kind of fun.
How many shovels does this abandoned house need? Cause there's two and a creepy doll.
Yeah. How about
Just the
that?
two of us, snowed in a little cottage. Oh, now that I'm all warm, I'm starting to get a little sleepy. Well, I guess it's okay to fall asleep here in the warm cabin. You might even try something funny on me.
No, I won't
No,
because
that's
that's
wrong. That's-
disrespectful.
And illegal.
Yeah,
And wrong.
like only like enthusiastic consent.
Hey, Senpai?
No. Not a fucking TV.
Did that turn on just now?
No.
Why?
No.
You're so reliable, Senpai.
Great.
But I'm coming too. I'm not just gonna sit here.
Don't.
Whoa, hey, Senpai?
Don't! You fucking idiots.
Are you serious?
You goddamn
This is
idiots.
no place to be messing around like that. Look out! You don't want to go too far.
What are you guys doing? We can't let a teen idol get caught doing stuff like this.
Wait, what are we doing now? Hold on.
Stop! The entire country will turn against you.
I thought we were falling into a TV. How did all of you end up here?
Yosuke-senpai, everyone!
Huh? They're still dressed.
Wow! Wow!
Why would they take off their clothes in this freezing weather?
I love Kanji so much.
And dude, why are you guys so flustered? What is up with you guys?
I love him.
Do I really have to spell it out for you?
Please do. I want to watch this explanation.
Rise-chan, don't tell me. Were you waiting for an audience? What daring lovers.
Can we push Teddy into the fire?
How shameless. You're no different from your shadow.
Wow, that's a low fucking blow. Now we have to burn him.
Throw him in the fire.
Okay, I'll take a front row seat.
I
then.
hate. This is getting worse.
Shut up, you stupid bear! Wait, why did you all rush in here? Were you listening to us from outside?
Yeah, like I have so many questions about like, were you all wanting to catch us naked? Like there's so much to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
No, I mean, not on purpose. It would have been awkward to interrupt before, but
I can't believe this. This was a matter of life and death.
we were worried about you.
But not so worried to like let you know we were here.
It's like the end of a James Bond movie. It's like, oh, we need to find them. No, they're fine. Just let them do their thing.
It's the TV.
Why? What's wrong with it?
Come on, guys, don't try that lame excuse on us.
It's true. Senpai tried to go into the TV, so
Because I'm a
That's what
fucking
the kids
idiot,
call-
I guess.
That's what the kids call it these
Oh,
days.
gross, James.
I'm not lying.
Okay, well now you sound like you're lying. Erin, sir, are you in contempt? What? And we just pulled the TV out and like put together the whole room.
So you got lost, found this building, and then things started heating up.
Yeah, because we made a literal fire.
That's not the point here. But you're not denying that happened.
We literally built a fire.
The TV turned on, but it's not even plugged in. It made no sense, so we thought we'd check it out. Please, if I wanted to be alone with him, I wouldn't have to manufacture some crisis out here in the mountains like
Yeah,
this.
I would just demand I go to his house.
But this building
While
is
his
right
young
behind
cousin
Lodge.
is downstairs.
Yeah.
This is a storage shed. It's kept unlocked because the workers are always needing to come in here.
It's not like there's a blizzard or anything.
And why would the TV turn itself on? That whole case is over.
But it's
I
not.
just saw a reflection from the ski lights or something.
No.
What? Come on, we don't need to assume that they're lying about this. We might as well check it out.
Thank you, Chie.
Hey,
But also, if you go in.
No, I'm sure it's fine.
Uh
Oh, it's just a cutscene. I'm sure it's fine.
I really. Oh no! I wanted her to just poke it and just go boop. Oh, that's the fucking jacket. That was definitely a Velvet Room jacket. And we're inside a TV.
Yay!
Great. Great.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh no, thank you. Things are not fine.
What the hell is that?
I'm with you. I'm with you, Yosuke. God, there's so many of us. No, don't show it again. Oh, they're very large. Hello? Margaret?
Hello, legs. And nothing else.
Yeah, very long legs. Hey, I nailed it.
Excuse me. Please forgive the slightly impolite invitation.
More than slightly impolite.
whoa, she's beautiful.
Down, boy.
Now's not the time for gawking. I think she's the one who grabbed me. Who is she? You know her?
Yes and no.
I kind of like fade out of existence.
She's my sweetheart? Absolutely the fuck not.
Friend? What type of friend is she? You got one mysterious life.
Forgive me for not introducing myself sooner. We meet for
Risei
the
shooting
first
daggers
time.
at her.
My name is Margaret. I am a helper on this young man's journey. I meant you no harm.
Well, can we trust her?
I mean, no, but also yes. But also no?
Maybe.
I'm gonna go with of course. I don't want to. If I don't trust her, I'm not gonna say I think so in front of her.
Do you remember? I have come to fulfill my promise. Yes, I have come to guide you.
Okay, I feel like there was a different way you could have gone about this, but okay.
I apologize for the amount of time it required me to prepare.
Just be taken into where Marie is. Is she here?
This is the Hollow Forest.
Okay.
The closed realm, created by her in the TV world. The world of the human mind. It would seem that after Marie left us, she shut herself in here.
Alright, well that seems weird and I have questions.
She just went to her room and slammed the door. That's all she did.
That's kind of what it feels like.
I do not know everything.
Well, what good are
But,
you
As
then?
you know, she was searching for her memory. And by opening her heart to you, she finally regained that memory. It would seem that what she found was not what she had been hoping for.
Is your hair white or blonde? I don't know.
Whoa, hold on. What is this all about?
Oh, yes.
Maybe-
Marie?
Go ahead.
You mean Marie-chan?
Well, maybe it's
The
like
one
that
who was with
platinum blonde, like Finnish people have, and she's wearing Finnish colors. You know, that country that doesn't exist.
I remember her. That fashionable girl with the hat, right? What do you mean she's here? And what was that about her memory?
Everyone is worried about Marie. What should you do? Yeah, explain it as best I can? I don't know how you explain this. Because we didn't really understand it.
Emi-chan has amnesia?
Something like that. Emmy? Don't know where that came from.
We are inside the TV right now, correct? A missing person ending up in the TV.
Sort of?
Don't tell me. I mean, we put an end to all that.
We didn't, though. We, like,
No.
super didn't.
Nah.
I do not think this is the same situation.
Everything will make sense with this jazz beat going down.
I believe Marie's disappearance is unrelated to the kidnapping incident you all were following. She was not taken away by someone, rather she came here of her own volition.
It just going to her room and slamming the door.
She willingly came here. Does that mean Marie-san has the persona ability as well?
No, Marie is originally a resident of this side.
What kind of girl were you showing around town?
Hold on. This is inside the TV, right?
Well, Carl, 10 minutes, but you know, we've been doing a lot of talking in between, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Aren't
happens.
there shadows in here?
You're kidding me. That means...
Marie's in
He's
danger.
right. If she were to be attacked by shadows,
I will not say that she is not in danger. However, the same goes for you. If you are to proceed ahead and search for Marie, you must have adequate resolution.
What does that fucking mean?
Like, you need 1080p, you know? You gotta have good resolution. None of that
The
720
path
stuff.
ahead
Yeah.
will be relentless. You alone will not be able to reach her. If you wish to see her again, then it is my role to help you.
All right,
And to do
all right,
so,
Margaret, let's get
I
on the front
decided to
lines.
invite everyone
New
who
party
has
member, let's
accompanied
go.
you on your journey here.
I see. I was wondering why you didn't bring just our leader here. Now I understand. You're giving us all the information and letting us choose what to do from here.
Exactly.
One more thing. Well, this isn't going to affect whether or not I plan to help.
Yeah, I mean, you're here now, so.
You are also like Marie-san? A resident of this side?
The human mind contains more than shadows. I believe you all witnessed that in your last battle.
Are you talking about those things that came out of Namatame and Adachi-san? Well, they were different from the shadows we know about.
It does not matter how you choose to interpret it.
I am done with this conversation.
What you see and what you believe are up to you. I know that you can supply yourselves with answers.
No,
as
no,
I
we
know
cannot.
That you have been capable of coming this far.
Phrasing, but okay.
One more thing. As I just said, the Hollow Forest was originally a closed realm. It is not the case now, but in time, this place will seal itself again.
Great.
In other words, we can't come in and out of here forever?
Gross.
Exactly.
What do I
It
look
would
like?
seem that little time remains before the Hollow Forest completes itself. Once that time has passed, this place will be closed forever, and you will never be able to visit here again. If that happens,
Just like
Marie's
prom.
existence will be entirely expunged from your memories.
Just like
Lose our
prom.
memories.
Oh, God.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, she's just gonna up and vanish from our heads?
That is literally what she just said, and I have no reason to not believe her. Tell me more!
It is
Did you
exactly
get
as I
very
said.
far? Tell me more.
The closing of this forest marks the fact of Marie's erasure. Any memories you have of Marie will disappear, and you will return to your peaceful days.
Those are two, like, mutually exclusive things.
No! This doesn't make sense!
I merely have come to fulfill my promise. What you do is up to you. I have made a link from the television in the mountain cabin to this world. That is the only conduit through which you may reach this place.
Huh? So we can't get here through the TV and Juness?
Exactly.
I can't believe she didn't go, what is Juness?
Yeah, she
This
does about
world and your
Juness.
world's
That's where
scale
she got
are
her
linked place to
her
place.
velvet
It
room
is a
attire.
fact.
It was on sale. Got some stuff from Marie too. It was very nice. But on that note, Jen, I
can't
am
smell
going
the
to
other
call it a
places from
night.
here.
I need to call
I'm
it a
sure-
night
Really
too
is
so bad. Oh
connected.
my god, this is killing me. My alarm's gonna go off in 5 hours.
Mine too. But good luck.
am
I
repeating
wish you
myself,
well.
but it was Marie
Good
who
night,
shut
chat.
herself
Thanks
in
for
this
hanging out
world.
with us, and we'll see you. We'll see you in the breach.
Yes! Come watch us in the breach. Good night, James.
Good night.
There is no need. Please, treasure the normal lives you have. That is what Marie would want.
Yeah, that's great. That's what she would want.
Now, if you would excuse me.
Hey, wait! Please?
Thank you, Kanji. So polite. She just turned into a TV.
It's a TV. The same type as the one in the cabin.
I like how we were shocked by
This
this.
must be the exit, like the ones Teddy has.
Oh, that's right, my water's gone. My water's gone, my alcohol's gone, my awakeness is gone.
So now what?
What else? That Marie chick is in here,
It's been
right?
40 minutes.
If she's in danger of being attacked by shadows, then we've got to get in there and find her.
Hold on. It might not be that simple.
Can it please be that simple? We can discuss this tomorrow.
Let us leave for now, at any rate. We cannot blindly run ahead so suddenly.
Yeah. Plus, we're totally not prepared, right?
Yeah, we're all in our ski attire. Just a few moments ago, Rise and I thought we were gonna die, so like...
If we're gonna do it, let's get ready and take this on full force.
Yeah.
Ow! Ugh, who was pushing me?
Shut it. There's 8 of us, and it's a tiny frickin' TV.
Jesus, Kanji.
Oh, I dented my head in. Anybody want to touch it?
No.
What are you guys clowning around for? Come on, get up. We got a meeting to hold.
I've never regretted not
We do?
saving so
What are we
much.
gonna talk about?
I don't know. But we always have one, right?
I guess she just wanted to be the one to say it.
Yeah, it would really mess with my head if Chie-senpai was coming up with good plans.
Kanji. Rude.
Shut up! That's rude, you know.
Did just say that.
Still, that was a surprise. You know that whole Marie being from the other side thing?
I mean, if you like paid half attention, you would have.
Wait, so the
Figured that
TV
out.
world is the world of the human mind, huh?
Yeah, I thought we established that.
Really sink it in, though.
I really thought we had gone over
I
that.
couldn't even tell.
That doesn't surprise me. There wasn't a chance to explain. We've been doing nothing for like a month, but all right. I'm gonna go with that though.
No one's complaining, man. If you tried introducing her like, oh, she's from another world, the question mark above my head could be seen from orbit.
The issue here is Marie-san's motive. Why would she risk her life to shut herself in a place like that?
I could see it if she was thrown in like we were, but why would she do that to herself?
Self-loathing. Her memory is the key. Get some RVB references in here.
Yeah, that blue chick did say Marie lost her memory.
She's not blue. She was wearing blue, and like only over like maybe like half of her body.
Maybe she remembered something that made her do that.
Hey, I just thought of something.
That's dangerous.
If the world she's in closes, she'll disappear from our memories, right?
I don't know why you're like, I just thought of this. Margaret literally said those exact
Isn't
words.
that the same as dying?
Okay, now we're getting existential.
Wait, you mean she's trying to?
I don't know, but it just feels that way to me. She wants to kill herself and make us forget about her? She's erasing her own existence?
I hate this.
I think Emi-chan's like me. I was really worried when I couldn't figure out who I was. When I finally found out I was a shadow, it was traumatizing. I don't think Emi-chan's a shadow, but I think she feels the same way I did. That she shouldn't exist.
Teddy.
The atmosphere is heavy. What should you do? We can't leave her like this.
Yeah, I think that too. I can kind of understand how she feels.
I don't know how, but I don't want
Not
you to
having
elaborate.
anyone know the real you, being alone all the time. Even when someone's friendly to you,
don't want it.
you feel like there's something wrong.
All right, this is getting real for me now.
If I didn't meet all of you, I might have thought the same as her.
Same shit with me. I was always being misunderstood, so I toughened up and started biting back. I was scared that no one would accept the real me if I ever showed it to them. In the end, I couldn't even admit it when I was showing myself. Pointless.
Yeah, we're all like that. Everybody's suffering in some way.
Yes, but we were able to change. No matter how much we hated ourselves, we were able to face it and accept it. Because we had dear friends.
Yeah, I know now. There's nothing to be afraid of. We're the only ones that can save Marie-chan. If she's really thinking the same way we were, we have to go stop her.
That's that then. It's better to know
Oopsies.
anything than
Double
to go in
buttons.
knowing nothing. It'll at least make things easier on us.
We should devote a day
I'm
to
answering
it.
work text right now. Yay.
Teddy, Rise-san, can you scan that world? From the usual spot, of course. The rest of us should rest up to prepare for the exploration. If there are shadows in there, then we can't avoid fighting them.
All right, let's do this! Oh, this takes me back. Even though it hasn't been that long since we finished the other stuff.
I mean, it has been a hot
all
second.
Right. It's super sniffy time together with Rise-chan.
Don't like that.
My super ultra mega hyper uber teddy nose can pick up even the slightest scent.
Hate it more. Hate that more.
But this skill is not without its drawbacks. After 3 minutes, I get just an ungodly amount of snot.
Can we not? Can we like super not?
Hey, don't damage the bear before showtime. At least he's actually useful in a fight.
I mean, he's not though. You're not either, though, Yosuke.
What do you mean, at least?
Let's regroup at school. Okay?
Your friends are thinking back to the way things used to be. According to Margaret, there isn't much time before that place closes. You must find Marie quickly or you'll never be able to see her again! Return home, blah, blah, blah. God, let me save, please. Please. Oh my God, you're supposed to discuss what happened yesterday. Heard at school. No, let me save. I swear to God. Please. I need it so bad. It's been an hour.
It's cold. Oh, well, let's start the meeting.
No, let's not.
First, allow me to report. Just in case, I've checked for missing people in the local jurisdiction to see if anyone may have wandered
I'm
in.
seriously considering just killing the game, and then before the next stream, I'll just speed through all this dialogue and get back to wherever it was that we left. I think I might legitimately do that. I need to sleep so badly.
0 results. There are no missing person requests either. It seems that this place really doesn't have anything to do with our previous case.
Hey, no fair! You said to rest, and yet you went and did research. But I went and checked the newspaper, too.
Oh my God, Chie.
I looked for any news of missing people, but there wasn't any.
I also tried asking our suppliers and customers if there was anything going on.
Why does
but
the
there
stupid
aren't
game
any
say between
rumors.
days? Because it hates us.
Ditto. I asked around at work, but didn't come up with anything. You can't underestimate the housewife network.
Yeah, I tried talking with some former punks, but didn't get jack.
Considering that none of us could find evidence, perhaps it's safe to say that no one has wandered in accidentally.
You know what? We're doing it. I'm just killing it. I'm gonna make a note to myself to remember to start early next week. To rooftop. We'll start at the beginning of the rooftop scene. I can't do this anymore. I have to sleep. I have to sleep. You're all great. Thank you for sticking around as long as you have. Holy shit. This is great. James is great. You're all great. I appreciate you. Hand hearts. It's sleepy times. Everyone go sleep. Go sleep. I will try to stream on Friday and try to finally do the Nonary games again, but who fucking knows? We didn't even talk about that. That story didn't even come up about my computer being like, nah, bitch, you're not doing it. Ah, sleepies. I love you all. Sorry. Drink water and go to sleep. Good night. I love you. I'll see you at the very... Come watch The Breach on Saturday. It's gonna be fucking wild. I'm already pre-stressed. It's gonna be great, though. Bye.